Chapter 401, Beast Tamer, 11M more unjustly freaking injustice than Do-er. Part 2. If he continued to persevere, it would probably be useless. Perhaps he could only wait until the conditions were more mature before coming here to give it a try. No matter what. In the next negotiation, he would first discuss the path that the Qin army wanted to open up. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to report to the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince looked suspicious. It was obvious that he had lost trust in Qi Fan. But now, the Qin army had no other window to talk to the spirit beasts. Therefore, he could only be patient and give Qi Fan another chance. However, he had already secretly decided that after returning to the state of Qin, no matter what, he would not let this damned guy have a good time. However, just as the two of them had different expressions and were scheming against each other, suddenly, there was the sound of chaotic footsteps outside the tent. A group of patrolling soldiers did not even have time to report their intentions outside the tent before they rushed in. Obviously, this was an emergency. As a result, the soldiers did not even follow the basic etiquette and rules anymore. Before the Ninth Prince's personal guard could berate him, the soldier who barged in had already knelt down and lowered his head. Reporting, Ninth Prince, there are countless spirit beasts surrounding our camp outside. It seems that they come with ill intentions. Should we break out of the encirclement and escape? Hearing this, the Ninth Prince's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, Qi Fan, explain to me. Is this the surprise you've been secretly preparing for me? If looks could kill. By now, Qi Fan had probably died hundreds of times. When Qi Fan heard this, his expression also changed. However, unlike the Ninth Prince's expression, he was filled with disbelief. He stood up abruptly and shouted, That's impossible, LT was absolutely impossible. Your Highness, you asked me to go out and take a look at the situation. I just communicated with the Beast King this morning. As he spoke, he got up and prepared to leave. But how could the Ninth Prince let him escape? Therefore, in the next second, Qi Fan was tied up by the two powerful guards beside the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince was flustered and exasperated. Qi Fan, you're really something. I've always treated you well, but you're actually so vicious. Tell me, were you sent by Big Brother or Third Brother? At this moment, Qi Fan was really anxious. Although he was indeed using the Ninth Prince, he had no intention of framing the Qin army. And he was indeed trying to gain the Extreme Frost Spiritual Fox's favor. Logically speaking, although it had not been nurtured to the point where it could be subdued. However, it was not to the extent of being surrounded by spirit beasts at night. It was purely **ing unexpected disaster. He was more wrong than Doi. But no matter what, the Ninth Prince, who felt that he had been tricked, would not believe a word that came out of his mouth. He immediately got the guards to tie him up and throw him into the prison, preparing to deal with him later. He walked out of the tent quickly. At this moment, torches were lit in the Qin camp. He looked out of the blazing fire. The campsite was surrounded by spirit beasts. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands of them. Even the Ninth Prince couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. At the same time, her entire being was doused with a bucket of cold water. In the middle of the night, there were so many spirit beasts gathered outside their camp. Moreover, each and every one of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Obviously, nothing good could happen. It was clear that everything had been very peaceful when they led the army to the valley where the Beast King was in the morning. But now, the Beast King had suddenly turned hostile. What did this mean? This meant that the Qin army's hard work over the past year had all become a joke at this moment. The Ninth Prince had become a complete clown. Not only did he work for others for nothing. There were even tens of thousands of elite Qin soldiers. The Ninth Prince could even imagine if he returned to the state of Qin dejectedly. He would probably never be able to raise his head in the state of Qin in this lifetime. He just thought about it for a moment. The ninth prince felt like his heart was dead and his life was meaningless. A moment later, he looked at the spirit beasts that were eyeing him covetously. The ninth prince was finally energized again. He winked at the two personal guards beside him. These two guards were his personal death warriors. Every single one of them possessed the strength of the spirit focus realm. The outskirts of the snowy mountain could be considered small among the mountains. With the strength of these two guards, he could do whatever he wanted on the outskirts of the snowy mountain. Of course, if he was not in a life and death crisis, the ninth prince would not use these two gods. However, it was obvious that he had to use it now. If all these spirit beasts were to rush over, the Qin army of tens of thousands would most likely be doomed. Therefore, the ninth prince wanted to see if he could communicate with the Beast King alone. After all, the other party had only surrounded the camp and had not really attacked. Before that, there was still room for negotiation. However, just as he walked out of the tent, the spirit beasts seemed to have noticed him. Soon, a powerful grey fox split the horde and appeared in front of the ninth prince. The ninth prince waved his hand to signal for the Qin army to not act rashly. He walked forward and said, "Respected Lord Beast King, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Chapter 402, Beast Tamer, 11M more unjustly freaking injustice than Do-er. Part 3. Grey Fox was also very intelligent. He glanced at him and shook his head, indicating that he was not a Beast King. Of course, this meant something different to the ninth prince. He thought that the Beast King shook its head to say that there was no misunderstanding between them. He didn't know how to answer. Damn it! It was the first time he had ever interacted with a wild beast. Without a translator, there was no way to communicate. After some thought, the ninth prince said to the soldiers behind him with a dark face, "Get Qi Fan out of here." The soldiers behind him left upon hearing the order. About 5 minutes later, a group of soldiers came out with Qi Fan tied up. When he saw Grey Fox, Qi Fan immediately asked, "Three elders, what are you doing? Where is Lord Snow Fox? I want to see Lord Snow Fox." What he said was very strange. It sounded like a fox's grunt. Obviously, this was a professional beastman. The ninth prince naturally didn't understand. He could only say with a cold face, "Qi Fan, translate everything His Majesty Beast King said. If I detect any mistakes, your dog life will be in danger." As a reincarnator, Qi Fan was naturally not afraid of death. However, just because he didn't slap her to death didn't mean that he wanted to die. It didn't mean that he wanted to die in such an unknown way. Therefore, he replied, "This is the third clan leader, not the Beast King. The Beast King asked you to come with me to the valley to meet him. The third clan leader is here to receive you." Hearing this, the ninth prince revealed a deep look of doubt. He couldn't help but say with a cold face, "Qi Fan, your plan is quite good. I think you really don't want to live today." Clearly, the ninth prince's brain wasn't completely damaged yet. Right now, he had 50,000 Qin soldiers behind him, as well as 2 spirit focus realm experts. Even if he had to face hundreds of thousands of beasts, he could at least guarantee his own life. However, once they left the camp and the protection of the 2 coagulate spirit realm experts, they would be able to escape. Then he would really be a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Qi Fan thought about it and knew that this was impossible. Hence, he immediately communicated with Grey Fox. "Your Highness," he continued after a while, "the third patriarch has agreed to let you bring 2 guards with you. He said that as long as you cooperate, we will reap a bountiful harvest." Hearing this, the ninth prince calmed down a little. Immediately, his face revealed a look of struggle. Clearly, he was struggling between going and not going. However, he had lofty ambitions and was not willing to be an idle prince in the future. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had already sacrificed too much to open up the path. Now that he was only one step away, there was no reason for him to give up for personal reasons. Besides, he did not believe that the other party could do anything to him under the protection of two coagulate spirit realm experts. After all, this was only the outskirts of the snowy mountain. It wasn't a place like the core region where powerful spirit beasts were everywhere. Therefore, he had no choice. After combining all sorts of reasons, the ninth prince nodded and agreed to go. Point 0. On the snowy mountain. In Beast King Valley, Li Yueming was dancing and singing with a group of wild beasts while eating roasted meat. This scene looked very scary. After all, there were the charming fox clan, the big-tailed wolf clan, and the snow bear clan. Everyone who could speak. The group of reincarnators drank a few mouthfuls of the fruit wine brewed by the spirit monkeys. The snowy mountains were cold all year round. 90% of the time, it was either snowing or on snowy roads. It was said that the fruit of this wine grew in the place where the sun was the most abundant in the extremely cold snow mountain. It could only be harvested during the summer solstice. The fruit contained the purest yang energy. Now, it was fermented and brewed. Not only did it taste extremely sweet, but it could also dispel the cold in the body. After drinking it, it burned in his mouth and into his stomach, making him feel as warm as summer. But now, Li Yueming and the group of reincarnators each had a jar. He drank very freely. The snow fox was obviously very happy today. In addition, they had to surround the Qin army at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, she gathered the spirit beast chiefs in the outer area of the snow mountain range to have a meeting in the valley. After announcing the order, she left the spirit beast clan leaders behind. Then, she showed off the treasures that Li Yueming had given her. After seeing the candy and the ancient recipe, the barbecue sauce, the group of clan leaders were all envious. This spirit wine was offered BV, the clan leader of the spirit Monkef clan, in order to have a mouthful of fragrant roasted meat. Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony. After all, the barbecue sauce was not worth much in his hands, but this spirit wine was good stuff. Therefore, he generously said that if there was a chance in the future, he would bring some local specialties to the leader of the spirit monkey clan. Currently, many spirit beast clan leaders were wolfing down roasted meat. The reincarnators also drank fruit wine and ate roasted meat. Although the two sides were not of the same race, they could not even communicate with each other. But happiness was the same. Under the glow of the bonfire, the entire Spirit Beast Valley seemed very happy. As a Beast King. At this moment, Snow Fox was playing chess with Li Yueming. After a day of killing, the Snow Fox had developed all kinds of skills and postures. Now, he could already go back and forth with Li Yueming. Li Yueming could not help but sigh at his talent. In a world where spirit beasts could not evolve into humans with intelligence, this little fox was purely an anomaly among anomalies. This was a game invented by humans. Ordinary beasts probably wouldn't even be able to understand it. Not to mention playing. However, the snow fox had only learned the world for half a day and had already grasped the essence. The sky outside was getting dark. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about the Qin army at the foot of the mountain? Li Yueming reminded. Hearing this, the snow fox waved her hand impatiently and said, "What is the meaning of those humans? Forget about them, let's finish this round first." Li Yueming was speechless. Was this considered lifting a rock to smash his own feet? Fortunately, he still had an infinite deduction system that did not care about martial arts. He had to kick this little guy's chess addiction today. The two of them fought for a while more. In the end, even the old snow fox had transcended the 5 elements and was no longer in the 3 realms. He had no choice but to throw away the chess piece angrily and say, "You're so boring. I won't play with you anymore." Li Yueming didn't say anything. This was the effect he wanted. He wondered how the Qin army was doing at the foot of the mountain. Would the reincarnator of the beast tamer profession and the young man in luxurious clothes fall out completely as he expected? Of course, none of this was important. Now that Li Yueming had taken the lead in capturing the favor of the Snow Fox, he had completely grasped the initiative in this battle. Next, he only needed to turn these advantages into benefits. Only when it was truly implemented would it be possible. Just like that. Li Yueming waited patiently. Not long after nightfall, the 9th Prince and Qi Fan, the two unlucky ones, were brought to the snowy mountain valley by the beast tide. At this moment, many reincarnators also heard the commotion and walked out of the valley. He stuck his head out and looked outside. The reincarnators clearly saw the two people who were trapped in the beast tide. Among them, Qi Fan was still tied up with a rope. The 9th Prince was slightly more dignified, but that was all. From the nervous expressions of the two guards beside him, it could be seen that the other party was actually quite embarrassed. He just looked more dignified. The group of reincarnators looked at the beast tamer who was tied up not far away. Then, he looked at himself, who was singing, dancing, drinking, and eating. They were both reincarnators, but the treatment they received at this moment was completely different. This was the benefit of hugging the right thigh. He could eat and drink well wherever he went. How was he like that pitiful beast tamer? Not only did he not get any benefits, he did not even get an initial spiritual beast. One had to know that spirit beasts were the lifeblood of beast controllers. Before taming a spirit beast, a beast tamer's combat strength was basically equivalent to tofu dregs. How should he put it? How tragic! It was too tragic. Chapter 403, Only Magic Can Defeat Magic. 1. Under the protection of a group of spirit beasts, the 9th Prince brought two guards and Qi Fan to the outside of the valley. Obviously, Li Yueming had specifically asked the Snow Fox to do this. As for the purpose, LT was also very simple. He just wanted to have a good chat with the other party. After all, even though the Great Zhou and Great Qin had been enemies for generations, they were still in the same boat. However, Li Yueming did not have any sense of belonging to the Great Zhou. If there was a chance, he would rather personally overthrow the Great Zhou and complete the hidden mission issued by Wang Ziwei. Therefore, it was not easy to find such an opportunity. Of course, personal interests were more important. But before that, Li Yueming still needed to make some preparations. The Snow Fox had already run to the side to eat the candy. She liked to play chess, but Li Yueming's chess skills were too strong. Even if she did not care about martial arts, she could not gain much advantage. Therefore, she did not want to play with Li Yueming anymore. At this moment, the Monkey King came over and reported the news to her. After hearing that the group of humans had been brought out of the valley, he was shocked. Snow Fox looked at Li Yueming and said, "I've brought him here. It's up to you how you want to deal with him." Li Yueming nodded. She lowered her head and put on a mask. It was still the familiar star and moon symbol. This had become a symbol of Li Yueming's dominance in the myriad worlds. Clearly, his identity in the Great Zhou was too special. If he didn't wear this mask, it would be bad if the 9th Prince saw his true appearance. After putting on the mask to cover the extra features on his body. Finally, Li Yueming walked out of the valley alone and looked at the 9th Prince and Qi Fan. "I'm Xingyu. Greetings, 9th Prince." Not far away, he looked at the mysterious man in front of him. The 9th Prince's first reaction was to be shocked. One had to know that this was the 100,000 Mountains. For so many years, it had been an existence that was almost equivalent to a forbidden zone for humans. And now, this person had walked out of the Beast King's valley. To him, this was like seeing aliens on the moon. No wonder his first reaction was disbelief. Fortunately, his brain was not slow. When he came back to his senses, his face revealed a hint of suspicion as he said, "Who are you?" This was a question. But in reality, the 9th Prince had already sounded the alarm in his heart. An existence that could move freely in the 100,000 mountains. If he was a cultivator, his realm should not be lower than spirit focus. In addition, Li Yueming came from the Beast King Valley, which added a bit of mystery to his identity. Li Yueming could feel his nervousness and could not help but smile and comfort him. Your Highness, don't worry. The fact that I can appear here means that Your Highness and I are not enemies. The ninth prince knew this as well. If Li Yueming wanted to be his enemy, he could just let the surrounding spirit beasts attack him. There was no need to bring him here to chat. Calm down. The ninth prince finally smelled a conspiracy. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy these days. He had even taken the initiative to find out what the problem was. From the looks of it now, he was probably schemed against by this mysterious person. How did humans come from the 100,000 mountains? What was his identity? Of course, Li Yueming did not care about the various thoughts in his heart. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to work with you. What kind of cooperation? The ninth prince asked curiously. Li Yueming smiled. Didn't you want to use this place to attack the northern Zhou? I can let you pass. However, there is one thing that must be said first. You cannot send more than 50,000 soldiers across the border every 6 months. Once the number of soldiers exceeds 50,000, the snow mountain will be the burial ground for those extra soldiers. Hearing this, the ninth prince's expression became even more bewildered. He had previously guessed the identity of this mysterious person in front of him. Judging from Li Yueming's words now, he was very confident to be able to reveal his identity at a single encounter. Obviously, we should be able to rule out that the other party is from the Great Zhou. This was because his identity information was relatively sensitive. If the other party was from the Great Zhou, it would definitely be impossible for him to build this path inside the 100,000 mountains. From the looks of it, the other party's identity was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Perhaps it was inextricably linked to the Qin country. The most direct origin was that the other party was probably the doing of his brothers. The ninth prince couldn't be blamed for throwing this kind of blame onto his brothers. This kind of thing had happened more than once or twice. The struggle between the crown princes was naturally accompanied by all kinds of open spears and hidden arrows. However, he managed to avoid it the previous few times. This time, his luck was not too good. It seemed that he had fallen into a pit. Taking 2 deep breaths, the ninth prince wanted to see what Li Yueming was up to. You're a strange person. Why can't there be more than 50,000 soldiers passing by? If you were sent by my brothers, you don't have to tease me anymore, okay? The ninth prince clearly felt defeated. This time, he had suffered such a huge loss in the extremely cold snow mountain and the northern regions of the Great Zhou. If this news were to spread back to the country, he was probably only 1,000 miles away from the throne. He was even like the other brothers who had lost their qualifications. They might even be eliminated by the cruel system of succession to the throne. Chapter 404, Only Magic Can Defeat Magic. Part 2. Regarding his previous question, Li Yueming only smiled and did not answer. The less the other party knew about this information, the better it would be for him. If everything had to be explained, why would he plan so painstakingly for so long? However, Li Yueming could answer the last question. After all, the child's self-confidence had taken a hit. As in 010 Ratner no Nadine secretly zeroed servng, now ne not comrade her? Therefore, Li Yueming thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, don't be depressed. I have nothing to do with your brothers. You can call me Star Moon. I don't belong to any organization or country. The ninth prince heard him deny it. His face couldn't help but reveal some brilliance. As long as it wasn't someone under his brother, he could make up for his loss this time. After all, he had not completely failed yet. As long as they could complete the mission smoothly, the setbacks they encountered along the way were insignificant. However, the more he did this, the more cautious he became. Looking at Li Yueming, who was not far away, the ninth prince said, One don't belong to any organization or country, then what do you belong to? Li Yueming smiled and said, I can briefly introduce myself here. I'm personally committed to world peace. The ninth prince was speechless. He turned his head and looked at the group of spirit beasts that were eyeing him covetously. Although he did not know what method the other party had used to make so many spirit beasts obey him. However, the ninth prince couldn't help but complain in his heart. World peace? A group of spirit beasts surrounded his entire camp in the middle of the night. If this could be considered world peace, then there would be no wars or riots in this world. Of course, the other party had the initiative now. The ninth prince didn't dare to say anything. Since you allowed the soldiers to pass through, why did you restrict the number? He asked. Since you restricted the number, why did you let us pass? There was a problem with this logic. I understand now. You want to use the Qin country to make the Great Zhou chaotic, but you don't want the Great Zhou to be too chaotic, right? Li Yueming didn't say anything. Although the ninth prince's brain wasn't very good, he would still occasionally have a flash of inspiration. However, it was useless even if he guessed it. Li Yueming had the absolute initiative now. It was obvious. The ninth prince had already figured out the crux of the matter. However, this request was really difficult for him. After all, if the Qin army wanted to invade the Great Zhou, they would not be satisfied with sending a small group of troops to harass them. But the problem was that the 100,000 mountains was the only way to bypass the western frontier. But now, Li Yueming was holding him by the neck. It was very uncomfortable. He seemed to have seen through his dilemma. Li Yueming decided to take a strong medicine and said, Your Highness, you don't want the outside world to know that you were played like a monkey in the snow, right? The ninth prince was speechless. All right, I can agree, but to the outside world, I will say that the Snow Beast King has a bad temper and does not allow too many humans to enter its territory. If you spread the news that I was played here, I will also spread the news that you were the one who caused trouble. Li Yueming was fearless. The Qin army could come over and give it a try. Unless the entire country attacked the snowy mountain, the White Fox was the absolute king of this small area. The two of them discussed the conditions. Beside him, Qi Fan had a bad premonition. There were only 5 people present. Other than the ninth prince and Li Yueming, the other 2 were the ninth prince's personal guards. They were his trusted aides. In other words, he was the only unrelated person. Hearing such a secret that could not be leaked, and he was not a trusted aide. There could only be one outcome. That was to die here. Normally, Qi Fan wouldn't have thought much of it. After all, although the opportunity to enter the public reincarnation dungeon was also very precious, it was still free. He did not have to pay any extra reincarnations. If he died, so be it. At most, he would earn less. But the problem was that he had yet to subdue the extreme frost spiritual fox that he yearned for. If he returned to the reincarnation space just like that, he would probably be slapped twice in his dreams for the next few months. Therefore, he could only say to the ninth prince, Your Highness, do you know now? I'm innocent. However, before he could finish his sentence. Not far away, Li Yueming spoke first, Your Highness, this person is more familiar with me. Let me take him away. Qi Fan was speechless. He glanced at the smiling Li Yueming. He then looked at the ninth prince, whose expression had turned vicious again. Qi Fan's entire body went numb. Damn it, who's close to you? Judging from his figure and voice, he had clearly not seen the man not far away. However, for some reason, he was able to judge from his sense of smell. He did sense a hint of familiarity. However, it was impossible for him to admit that he knew Li Yueming. Otherwise, wouldn't he be guilty of betraying the ninth prince? However, when he saw the ninth prince's fierce gaze, he suddenly swallowed the words he wanted to say. Yellow mud fell into his pants. If it wasn't sh*t, it was sh*t. No matter what he said, the ninth prince wouldn't trust him anymore. If he continued to follow the ninth prince, his entire family would be executed. Therefore, he had no choice. After thinking about this clearly, Qi Fan looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away, and said, "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." Clearly, he was trying to set a trap for the 9th prince and mislead him. Chapter 405, Only Magic Can Defeat Magic. But the 9th prince didn't know. Therefore, his gaze immediately changed. When he looked at Li Yueming, his gaze fluctuated even more violently. "Your Majesty! Could this person be the king of the Snow Mountain? Was there really a spirit beast that could evolve into a human?" This kind of thing had never appeared in the ancient books that he could trace, but it did not prevent it from being recorded in unofficial historical novels. But if the other party was the king of the Snow Mountain, then everything made sense. Prince Nine hesitated. In the end, he still chose to let Qi Fan go. After all, the current situation was stronger than people. Even if he hated Qi Fan to the core, he did not dare to go against Li Yueming's wishes. Li Yueming asked the two spirit beasts to bring Qi Fan over. Finally, he said, "Take your people and leave. Remember what I said. Don't go against it." With that, he left without looking back. Only the 9th prince was left with a gloomy expression. After returning to the cave, Li Yueming called a few reincarnators to untie Qi Fan. Although this guy was a senior reincarnator with a higher level, as mentioned earlier, before a beast tamer had a beast pet, their combat strength was about the same as Tofu. Therefore, they were not afraid of Qi Fan playing any tricks. Li Yueming took off his mask. "A wise man knows his place. Aren't you a wise man?" To be honest, Qi Fan still felt a little numb. What the hell was this? Why was he being exchanged as a captive? However, when Li Yueming took off his mask, he revealed a face that couldn't be any younger. Qi Fan was still shocked. "Good fellow. Could this person be a peer?" Thinking of this, he said tentatively, "We are all pests." "Li Yueming, concealment." Seeing that Li Yueming didn't respond, Qi Fan quickly changed his code. "Shurima, your emperor has returned." "Li Yueming, concealment." Li Yueming still didn't respond. This time, Qi Fan was really confused. He had entered nearly 100 worlds and had entered the public reincarnation instance dungeon no less than 10 times. He could be considered an old fox among old foxes. However, this was the first time he had encountered such an awkward situation. Fortunately, a group of reincarnators behind Li Yueming not far away understood and stood up to help him. Among them, Ding Yi sized up Qi Fan. His words were more direct. He took out a knife and waited for the secret signal. "I'll give you two choices now. One is to submit to His Highness, and the other is to die." Only then did Qi Fan notice Ding Yi and the others. Due to his sixth sense as a reincarnator, Qi Fan quickly sensed the other party's identity. Damn it! No wonder he was so unlucky today. It seemed that he had really met someone in the same industry. This time, Qi Fan stopped pretending. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat. I've fallen into your hands this time." Ding Yi only put away his shining broadsword after hearing this. If he had dared to say no just now, don't blame his 40-meter-long broadsword for not recognizing him. Hearing his words, Wang Linlin retorted, "He didn't fall into our hands, he fell into the hands of His Royal Highness." The group of people was noisy. Qi Fan was dumbfounded. This group of more than 10 people were all reincarnators, and the young man leading them was a local? This was too ridiculous. Since when could a reincarnator endure living under someone else's roof? Could it be that his thoughts were not keeping up with the trend? The group of people discussed for a moment. Finally, Tian Liang stood up and walked in front of Li Yueming, patting his chest and promising, "Your Highness, after our persuasion, this guy has agreed to submit. You don't have to worry. We will watch him closely in the future and guarantee that we won't give him any chance to play tricks." Seeing this, Li Yueming nodded seriously. In fact, his heart almost couldn't hold back. As the saying went, only magic could defeat magic, and now it was the same for the reincarnators. Only the reincarnators who could deal with the reincarnators could do so. Of course, Li Yueming had his reasons for not killing Qi Fan. After all, the profession of animal controller was still relatively rare. If he could make the best use of everything, he might also be able to covet the spiritual dests in Tne Hunaria, Renusana Mountains. After all, this was a treasure vault. With a little development, it could produce an endless amount of treasures. He wanted to make a fortune and nurture a force that could dominate the 9 provinces. Other than snatching food from the tiger's mouth in the territory of the 6 dynasties, Li Yueming could only focus his attention on the 100,000 mountains that the 6 nations had yet to reach. After all, his current strength was still very weak. Trying to snatch food from right under the noses of the 6 nations was too much. The 100,000 mountains was different. As long as the operation was good, it could be considered a bright road. Chapter 406, Best Actor Li Yueming, Roots in the Frontier. 1. He subdued Qi Fan. It was also a relief for Li Yueming. There were countless resources in the 100,000 mountains. It was better to build a good relationship with the snow fox now. It would definitely be useful in the future. In the next 10 days, Li Yueming stayed in the valley and played with the snow fox for a while. He ate, drank, and played chess without missing anything. Serve this group of thighs well. Seeing that their relationship was more or less established, Li Yueming returned to Dingzhou with the spirit beasts led by the snow fox. Before he left, as a surrendered general, Qi Fan looked at the reluctant spirit beasts not far away and felt his entire body go numb. Damn it, this was the freaking beast tamer. He had learned hundreds of professional beast languages and memorized the habits and hobbies of tens of thousands of wild beasts. In the end, he spent half a year to capture the spiritual fox, but this native only spent 3 days to capture it. It was fine if they took it down, but their relationship was so good. Almost all the leaders of the spirit beasts in the outer region of the snow mountain had been drinking alone with Li Yueming. As a well-educated and experienced animal tamer, he could only be reduced to being a translator. Where would he put his face? At any rate, he had a certain status among the beast tamers. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the leader chosen by many beast tamers in the state of Qin. Of course, no matter what he thought, the other reincarnators around him were watching him closely. Even when she went to the toilet, there were people watching her. This had caused him a lot of trouble. Under normal circumstances, he could even return to the reincarnation space now. There was no need to waste time in this public dungeon. However, the situation this time was clearly different. He was craving the extreme frost spiritual fox. Seeing that the Arctic spirit fox and Li Yueming had such a good relationship, his eyes were almost red, and he had the illusion that he was being NTR in front of everyone. He was clearly the one who came first. Be it gifts or contact. But why was Snow Fox so indifferent to the solicitous and friendly attitude of the people of the United States, but was so intimate with Li Yueming? Qi Fan was so envious that he was about to cry. As he left, he looked at the wild beasts on the snowy mountain behind him. One of them was the Arctic spirit fox that he had been thinking about. It was a beast king from the outskirts of the snowy mountain, but now it had come here personally to send a human away. One could imagine how good Li Yueming's impression of him was. Qi Fan clenched his fists. He had made up his mind to fight for the ownership of the snow fox. 0. After leaving the snow mountain, Li Yueming still had some local specialties from the depths of the snow mountain. Although there weren't many of them, they were all high-quality goods. Many of them couldn't be bought outside. Overall, he had made a killing this time. Due to the lack of horses, Li Yueming and the others were traveling at a much slower speed. However, that was fine. Yuao Tian had already led the Northern Battlefront Army to set up camp outside the snowy mountain as agreed. Li Yueming and the others did not need to travel thousands of miles back to Dingzhou City to report the situation. 3 days later, Li Yueming and the others found the place where Yue Tian's army was stationed. Li Yueming and the others returned unscathed. Yue Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After leading the few of them back to the camp, he glanced at them. Then, he asked impatiently, "What about the Qin army on the other side of the snow mountain?" In fact, the Northern Battlefront Army and the entire Great Zhou Imperial Court did not place much hope on Li Yueming. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's special identity as the heir of the Marquis of South Peak, he would have been killed. His memorials probably wouldn't even reach the court. After all, Qin Jun was not a fool. If anyone could communicate with the spirit beasts in the snow mountain, why would they be so arrogant? In the end, only Yue Tian, his master, believed him. To this group of disciples, Yue Tian was still very optimistic. After all, some things, only young people could control it. Under this premise, Yue Tian withstood the pressure and the army to the rendezvous point 2 days in advance, waiting for his exceptionally outstanding disciples. Fortunately, Li Yueming did not disappoint him. At least he had returned to the camp at the right time and place, so he didn't worry. He looked at Yue Tian, who had a concerned expression on his face. Li Yueming felt a little guilty. After all, this cheap master in front of him was a pure soldier. Everything he did was to protect his country and people. Compared to him, Li Ming's actions were more like a selfish schemer. Hiding in the back and using the people of the world as chess pieces, playing a bloody game of chess. Of course, all his plans seemed to be for himself. However, it was not entirely for himself. The world has been divided for a long time, and it will be united for a long time. Since the Emperor of Tiandu unified the world, it has been divided. The chaos among the dukes had lasted for far too long. The endless wars and annexations had already made the people of the world miserable. Li Yueming only wanted to end everything with his current situation. As for the sacrifices along the way, sorry, that was not within his consideration. Therefore, he definitely could not tell the truth now. After some thought, he hid some key information and said, "We were a step too late when we arrived." The Qin army had already cleared the road in the snow mountain. Hearing this, Yue Tian revealed an expression as expected. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Yueming, but the incident involved was too big. Even as the commander of the Northern Battlefront Army, he couldn't stop it. Chapter 407, Best Actor Li Yueming, Roots in the Frontier. 2. Li Yueming and the group of students were only in their teens. How could they possibly destroy the national policy formulated by the state of Qin? Therefore, after sighing, Yue Tian patted Li Yueming's shoulder and said, "LT's fine. You're so young, yet you're so bold and cautious. You even dared to lead a lone army into the depths of the snowy mountain to deal with tens of thousands of elite Qin soldiers." Beside him, the group of generals who had followed him to watch the show also revealed expressions of understanding. However, when they heard Yue Tian's praise, the group of Northern Battlefront Army generals also smiled and agreed, "That's right. When we were your age, we were still learning riding and archery from our families. We probably couldn't even hold a crossbow properly. Unlike you, you have not only high cultivation at such a young age, but also made great contributions to the Northern Battlefront Army many times. This defeat is not your fault. The Qin army has been planning for a long time. It's already very impressive that you can come up with a perfect solution at this critical moment." "Yes, yes. Little brother, don't take it to heart." It was obvious that the generals were afraid of hurting Li Yueming's confidence. After all, Li Yueming had made a lot of contributions to the Northern Battlefront Army. Moreover, it was a heroic act to be able to personally go to the snow mountain. Although he didn't make any contributions this time, he couldn't be too harsh on this matter. Even if they reported it to the imperial court, they would probably only appease them. Of course, most of the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army still didn't know Li Yueming's true identity. If he knew Li Yueming's true identity, it should have exploded by now. However, just as the group of generals were trying to comfort Li Yueming, behind Li Yueming, Wang Linlin and the others all had strange expressions. Wang Linlin, who was the most straightforward, looked confused and said, "What? Who said we failed?" Hearing this, instantly, all the generals, including Yue Tian, were stunned. After finally suppressing the churning emotions in his heart, Yue Tian immediately said excitedly, "What happened? Did you succeed?" Seeing this situation, Li Yueming had no choice but to step forward and say, "General, we didn't succeed completely, but we didn't fail completely either." Without waiting for Yue Tian to continue asking, Li Yueming continued, "The reason why we said that it was not completely successful is that the Qin army has already opened up a path. Now, they have already returned to the Qin country and are preparing to mobilize their troops to attack our Great Zhou. The reason why we didn't completely fail is that we disguised ourselves as the Qin army and attacked a few tribes along the road that the Qin army opened up, causing many spirit beasts to be wary of the Qin army. Although the Beast King is suppressing them from above, I reckon that the Qin army won't be able to go too smoothly." Obviously, everyone was stunned. Good fellow! How should this move be used? How sinister! Moreover, Li Yueming and the others were too bold. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by the spirit beasts and causing a beast tide? Of course, no matter how much trouble it would bring to the Qin army, it would be great news for the Great Zhou. Thinking of this, Yue Tian looked at Li Yueming and the others and laughed heartily. "Ah ha ha ha! Well done, you've done a great job again. No, I have to write a letter to Hejing immediately and ask the imperial court to reward you." The laughter faded. Yue Tian didn't even stop. He hurriedly called for a courier, dismissed the people around him, and wrote a secret letter. After sealing it and dripping wax, he asked him to send the news to Hejing as soon as possible. He had no choice but to be happy. These were all his precious disciples, so he naturally felt proud of them. He had to ask for credit for them. After finishing all of this, Yue Tian looked at Li Yueming and the others, and his gaze became serious. "Back then, the main purpose of me asking you to come to the border was actually to train you. Therefore, I specially set up a test of 10 Qin army heads for you. But I didn't expect you to be so much more outstanding than I expected. Now it seems that Master has underestimated you." Although that was what he said. However, Yue Tian could not help but look happy. "But you are still young. Compared to the real experts, you are not strong enough. Therefore, after much consideration, I still think that you should be sent back to school to continue your cultivation. When you become a true expert in the future, you can consider whether you want to come to the battlefield and make contributions. As a soldier." Yue Tian's political sense was actually not keen. In other words, it was often difficult for people with keen political senses to become good generals. Because there was a conflict between them. The more sensitive a person was to politics, the easier it was for them to be overcautious. But how could there be so many opportunities to hesitate on the battlefield? The opportunity to strike was often in an instant. It was very likely that a single thought would be enough to determine the outcome. That's why. The decision that he made after thinking for a long time clearly meant that he really cared about Li Yueming and the others. It couldn't be helped. Li Yueming and the others were too outstanding. He was only a teenager, but he was already able to make great contributions on the battlefield like a fish in water. If he grew up and became a useful person, what would happen? Yue Tian naturally hoped that they could continue to shine in the northern lands. Chapter 408, Best Actor Li Yueming, Roots in the Frontier. Part 3. However, his rationality told him that before Li Yueming and the others were completely exposed to everyone, it was best for him to transfer his students back to the Cultivator Academy and hide them. However, even Yue Tian could figure out the problem. There was no reason for Li Yueming not to think about it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never return to the Cultivator Academy. That place was too close to the power center of the Great Zhou dynasty. There were 10,000 pairs of eyes staring at him on a daily basis. No matter what he did, his hands and feet would be restrained. It was not easy for him to come to this bitter and cold land at the border. He could finally have the space to display his skills. Naturally, he would not go back so easily. Behind him, Wang Linlin and the others were even simpler. Anyway, they were now dead set on Li Yueming. Wherever Li Yueming went, they would go. Whatever Li Yueming did, they would do. After all, how could he let go of a thigh that he had clung to with his strength? He thought about it. Li Yueming looked at Yue Tian, who was not far away, and said righteously, "Master, you can't do that. The reason why our Great Zhou can rule the 8 wastelands and establish itself in the 6 countries is because everyone has the mentality that we are the country and the country is us." He was definitely unwilling to go back. However, this era was different. It was disrespectful for a disciple to contradict his master. Therefore, he could only bluff. Oh, no, it was the noble spiritual baptism that made master feel ashamed. Then, he put away these thoughts that he should not have. Before Aotian could speak, Li Yueming continued to persuade him with emotion and reason. "Master, think about it. Right now, tens of millions of people in the northern lands are in the army, preparing to fight to the death with the incoming Qin army. Under such circumstances, you still have to send us back to school. What would the generals outside think? What will the soldiers think? Are the sons of the people supposed to die on the battlefield, and we have to hide behind and watch from the sidelines after earning merit points? If everyone does this, wouldn't there be no hot-blooded man in our Great Zhou?" Li Yueming said passionately. However, Wang Linlin and the others were stunned. Good fellow! If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yueming had told them to keep the secret of the snow mountain a secret before Thu Camp Herp_ they would have died. At this moment, they probably really thought that Li Yueming was being righteous. However, it was precisely because they knew that Li Yueming's plan worked that they admired his acting skills even more. Look, what was a best actor? This was the best actor. If they didn't know the truth, they would probably have been deceived by now. Even the group of reincarnators were almost fooled by Li Yueming. Not to mention Yue Tian, who didn't know the truth. To be honest, he actually felt that he had already overestimated this disciple. However, he had never expected that his disciple would have such a huge influence. Nowadays, there were a lot of cowardly scions. However, it was hard to find someone like Li Yueming. Thinking of this, Yue Tian could not help but blush for a moment. He coughed twice before saying, "That's not what I meant. However, since you have this intention, I won't force you. However, once there are changes at the front line, I will still arrange a backup plan for you." As he spoke, he added, "This has nothing to do with personal morality. It's just to leave more pillars for the country." Li Yueming smiled inwardly when he heard that. However, the expression on his face was meticulous. The bitter and cold land beyond the frontier was a good place for him. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. He could live a comfortable life with a little trick. After this operation, Li Yueming and the others had finally settled down in the north. He no longer had to worry about being sent back to school by Yue Tian to continue his studies. But for Li Yueming, this was only the first step to his goal. Next, what he needed to do was to expand his base. Not only must he be able to resist the Qin army, but he must also be able to withstand the pressure from Hejing. The first step was the hardest to take in many things. Now that Li Yueming had taken the first step, most of the subsequent matters only needed to be pushed along with the current. Chapter 409, Fame and Wealth, Your Grandpa is Still Your Grandpa. Part 1. Year 7820 of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Li Yueming was 15 years old. When the imperial court heard the news from Yue Tian, the entire court was shaken. if there was no water in the ginseng. In that case, the Qin army's plan to invade the northern regions of the Great Zhou dynasty might have a deviation because of this. However, they never expected that Li Yueming and his group were more reliable than they had imagined. They had actually given them a big surprise. This was great news. The imperial court intentionally released some hints to rouse people. The emperor was also surprised that Li Yueming did not die and had successfully completed his mission and returned to Dingzhou. However, he couldn't touch him now. He could only pinch his nose and ask the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War to draft a memorial. Even the great clans of the entire Great Zhou had heard some news. For a time, countless voices from all over the country were discussing. I didn't expect that the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains would dare to take the lead and enter the snowy mountain to deal with the Qin army. Indeed, like father, like son. I'm so envious. Then how should the imperial court reward the crown prince who has made such a great contribution? Heavens, I heard that the son of the Marquis of South Peak is only 15 years old, but he's already so outstanding. Will the Li family really have two marquises in this generation? That's hard to say, but according to this trend, it's certain that there will be two nobles in one family. If we are lucky, we might even be able to regain the title of Duke Guarding. The great clans of the world were naturally the most well-informed. After hearing about the court through various channels, they couldn't help but discuss. Obviously, Li Yueming's current demeanor had already attracted the attention of many people. The news spread very quickly. After all, the reincarnators were all resourceful, and their speed of eating melons was also amazing. It did not take long for it to spread to the cultivator academies. At this moment, 90% of the reincarnators were still learning in the academy. After all, a group of reincarnators chose different teachers. The teachers had different teaching plans. Not every teacher was as reckless as Yue Tian, who directly brought his students to the battlefield. Therefore, 90% of the reincarnators in the Great Zhou were still in the period of recuperation. They were still fighting openly and secretly in the academy to seize all kinds of cultivation resources. However, under such circumstances, when the group of reincarnators heard the news from the northern battlefield, they could not help but go numb. They were reincarnators who had entered the same batch of cultivators. They naturally knew that there were other reincarnators led by Ding Yi behind Li Yueming. And now, Li Yueming had made great contributions in the northern lands. If nothing unexpected happened, the reincarnators who followed behind him would have already won. Damn it! Why were they still cultivating in the academy when Ding Yi and the others could go to the border one step ahead of time to make contributions? It happened to be a vacuum period before the reincarnators exploded. At this moment, most of the reincarnators from other countries did not enter the army or the imperial court. It was the best time to make contributions. Alteran, Mir was no crewmate. Wouldn't ordinary reincarnators kill natives of the same age? They were still in the academy. However, the other party was already one step ahead of them and had already mixed in with the army. By the time they graduated, they would probably be in the upper echelons of the military. One step behind, one step behind. They might only be fit to be people's assistants for a long time. Was this reasonable? This didn't make sense. Was this fair? This was not f***ing fair. A rematch, a rematch. Many reincarnators were filled with envy and jealousy. If he had known this earlier, how good would it have been if he had followed Li Yueming and entered Yue Tian's tutelage? They were the ones who were one step ahead of him. Thinking of this, many of the reincarnators gritted their teeth and their eyes turned red. He simply wished that he could rush up and replace her. However, the sect was strict and there were many spies around. The group of reincarnators did not dare to do anything too overboard. Point 0. Under everyone's close attention. Finally, the imperial court's decree came out. Li Yueming was given the title of Left General of the Northern Army Scout Battalion. This position was the commander of the entire Northern Battlefront Army's Scout Battalion. He was a 5th-grade official with real power. Even Meng Ba, Li Yueming's boss, would be Li Yueming's subordinate in the future. After all, Sima could only manage the scouts of one city, while he was responsible for the scouts of the entire Northern Battlefront Army. When they received the order, the entire Northern Battlefront Army went numb. Although he knew that the higher UPS would reward Li Yueming heavily, he never expected that he would be promoted to the position of general. The most important thing was that the left general of the scout camp was not just a title. He was in charge of commanding the most important scouts in the army. A 15-year-old general. Even in the entire Great Zhou's nearly 10,000 years of history, it was very difficult to see. He could even be considered the number one person in the past 100 years. This ridiculous advancement speed was something that ordinary people could not even dream of achieving. Of course, although the group of generals were also numb, the one who was the most numb was actually left Sima Meng Ba. If he remembered correctly, Li Yueming was still a newcomer who had just joined the army last year. He was also Li Yueming's boss. How long had it been? Chapter 410, Fame and Wealth, Your Grandpa is Still Your Grandpa. Part 2. It had been less than a year. Li Yueming had actually become his superior. It was simply ridiculous. If he hadn't seen Li Yu risking his life for the Northern Battlefront Army with his own eyes, Meng Ba was probably doubting his life now. After becoming the scout commander of the Northern Battlefront Army, Li Yueming kept a low profile for a long time. He had no choice but to keep a low profile. There was a long queue of people from the scout camp who came to see him every day. Many soldiers looked at him as if he was an alien. There was no other way. A 14-year-old general was a rare treasure. After 2 months, the commotion in the camp finally came to an end. It wasn't because the soldiers weren't curious. Instead, the originally stable Qin army began to become restless again. After the Qin army had sneaked out of the 100,000 mountains, the Great Zhou had already set up some sentries near the 100,000 mountains. It was specially used to monitor the movements of the Qin army. And now, according to the secret reports of the spies, the Qin army seemed to have organized another group of people, ready to test whether the roads in the 100,000 mountains were completely clear. At first, everyone thought that the Qin army would send out a large army. However, they did not expect that they would only send 60,000 to 70,000 men this time. This number stunned everyone. What was going on? But soon, everyone thought of Li Yueming's report. Could it be that there was a problem with the roads in the 100,000 mountains, causing the Qin army to be unable to send a large number of troops into the Great Zhou? Someone asked Li Yueming. Li Yueming didn't say anything else and kept quiet. Thus, many people thought that their guesses were correct and began to publicize it. Only now did everyone understand why the imperial court was willing to give a general position. Although Li Yueming's achievements were intangible, they could be recorded in history. The Qin army was preparing intensely. The Great Zhou was naturally not idle. King Yu's 100,000 men had already settled down in the north. He Jing had also dispatched 100,000 imperial guards to form a tight defense line in the north. The Great Zhou and Great Qin had long had a grudge. It was fine if he didn't move now, but if he did, it would be like lightning striking the earth and fire, and it would be out of control. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming was verve-free. After all, although he was now the general of the scouts camp in name, he was still a general. But in fact, the scout battalion was already a well-organized unit of the Northern Battlefront Army. In general, he did not need to perfect anything. While no one was paying attention to him, Li Yueming quickly became engrossed in cultivation. He locked himself in the tent every day and kept looking for a way to break through to the true form realm. Currently, the energy in his body's acupoints was sufficient. He was only a step away from truth realization state. What he needed to do was to open up a brand new realm of the human body. This sounded simple. But in reality, it was very difficult to achieve something from nothing. Fortunately, Li Yueming had enough experience with this. With the help of the infinite deduction ability, he was confident that he would be able to get out of this stage. However, he could slack off without any psychological pressure. However, the soldiers under his command were not used to it. It was said that a new official would do 3 things. In the past, the newly appointed general of the scout camp would often promote and change some of the internal systems of the army. It could also be considered as showing his authority to all the soldiers. However, Li Yueming, the newly appointed left general, was good. After taking office, not only did he not burn 3 fires, he did not even leave the camp once. Not to mention promoting his trusted aides and changing the system. Every day, he would stay in his tent and never leave. If it weren't for the fact that everyone knew that he was a powerful cultivator, they would have thought that he was unconscious. As time passed, many rumors spread in the scout camp. Many people didn't know what Li Yueming was up to. As Li Yueming's trusted aide, Wang Linlin and the others were well aware of these things. What did it mean when cultivators did not leave their homes? The reason was simple. He was about to break through. Then, the problem came. If they remembered correctly, Li Yueming should have been a cultivator of the Source Sea realm last year. In that case, Li Yueming went into seclusion to cultivate. Was he going to break through to the true form realm? WDNMD. Although they had already determined that Li Yueming was the chosen one of this world and enjoyed the powerful blessing of the heavens. However, they had really never seen such an unreasonable son of heaven's mandate. It was estimated that only some high-level fantasy world could have such an unreasonable child of heaven. The problem was that the public reincarnation dungeon they were in was only level 5. Why was he able to break through crazily every day as if he had a cheat? One had to know that they were all senior reincarnators, but the strongest batch had only just reached the Origin Sea realm. He saw that the distance between him and Li Yueming was getting closer. NNLV in the Hlinels AFNN. There was another major realm between the two of them. This was F***ing, are you going to let me live? The group of reincarnators felt tears streaming down their faces. Half a year later, year 7821 of the Great Ming Dynasty. Li Yueming was 16 years old. According to reliable sources, the Qin army had already entered the 100,000 mountains to explore. On the main battlefield at the northwest border, the Qin army had deployed nearly 1 million soldiers. Chapter 411, Fame and Wealth, Your Grandpa is Still Your Grandpa. Part 3. Under the watchful eyes of the Qin army. The entire Great Zhou appeared to be covered in dark clouds, and the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. This was especially true for the northern and western regions, which faced Great Qin the most. For a moment, everyone felt incredibly threatened. Many people who were relatively well off wanted to take their wives and children and escape from this place of trouble. However, the people nowadays couldn't be too far away from home. If they lost their household registration, they would be treated as refugees and hungry people by the government. The outcome was usually not good. In the midst of an anxious atmosphere, Li Yueming was still improving his strength in an orderly manner. After all, compared to wasting time at a loss, the better choice was to seize all the time to improve himself. Possessing the perfect genetic body, Li Yueming could make his body change rapidly according to the needs of infinite deduction at any time. With the two complementing each other, the process of constructing new human apertures was relatively smooth. After half a year of unrelenting exploration, finally, hard work paid off. Li Yueming found a feasible path. On this day, all the cultivators in the scout camp felt a mysterious aura. From his perception, that aura seemed to be the most precious thing in the world. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it seemed to be non-existent, yet it seemed to be everywhere. Just as everyone was searching for this aura. In the scout camp tent, Li Yueming opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were as sharp as lightning, as if he could see through everything in the world. However, if one really looked into his eyes, one would discover that other than the sharpness in his eyes, there was also a depth that was as deep as the ocean. In the calm sea, a long sword stood tall. This was the best description of Li Yueming's eyes. Fortunately, this disturbing aura only lasted for a moment before it was restrained by the awakened Li Yueming. After all, the fantasy world was not like other worlds. If they were too high profile, they might not even know how they died. Coincidentally, outside the scout camp, Wang Linlin and the others sensed something was wrong and ran over. Seeing Li Yueming, who had not left the tent for more than a year, walk out, they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Wang Linlin sized up Li Yueming. "Junior brother Li, did you break through?" Li Yueming looked around. His camp was personally guarded by a group of reincarnators. Even the internal security was very tight. Therefore, there were no other Daodal. As for the group of reincarnators, Li Yueming did not intend to hide it. He smiled and said, "I felt something in my heart. It's just a slight breakthrough." Wang Linlin was speechless. Ding Yi was speechless. Tian Liang was speechless. Look, is this still what humans say? What did he mean by having a slight breakthrough? If the natives of this world could break through just by feeling something like you, how could they, the reincarnators, live? Hurry up and buy a piece of tofu to kill yourself. He saw that their expressions were all very complicated. Li Yueming smiled in his heart. It wasn't that Li Yueming wanted to show off in front of them. Instead, if he did not deal a good blow to this group of lawless reincarnators, they might climb on his head and shit in the future. Only then would they know that they were still the boss. Only then could the peaceful and friendly relationship between the two sides continue to be maintained. Chapter 412. Year 7821 of the Great Zhou Royal Calendar. The first army sent by the Great Qin dynasty to scout the way entered the 100,000 mountains. In order to prevent the northern front line from being torn apart, causing the Qin army to attack Hejing, the Great Zhou mobilized more than 300,000 troops to be deployed at the border. At the same time, the Western garrison army at the western border had already focused their attention and made preparations. In this situation where the smell of gunpowder was thick, once the two sides started a war, it would definitely be a heavenly lightning that ignited an earthly fire, and it would be out of control. July of the following year was the season for all living things to grow. The 60,000 soldiers that Great Qin had sent into the 100,000 mountains had suffered some losses, and only 50,000 or so soldiers were left. When this news came, the entire Great Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. After all, no one wanted the Qin army to enter the northern lands, because the northern lands did not need the western border. Other than a few cities, there was no danger to defend. Once the Qin army invaded, the Great Zhou would not be able to resist. At the same time, Li Yueming was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. This was because everyone in the army, including those in and out of the imperial court, knew that he was the mastermind behind the destruction of the Qin army's plans. It was no wonder that the imperial court had promoted him to a general. It seemed that they had underestimated his contributions. However, they were also elites who had never lost 100 battles. Although the Great Zhou army of hundreds of thousands was large, the number of cities that the Great Zhou needed to defend in the northern lands was also not small. Furthermore, the Qin army could retreat back to the 100,000 mountains at any time, while the Great Zhou soldiers did not dare to venture too deep. Thus, the Qin army could attack and retreat, and they were naturally in an invincible position. Although they were unable to break through some of the important cities of the Great Zhou because they did not have many troops, the soldiers of the Great Zhou could not do anything to them. The Qin army had clearly chosen the right time to invade. The reason why they had waited for half a year last year and only attacked the Northlands now was because they had been waiting for a long time. It happened to be during the Great Zhou's spring plowing. The result of this operation was that 80% of the people in the north could not engage in spring plowing because of the war. Although the Qin army also had grain, most of it was produced by nomads. As a civilization of the Central Plains with plains as its core, the Great Zhou relied mainly on land and farming for food. The northern lands were already extremely poor, and many commoners did not have any surplus food in their pockets. If they could not sow in spring, it would be fatal for the commoners. It might not be a problem in the short term. However, if the time was slightly longer, the northern lands would probably be starved to death, and many towns and villages would be emptied. The Great Zhou imperial court also understood the purpose of this Qin army. It was nothing more than to disrupt the order of the Great Zhou and weaken the Great Zhou, which was already at a disadvantage. Once the northern lands fell into chaos, by then, the disaster victims would have no choice but to move to the wealthier cities in the south or to the west or east. The other two directions were still manageable. However, if they did not control it well and allowed the disaster victims to flee to the west, the western border would probably be affected. If no one cared about the large number of refugees, it would lead to a chain reaction. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, the problem was that even if Great Zhou knew what Great Qin was planning, it would still find it difficult to deal with it. Because this was a direct scheme. In the situation where they could not eliminate the Qin army, no matter what Great Zhou did, they could not avoid losses. If more troops were sent to the Northlands. The Northlands had already stopped producing food, and the large number of troops consumed even more food. At that time, the Qin army might not be able to hold on. The people of the Northlands could not hold on any longer. Furthermore, the more soldiers there were, the greater the pressure on the rear. Since the northern lands did not produce grain, the soldiers' provisions could only be transferred from other places by the imperial court. Because of the long distance and the corruption of the officials, they would often transport 10 caddies of grain to the front line, and only half of it would be left on the way. The consumption was shocking. 0. Of course, whether the Great Zhou imperial court had a headache or not had little to do with Li Yueming. Anyway, it was fine as long as he did not have a headache. In this year, he spent a lot of effort to consolidate his cultivation. Now, his Qi cultivation realm had broken through to the truth realization state, and the development of his body's treasures had reached the God return realm. This so-called return to God was a new human body treasure that Li Yueming had developed. It was one level higher than the martial God realm in the martial world back then. After exploiting this treasure, Li Yueming's entire spirit could be gathered together with a single thought. In this way, he could not guarantee that he would not be affected by external objects. He could also guarantee that he had absolute control over his body. If one's spirit could fuse with one's body for the same attack, then the power that erupted would be 10 times or 100 times stronger than controlling the body or mind alone. From a certain perspective, returning to God was similar to some telekinesis masters who specialized in spiritual power in the Esper ability world. However, a telekinesis master's spirit could launch attacks using pure spiritual power. Li Yueming's treasure of returning God was the concept of merging with one's body and strengthening one's own body. Let's not talk about who was stronger and who was weaker. After all, there were thousands of paths and thousands of techniques, and each of them had their own unique characteristics when they reached the peak. However, this was developed by Li Yueming himself. It must be the most suitable for Li Yueming. The truth realization state was the fifth of the 12 heavenly ascension. After reaching this realm, Li Yueming could be considered to have a firm foothold in this world. Chapter 413. He barely had the strength to protect himself. After all, even the teachers in the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy were only at the void refinement realm. The Qin army rode their horses and rampaged through the north, killing and pillaging. As the eyes of the army, the scouts of the Northern Battlefront Army had to be on the front line. In fact, that was indeed the case. At the beginning of this long tug-of-war, the Great Zhou and Great Qin had suffered the most casualties, not soldiers, but scouts. This was especially true for Great Qin, who had a deep hatred for the Great Zhou's scouts. The Qin army's war horses ran very fast. As long as they found a scout from the Great Zhou, they would risk their lives to chase after him for hundreds of miles. After all, their plan to go to the north had almost succeeded. In the end, it was smashed into pieces by a group of Great Zhou scouts. He had burned Dingyuan city to the ground and even rushed into the snowy mountains to destroy the friendship between the Qin army and the beast kings of the 100,000 mountains. As a result, the Qin army could only send a small number of troops to harass the north. As for Li Yueming, who was the culprit, he was even on the must-kill list of the Qin army. As long as someone could take Li Yueming's head, the Qin army was willing to pay a high price. It could be said that he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. This was also the biggest reason why Li Yueming had been so careful in the past 2 years. After all, he was only at the Origin Sea realm back then. In front of some experts, they were not even ants. He only needed a thought to kill him. Although the clan had sent 2 spatial tempering stage experts to protect them in secret, they were still in the void refinement stage. However, Li Yueming still felt that it was safer to hide. It couldn't be helped. She was too outstanding. She was afraid that she would get stabbed easily when she went out. It would not be good if extreme joy turned into sorrow. Now, after breaking through to the next realm, Li Yueming finally had some confidence. As long as the Qin army did not go crazy and send out a void refinement realm super expert to deal a dimensional attack on him. Under the circumstances where his clan had guards, it was already very difficult for spatial tempering stage cultivators to kill him. He sighed heavily. Finally, Li Yueming walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, Wang Linlin and Ding Yi had been waiting for a long time. After recuperating for more than a year, their cultivation did not stop. Currently, most of them had already broken through to the Source Sea realm. For example, Ding Yi had even stepped into the middle stage of the Source Sea. Under the enthusiastic gazes of a group of people. "Pass on my order," Li Yueming said slowly. "I'll give you 3 days to gather all the scouts who haven't completed their mission in Zhenbei City." Hearing Li Yueming's words, Ding Yi and the others were excited. They had been holding it in for more than a year. He stayed in the military camp every day, and there was nothing else to do except for cultivation and training. If not for the many kind-hearted women and girls next door who were willing to help them solve their problems, he probably couldn't hold it in anymore. Now that Li Yueming had finally returned, it was the best news for them. After receiving the order, the group of reincarnators immediately said, "Yes, sir." With that, they quickly turned around and left. Li Yueming was currently in the southeast of Dingzhou City. It was called the Northern City, the base camp of the Northern Army. Zhenbei City was located at the core of the entire defense circle, so it was one of the few cities that had not been attacked by the Qin army. Because there was no war, most of the scouts in Zhenbei City were still in the camp. Only a few of them were sent out or sent to reinforce other cities that needed scouts. When he received the order and notification from Ding Yi and the others, all the soldiers and generals in Zhenbei City were confused. "General of the scout camp? What scout general? Is there a general above us?" The group of soldiers and generals looked at each other. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally remembered that there really was one. However, because he did not care about the affairs of the world for many years, this nominal highest commander of the scout camp was once forgotten in the corner of Gadali. Li Yueming was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. The first reaction of many soldiers and generals was to refuse. Because of Li Yueming's years of inaction. Now, the power of the scout battalion had fallen into the hands of the left commander of the Northern Battlefront Army. Many of the generals had also received some benefits from the left Sima, so they were naturally unwilling to let Li Yueming land on their heads. Therefore, after the news was spread, many of the generals and soldiers claimed to be sick, and some of them asked for leave. In any case, they didn't want to go to Li Yueming's camp. Initially, they thought that this would make Li Yueming retreat. However, it was obvious that they had underestimated Ding Yi, Wang Linlin, and the others who were reincarnators. If they couldn't even do this well, what kind of reincarnators were they? He might as well go home and sell roasted sweet potatoes. Ding Yi's method of dealing with a group of high-ranking officers who were subservient in appearance but disobedient in reality was very simple. Since the soft way didn't work, he would use the hard way. They tied up all the generals and soldiers and brought them back. Those who disobeyed or dared to resist would be beaten up. Resist a fierce beating and hold on tight to the prison. After 2 to 3 days, the entire scout camp was in chaos. Finally, under the efforts of Ding Yi and the others, Li Yueming finally saw the soldiers and generals of the scout camp on the 3rd day. Outside the camp, the 5,000-plus scouts of Zhenbei City had finally gathered. Whether it was the soldiers or the generals, when they looked at the calm figure in the camp, their expressions were filled with fear. Chapter 414. In just 2 to 3 days, the youngest general of the Great Zhou in 100 years had successfully taken back all the rights of the scout camp from the left Sima. Zhou Sima was thrown back to the countryside to farm. The other generals who were not convinced were taken care of and greeted in turn. The dozen or so people under his command were like a dozen or so wild beasts, charging through the camp without anyone stopping them. A series of fierce operations came down. It could be considered as letting the group of people experience what it meant to stay still and move like thunder. The entire Northern Army scout camp was silent. All the soldiers could feel the killing intent from Li Yueming's bones. The bonfire outside the camp was still burning. The sound of wood cracking due to the high temperature was the only sound at the moment. Under the illumination of the raging flames, in the tent, Li Yueming asked Ding Yi and the others to untie the ropes on the generals. He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I forgot to introduce myself to you. I am the general of the scout camp appointed by the imperial court last year. I'm new here. Please take care of me." Hearing his words, many of the generals were speechless. It had been almost 2 years, this was his first time here? Seeing that no one replied, Li Yueming was not annoyed. He continued, "First of all, I know that all of you have some ulterior motives in your hearts. I can also understand your feelings of not wanting a young man like me to stand on top of your heads and shit. Fortunately, I also don't like to force anyone. The reason why I kidnapped you is because I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. I'll give you 3 days to consider. If you don't want to be my enemy, then bring your soldiers to the training ground. I'll personally check on your training progress." Li Yueming didn't say anything threatening after he finished speaking. He waved his hand gently. Immediately, Wang Linlin and the others stood up and sent the group of uninvited guests away. The reason why I didn't make use of it. First of all, Li Yueming's top priority was to break through. After all, he had already become a thorn in the Qin army's flesh. If it wasn't for the fact that he had spent the past few years in the military camp and had 2 guards from the family by his side, he would have died. Li Yueming's head was probably hung on the flagpole by the assassins of the Qin army. In addition, he had gained quite a bit of attention back then, causing the number of people in the Great Zhou dynasty who were staring at him to increase sharply. Countless nobles were discussing. His every move would attract the attention of countless people. Too hard is easy to break. Trees stand out in the forest, and the wind will destroy them. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Yueming had no choice but to retract his edge. He had to keep a low profile and develop. Now, after 2 years of training, his strength had increased by a large level, and the attention of the world had decreased by more than half. Most of the people had already returned to the group and no longer paid attention to it. It was time for Li Yueming to stir up trouble again. If he didn't cause trouble now, after more than half a year, the other reincarnators would start to leave the growth stage and show their talents in various countries. At that time, his plan might be affected by the irresistible force. Before the 4th calamity became active, one last craze. Chapter 415. Under Li Yueming's attacks. On the 3rd day, the scouts finally decided not to put up any more resistance. After all, they had heard that Li Yueming had a very good relationship with General Yu. There were even rumors that Li Yueming might be the disciple of General Yu. In addition, the imperial court had personally conferred him an official position. He really couldn't afford to offend them. If this matter wasn't handled well, it might even be a light punishment if it blew up. On the third day, more than 5,000 scouts gathered in Zhenbei City. Li Yueming was very satisfied with this. After all, the imperial court had finally been generous enough to directly promote him to the position of general. If he didn't make good use of it, wouldn't he be letting down the good intentions of the court? The most important thing was that the general of the Northern Battlefront Army was his master. In the northern lands, as long as Li Yueming did not rebel openly or secretly, there were basically not many people who could control him. According to the statistics on the register, there were a total of 32 cities in the north that had troops stationed there, and there were about 40,000 scouts stationed there. The vast majority of them were in a few large cities in the north. The most scouts were in Zhenbei City, with a total of 5,000. Because of the Qin army's invasion, most of the scouts from the other cities had gone to keep watch outside. Only the few thousand scouts in Zhenbei City were more comfortable. Other than patrolling every day, they also went through daily training. In other words, the scouts who could stay here were not simple. One had to know that scouts were not only one of the most dangerous military services in the army, but they were also one of the military services with the highest salary and treatment. After all, if he wanted the horse to run, he needed the horse to eat grass. Now, he had a group of scouts rushing up to sell their lives, and they had to eat and drink well to worship him? Under such circumstances, the scouts in Zhenbei City could stay in Dingyuan City and receive a high salary every day, but they did not have to sacrifice their lives on the battlefield. The days were simply wonderful. Those who could get such a precious spot were mostly second-generation heirs with some background. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out by the people around him. As a young man who grew up under Hong, Li Yueming naturally couldn't stand it. Damn it, as the son of the North Guard Marquis, he was the second generation of the top officials in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even the emperor in the palace would smile and pat him on the shoulder when he saw him, signaling him to study hard and improve every day. He had even risked his life on the battlefield. What right did these little Karami have to hide here and eat for free? None of the soldiers under him could live better than him. Therefore, regardless of whether he was sincere on the surface, seeing that the group of generals had lowered their heads, Li Yueming did not stand on ceremony and said directly, "Since everyone recognizes me as a general, I have to express my gratitude to everyone, right? As everyone knows, our scout battalion can ride horses and shoot arrows. We are the most elite troops in the entire army. But when I look at you now, I feel that this name of elite doesn't live up to its name. Therefore, in order to make you more energetic, I have prepared a special training method for you." At this moment, Li Yueming stood on the training field with a very serious expression on his face. The group of scouts below the stage were in a commotion for a while. To be honest, compared to the real elite scouts, the scouts in Zhenbei City were indeed a little inferior. After all, without a sense of danger, there would be no motivation. In the past, before the 100,000-strong army was torn apart, even if there were occasional scattered Qin troops entering the pass, most of them would be stopped and destroyed by the Northern Battlefront Army further north. A war might not even happen once in a few decades in North City. How could the troops maintain their original combat effectiveness after dozens of years? Currently, it was already considered good for the scouts in Zhenbei City to be able to ride a horse and shoot arrows. They might not even be able to master it. Therefore, when Li Yueming belittled them, although the group of soldiers felt that it was very unpleasant, they did not say anything. It was true that he had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. When Li Yueming said that he had prepared a special training method for them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Under normal circumstances, it was already publicly acknowledged that a new official would be able to do things quickly. It was just that Li Yueming started the fire a little later, more than a year later. As for the so-called special training method, The training method passed down from the scout camp was developed and improved after a long battle. After tens of thousands of years of evolution and replacement, it had long reached the peak of this racetrack. As long as Li Yueming's brain wasn't damaged, he probably wouldn't make too much of an issue out of it. It was estimated that at most, there would be some slight changes to the original training methods, so that the entire army would know that they were in power now. Of course, they were not the only ones who thought so. Other than Li Yueming himself, the entire army thought the same. This included the group of reincarnators who followed behind Li Yueming. But soon, Li Yueming used his actions to teach everyone a lesson. He really wasn't putting on a show. It was really going to burn everyone. The next morning, when the sky was still bright, Li Yueming gathered all the soldiers and started their morning exercises. Chapter 416. His so-called morning exercise was to make all the soldiers stand straight in the early morning frost. It was winter. The temperature in the north could drop to -10 degrees Celsius. A basin of boiling hot water would freeze in a few minutes. Although the soldiers of the scout camp were all cultivators, the weather in the north was also a magical attack that contained extremely cold spiritual energy. It was not fake at all when he trembled. However, Li Yueming insisted that they stand outside in the cold weather. Without orders, they could not even move their fingers. Li Yueming's explanation was simple: on the battlefield, orders must be obeyed and one must be able to endure hardships and stand hard work. I have given this drill a name. It is called the military stance. It can train your spirit and energy while testing your endurance and concentration. All you need to do now is stand properly. In a few months, you'll have to be able to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate while standing properly. At this moment, Li Yueming was like a block of ice in winter. No, it was colder and harder than ice. Sooner or later, the Qin army will launch a general attack on us. At that time, Zhenbei City will be the first big city that the Qin army will attack. Now that you're slacking off in training, your days are good, but when the Qin army attacks, the first ones to die will be you bunch of unskilled people. If anyone feels that they can't take it anymore and needs to take a leave of absence, I can approve it. However, if you fall, the other villagers in your camp will have to take your place. If you stand for an hour less, your fellow countrymen will stand for an hour more. The group of soldiers under his feet were originally a little restless. He wanted to pretend to be sick and ask for leave, or pretend to be unconscious and escape. However, when he heard that Li Yueming had asked his fellow countrymen to stand guard instead, he was instantly energized. Damn it, the new general looked young, but why was his move so sinister? He didn't care about martial ethics at all. If one wanted to survive in the military camp, other than having a good family background, the only two ways were to curry favor with their superiors and win over their fellow countrymen. Although there were some descendants of military officers in Zhenbei City, their ranks were generally not high. And now, it was their boss who personally trained them. This had already cut off two paths. Therefore, if he wanted to continue to mingle here, he definitely had to have the help of his fellow countrymen. Now, if anyone dared to ask for leave, their fellow countrymen in the camp would stand for a few more hours. If he did not do well, he would offend all his fellow countrymen. Who would dare to not withstand it easily? Therefore, Li Yueming's move was to remove the firewood from under their feet. Therefore, the soldiers of the scout battalion could only grit their teeth and endure the cold wind. He stood from the dark of the night until dawn. During this process, the other troops of Zhenbei City also began to train. When he walked out of the camp, he saw thousands of scouts standing in the snow. They were so motionless that they looked like ice sculptures. They were all shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that it was bright enough, they would have thought that the enemy had suddenly descended from the sky. He finally came back to his senses. The other armies were naturally discussing this. Although Zhenbei City was a big city, the military circle was not that big. Therefore, as early as 2 days ago, many people already knew that Li Yueming, the general of the scout battalion who had not shown his face for more than a year, had taken over the entire scout battalion. So Li Yueming was training the soldiers of the scout camp? However, what was the meaning of standing like a wooden stake in the snow? Wouldn't this kind of training method be used as a target by the Qin army on the battlefield? Instantly, the group of people went numb. After the drill, the army disbanded, and all kinds of messy news spread throughout the camp. It even reached Yue Tian's table. However, Yue Tian was currently formulating the Great Zhou's defense policy. He didn't have the time to care about such trivial matters. Moreover, he was not worried about Li Yueming's disciple, so he temporarily suppressed it. He was prepared to ask his precious disciple what kind of strange thing she was tinkering with when he had time to take a breather. It was not easy for him to finish the military stance training. The soldiers of the scout battalion were all listless. Many of their faces were even frozen. Although they were all cultivators and would not catch a cold, they could not be happy at this moment. The group of reincarnators did not feel much about this. They didn't know what Li Yueming was up to. But they didn't need to stand in a military stance. As long as he held the whip as an instructor, he would whip anyone who disobeyed him. Therefore, it was really good to be by Li Yueming's side. Seeing how bored they were staying in the camp, he even specially arranged for a small leather whip to serve them. Just 2 words, comfortable. He looked at the numb expressions on the faces of the group of people. Li Yueming did not say anything. He just let the reincarnators carry them to eat breakfast. After all, there was still the training at noon and the training at night. No one could let him slack off. When the scout battalion went to the eatery, the soldiers of the other military services in Zhenbei City were also eating. Although it was called a meal, in fact, they only ate some white flour buns in the morning. This could be considered fine grain, which was much better than the coarse grain that ordinary people ate. Chapter 417. However, because they came late, the steamed buns were cold. They were dry and hard, and they were not delicious. He then looked at the surrounding soldiers who were watching a good show. The scouts felt like their minds were about to explode. How good were they originally? Not to mention the highest salary, other than pretending to train every day, he only needed to patrol once to complete the mission. As the biggest city in the north, it was also the base of the Northern Army. There were no dangerous tasks in Zhenbei City. The days were getting better and better. But now, with Li Yueming's interference, his good days were over. Moreover, he would be laughed at by the soldiers of the other military services. It was estimated that he would not be able to raise his head in the army for a long time. However, just as the group of scouts were feeling listless, a strange fragrance suddenly wafted out from the food restaurant that was specially prepared for the soldiers. It looked like meat, but it also looked like some kind of spirit grass or spirit medicine. Anyway, it smelled too good. Immediately, the group of soldiers stopped chewing and looked toward the food. However, Tian Liang, who had disappeared early in the morning, happily brought out a big iron pot. In an instant, everyone outside smelled a strong fragrance. After seeing Li Yueming and the others, Tian Liang carried the iron pot and jogged all the way. "Hey, hee, here comes the chicken soup." As he spoke, he opened the lid of the big iron pot. There was actually a big pot of chicken inside. At this moment, because there was still residual heat at the bottom of the pot, the chicken soup and mussel in the pot were still bubbling. The soldiers in the scout camp were still in a daze when they saw this scene. Seeing that the group of people were all stunned, Tian Liang hurriedly turned around and pushed out a cart of porcelain bowls from the kitchen. After filling a bowl full of chicken soup, he took a few pieces of chicken and handed the steaming soup bowl to the nearest scout soldier. "Here, your chicken soup." The scout glanced at him and then at the chicken soup in his hand. Her eyes turned red. Damn, such a big bowl of chicken soup, and he even added spirit herbs into it. They had been soldiers for so many years and had never seen such good food. What was the meaning of bringing them such a big pot now? Could it be that the Qin army in the north had come knocking on their door? So, this was the last meal they could eat before they went to the battlefield? Not only did that person not eat, but his eyes were also red. Tian Liang was a little confused for a moment. But he shouldn't be crying, right? Could it be that he thought of his mother's taste in this bowl of chicken soup? However, he did not have much time to waste. He stuffed the chicken soup into the scout's hand and said, "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and drink the soup." The scout didn't know whether to advance or retreat. In the end, he could only grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and drink it all in one gulp. He had finished it. However, the main force behind them remained unmoved. It was as if the soup in front of them was not a perfect tonic soup, but a pot of poisonous chicken soup. What the hell was going on? It was different from what he had imagined. "Hey, the dishes are all here. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and line up to get it. Each person will get a bowl of spirit herb stewed pheasant soup." Seeing that the group of people were unmoved and that their emotions were not quite right, Tian Liang was a little anxious. It seemed like these damn natives didn't appreciate the chicken soup he made early in the morning. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's sake, he would have added some extra ingredients. Tian Liang, who had some doubts about life, thought for a moment. Only then did he realize the problem and quickly explained, "This is the pheasant stew spirit herb soup that the general specially asked me to prepare for you brothers. I caught the pheasant early in the morning, and the spirit herb was collected by the general in the 100,000 mountains. In the future, as long as you listen to the general and complete the daily training on time, the general will definitely not treat you badly." Hearing Tian Liang's explanation, then, she looked at the chicken soup in his hand. Instantly, all the soldiers outside the restaurant fell silent. Good fellow! It seemed like this wasn't the last meal. After the brain that was on standby came back to its senses, the entire scout battalion of soldiers immediately rushed over. At this moment, they only hated their mother for giving them 2 less legs to line up behind others. Even the other soldiers who had already eaten their fill wanted to come over and eat. Wang Linlin and the others naturally wouldn't agree to this. He stood to the side. Anyone from the other camps who rushed over would be chased away with a flurry of punches. As the head chef, he finally felt at ease when he saw the group of soldiers rushing over like wolves and tigers. He said happily, "Don't worry, we have all of them. Line up." It was not easy to calm the emotions of the soldiers of the scout battalion. The order at the scene finally stabilized. At this moment, the soldiers of the scout camp also came back to their senses and said to the outside world in unison, "This chicken soup was prepared by General Li for our scout battalion. If you crossbowmen and infantry want to eat it, go find your general. Yes, 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 General Li is good. If you want to eat, go find your own general." Chapter 418, Devilish Training, Forming an Undying Army Soul. 1. He looked at the steaming chicken soup in the pot. The soldiers of the other troops were all hungry. He had no choice, he was hungry. The Northlands did not produce food to begin with. Now that there was no war, how could the soldiers be full for every meal? Now, looking at the rolling chicken in the pot, many people were drooling. However, when they wanted to swarm up and drink some soup, they were all stopped by Ding Yi and the other reincarnators. If they were not soldiers of the scout camp, they could forget about taking advantage of the scout camp. This made the other troops extremely anxious. "Why can your scout camp give special treatment?" someone cursed. "This won't do. I can't let you destroy all the good things." Regarding this, Ding Yi and the others did not even blink. He didn't care about the route. The scouts behind him laughed when they saw this. When they were training just now, the other troops were all pointing at them and laughing at them. He didn't expect the wind and water to change so quickly. It had only been a few minutes, and the status of both parties had reversed. "Hey, are you guys watching?" they couldn't help but tease. "This bowl of chicken soup and bones, I'll throw you a few." Someone was even more ruthless. He held the chicken soup and swung it left and right, asking for a beating. Zhao Er, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. I remember that you were the one who spread the rumors that our scout camp couldn't do it, right? Hurry up and look at this big drumstick. General Li is so good to me. In just a few minutes, the soldiers on both sides changed their faces. The originally dejected scout battalion had become complacent. The soldiers of the other troops were anxious and angry, almost jumping up and down to curse. Seeing this situation, the soldiers of the scout battalion were overjoyed. His impression of Li Yueming immediately changed. How should he put it? If they were still full of complaints before. At this moment, the resentment in their hearts had finally dissipated. Although General Li was a young man and had a strict personality after taking office, who hadn't been young and vigorous before? It was not that it was not understandable. As long as they could get some good food every few days and do some training that they thought was tough, it didn't seem so unacceptable. He had no choice. He had given her too much spiciness. Although they were able to stay in Zhenbei City, they had some connections. But who would be rich enough to be a soldier these days? The scout camp seemed to be doing quite well at the moment. They didn't need to fight and could still get a relatively high salary. However, if a war really broke out one day, they also had to go to the battlefield and risk their lives. Regarding this, Tian Liang did not say much. As reincarnators, they were also very familiar with Li Yueming's move. It was nothing more than a slap and a sweet date. Although this kind of operation was very simple, it was still useful. As long as you are hard enough, a slap is enough to make people recognize reality. After all, after being beaten up and realizing that he had no way to fight back, even if he knew that the sweet dates might be poisonous, he would still have to take a bite to test the taste first. The only thing that made him feel a little numb was he had suddenly turned into a cook's army. What was the matter? It was a little disrespectful. Fortunately, he could be considered a small expert in the reincarnation world. All kinds of life skills had long been forced to be maxed out in the various worlds. At this moment, he could also do something as a gang leader. Even Ding Yi, Huang Lijia, and the other reincarnators had to give a thumbs up after drinking a mouthful of soup. The sense of accomplishment was filled with the sense of belonging. 0. She finished her breakfast happily. After a short rest, Li Yueming, who had his hands behind his back, arrived at the camp on time. After counting the number of people and realizing that there were no fewer people, Li Yueming led the 5,000 soldiers of the scout battalion to the manger behind the training ground. If one were to say what was the most important thing in the scout camp, the lives of soldiers were definitely not worth the value of spiritual horses. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there were no horses that could appear in the border area. They had to think of ways to get them from various channels. Each of them was worth thousands of gold. If it was outside, the lowest grade spiritual horse would be able to buy a big house in a big city. The scout camp had 5,000 soldiers. There were only 300 spirit horses. The second instruction that Li Yueming gave them was physical training. The so-called physical training did not refer to ordinary physical training. After all, there were differences between chi refiners and ordinary people. Therefore, Li Yueming's physical training was tailor-made for the practitioners. Now, Li Yueming himself was a weirdo who cultivated both the human body secret realm and spirit chi. Therefore, he naturally understood the fragility of the body of a cultivator better than ordinary cultivators. In addition, he also had the unlimited talent of the game. With these two foundations, the body tempering technique he developed was absolutely awesome. Not only could it increase the reaction speed of ordinary cultivators, but it could also make their control of spiritual energy more acute. Of course, the most awesome thing was the improvement of his physical fitness. It was extremely efficient. The group of scouts only trained for less than an hour. He immediately felt that he could not take it. His entire body was burning with pain. However, they couldn't be lazy because Tian Liang and the others were holding whips in their hands. Whoever dared to slack off would also be compensated for the pain with a whip. Chapter 419, Devilish Training, Forming an Undying Army Soul. 2. As supervisors, although the group of reincarnators did not have any expressions on their faces, their hearts were in turmoil. Outsiders watched the show, while insiders watched the show. They were also cultivators who had traveled through a few worlds. Whether it was in terms of structure or vision, they were far from what this group of aboriginal big-headed soldiers could compare to. Now, when he watched a group of soldiers train, he was surprised to find that this kind of physical training method was not just a little amazing, but super invincible. How long had he been training? They could clearly feel the subtle changes in the bodies of these scouts. It might have been just a little, but the group of reincarnators had all seen through it. Was this the terrifying power of the Chosen One? The group of reincarnators could not help but gasp. Even the training methods he taught his soldiers were so different. It was too terrifying. Although they didn't say it out loud, they still decided to learn this move in their hearts. After all, although this was a world of chi cultivation, the body was also quite important. The only pity was that this technique seemed to be only suitable for cultivators. The effect would probably decrease drastically if it was brought to other worlds. After the morning training, all the soldiers in the scout camp were exhausted. They finally understood why Li Yueming wanted to give them chicken soup and chicken meat in the morning. It turned out that the pit was still waiting for them. As expected, General Li was still the same General Li. Nothing changed. If they had eaten steamed buns in the morning like before, they would have fainted after training. It couldn't be helped. It was really tiring. Every inch of his skin was on fire during the training. However, although the soldiers were a little tired, they did not complain. After all, even if they didn't know what was going on, they could still clearly feel the changes in their bodies. If they could become stronger, they would naturally be more than happy to do so. After all, although it was easy to survive in the army now, it did not mean that it would be easy to survive in the future. Moreover, the army's salary could not last a lifetime. When the soldiers reached the age, they had to leave. However, the strength he obtained was solid. With strength, it would naturally be easier for him to gain a foothold in the army in the future. If he was lucky, he might even be able to become a centurion. Therefore, he had no choice. They realized that Li Yueming's training could really improve them. The soldiers of the scout battalion, on the other hand, remained silent. It was lunch. Li Yueming was very generous and was also a big fish scout. There was no such treatment in the military camp. However, Li Yueming was obviously not constrained by this. There was no such treatment in the military camp, so he could find a way to get it himself. As for whether it was in compliance or not, why? The Northern Battlefront Army was his private territory. Did someone dare to apply eye drops on him? After lunch, they rested for a while. Li Yueming then brought the soldiers to stand in their military positions. In the morning, the spiritual energy was the most abundant, and the soldiers could better absorb the spiritual energy when they stood in a military posture. As for the evening, it was purely to hone the willpower and discipline of the army. He had to follow orders and maintain Li Yueming's absolute authority. Only then could he obtain the effect that Li Yueming had expected. The day's training ended at 7 in the evening. When the exhausted scouts heard that they were disbanded, they almost couldn't stand on their feet. After a while, they helped each other to dinner. This mother-f***er. This soldier was really not someone who could be a soldier. Wasn't the battlefield terrifying? However, it was only a bowl-sized scar. Li Yueming's devil training was even more torturous than a bowl-sized scar. However, at this moment, although the group of people felt a little uncertain, in the end, they all endured it. Other than the desire to stand out, the most important thing was that the food was really delicious. In this day and age, it was generally important for a gentleman to stay away from the kitchen. He didn't know the identity of the group of fierce young men behind General Li. Not only were they all extremely powerful, but they also knew how to f***ing cook. Point 0. Under Li Yueming's personal supervision, he forced the scouts of Zhenbei City to undergo a month of demonic training. This one, 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 this one. Li Yueming had put in a lot of effort. Not only did he formulate a complete training plan for them, but he even thoughtfully asked a group of reincarnators to help solve the food problem in the military camp. As for the effect, of course, it was also very obvious. Compared to a month ago, the soldiers of the Scout Battalion had improved greatly in both spirit and strength. His physical fitness was also much stronger than a month ago. The most important thing was that Li Yueming had set up a monument in their hearts. In fact, if there was a choice, who would want to dawdle? Although Li Yueming was not suitable to be trained, he was not a human. But they could really see the effect. Moreover, he was served with good food and drinks every day. If he still didn't know how to train hard, he would really have a hole in his brain. Therefore, after the initial bitter moment, the group of scouts persevered. The only thing that puzzled them was that Li Yueming only trained his physical fitness and military posture. He didn't train some formations and instructions. Would this really work on the battlefield? Of course, this was not something they needed to consider. The group of people could not understand, so they simply did not think about it. Anyway, Li Yueming had already subtly instilled in them that they did not need to ask for any orders. They only needed to carry them out. Chapter 420, Devilish Training, Forming an Undying Army Soul. 3. Therefore, the soldiers were much more obedient now. Of course, this transformation was still very long. Now, it had only worn away the fatigue on the scouts. They were still far from a true elite army. Most importantly, Li Yueming obviously didn't have time to stay here every day. After all, his time was precious. How could he waste it on a bunch of lowlifes? It was almost on the right track. Li Yueming handed over the training plan to Ding Yi and the others. Then, he quickly became a hands-off manager again. Taking advantage of the fact that this group of reincarnators were loyal, it would be a waste of his painstaking efforts if he did not order them to do more work. Besides, it was useless to teach others the military training methods of his previous life. After all, the natives of the country tended to be more rigid, and it was difficult for them to understand what he meant. Most importantly, he was worried about handing it over to someone else. This was all his hard work, and the troops he trained would be an important part of his future hegemony. Only by teaching this group of reincarnators who knew a little about everything would it be the safest. What Li Yueming wanted to build was a disciplined and energetic army like the future. This was not something that could be done overnight. It was difficult to completely change a child, let alone an adult with a fixed cognition. How could it be easy to do it? It would take many years of training and polishing. Moreover, they had to go through the baptism of blood and fire before they could finally build an immortal army spirit. Right now, he was only trying to plant a seed in the future. Just as Li Yueming was about to slack off and continue cultivating, Yueotian hurriedly came over. These few years, he had always been in the Dingbei city, which was closer to the northern lands. He had basically never returned to his old lair, the Zhenbei city. However, he had no choice but to return this time. Even though he was thousands of miles away, the commotion in Zhenbei city was already making his ears bleed. At the beginning, Yueotian didn't think much of it. After all, he trusted his land very much, even though he looked a little sharp. However, it was a good thing for young people to have a little edge. However, as time went on, more and more news was heard. Forget about the training. Although it sounded a little silly to stand in the snow early in the morning. However, to some extent, this was Li Yueming's own business. After all, the scout camp was now under his management. Other than Yueotian, only the imperial court could control him. As long as Yuao Tian turned a blind eye, these could only be considered trivial matters. However, Li Yueming had taken out his own money to give special treatment to his soldiers, which made Yuao Tian numb. This matter could be considered major or minor. To put it bluntly, this was harboring evil intentions and raising a private army. To put it in a smaller way, this was Li Yueming giving his soldiers some nutrition. It wasn't a problem at first. After all, Li Yueming was able to risk his life for the great Zhou dynasty and made great contributions before he sat in the position of general. How could he intend to rebel now? But the problem was that Li Yueming's special treatment was too much. In this half a month, as long as there was a slight gap, the group of generals under him would nag in his ear every day. Not a single day was empty. Every day, she complained about how she could not live anymore. The problem was that he couldn't blame him. After all, the soldiers under these generals ate steamed buns every day. The soldiers under Li Yueming next door, on the other hand, were enjoying themselves every day. How could they lead the team if their hearts were scattered? Th11R_ he did not manage to last 30 days. Yuao Tian, who had been endlessly nagged, took the time to have a good chat with Li Yueming. When he found Li Yueming in the camp, he was cultivating. Hearing the sound, Li Yueming opened his eyes. When he saw that it was Yuao Tian, he immediately stood up and said politely, "Yo, what's the wind today that blew you over?" Yuao Tian was a little annoyed and glanced at Li Yueming. However, in the end, he did not have the heart to scold her. He flung his sleeves and said with a stern face, "You're such a worrisome fellow. The imperial court appointed you as the general of the scout camp, but you've been staying in the camp for half a year without even showing your face. I finally got out of the mountain, but in less than a month, he turned the base of the Northern Battlefront Army upside down." At this point, Yuao Tian was laughing and laughing. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly froze. A moment later, he said with a somewhat incredulous expression, "Wait, did you break through?" Chapter 421, Attention, at ease, the army has just formed. 1. Looking at Li Yueming who was not far away, Yuao Tian's smile suddenly froze. He exclaimed, "Although it's a little strange, this is clearly the unique aura of Hua Zhen realm, you broke through again?" This relationship was impossible. If he remembered correctly, Li Yueming had just broken through to the Source Sea realm not long ago, right? How long had it been? If he remembered correctly, it had only been 2 years. In the end, he had already become a true form realm cultivator? Even with Yuao Tian's experience and knowledge. At this moment, he also felt his head buzzing. A 16 or 17-year-old true form realm expert, was this really something a human could do? At this moment, it was not that he did not know that there were many monstrous geniuses in the Cultivator Academy. However, Li Yueming, a 16 or 17-year-old true form realm expert, was unique to Scorpion Daddy. However, no matter how unwilling Yuao Tian was to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. Li Yueming did not deliberately hide his aura. After all, the trouble he was causing in Zhenbei City was neither big nor small. He still needed his cheap master to help him solve it. Undoubtedly, showing off his talent and strength was the simplest and most direct way to convince him. As expected. After discovering that Li Yueming had become a cultivator of the true form realm, Yuao Tian, who came back to his senses, immediately did not care about the special treatment. After all, Li Yueming's success was also very good news for Yuao Tian. Originally, Yuao Tian had already regarded Li Yueming as half an heir. After all, he had to retire when he reached his age. In the future, the Northern Battlefront Army would have to rely on his disciple to take care of them. Therefore, Yuao Tian said happily, "Little Li, your talent is simply too good. It seems that even the stars in the sky are not your match. A few days ago, Marquis South Peak wrote to ask me about your recent situation. If I knew you had broken through to truth realization state, I would have written a few more words. Li Yueming smiled and said calmly, "It's all because of your good teaching, master." In fact, ever since he brought a group of disciples to the border, Yueotian had already adopted a laid-back attitude towards their growth. After all, in Yueotian's opinion, although the flowers that had been carefully cultivated were beautiful, however, they often could not withstand the wind and rain, and the slightest setback would lead to withering. Only by growing on its own early could the flowers that finally grew be able to withstand the ravages of the storm. However, Yueotian just liked to listen to it. Although he did not teach his students how to cultivate and train, he was still a little confused. However, he did not let down his worries. Li Yueming's compliment hit the nail on the head. For the time being, Yueotian knew that among the younger generation of the Great Zhou, there was no one who could break through faster than Li Yueming. This made him, as his master, proud. After grinning, Yueotian quickly realized that he seemed to have forgotten about the important matter. He hurriedly coughed twice and said seriously, "Cough cough." Although breaking through was a good thing, he had to lay a solid foundation. He must not be eager for quick success. Only by laying a solid foundation could he grow healthily in the future. Without waiting for Li Yueming's reply, Yueotian took this opportunity to bring the topic back. "However, Yueming, you can't continue with your little kitchen business. Otherwise, you'll lead the scout battalion to live a good life while the infantry and archers can only watch from the side. It's really inappropriate. If this continues, the hearts of the people will scatter. The army will not be easy to manage." Initially, Yueotian was prepared to drag Li Yueming along and criticize him. After all, the higher UPS of the Northern Battlefront Army had been complaining to him for the past half a month, and he had been busy making strategic policies, so he had ignored them. Now that he finally stopped, he had to run over to clean up Li Yueming's mess. This was because of Li Yueming and the Li family. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have received such good treatment. However, Li Yueming had broken through again, which greatly disrupted Yueotian's rhythm. At this moment, he didn't criticize her anymore. He decided to change it to a discussion. "How precious is my disciple? He had to cherish it." Hearing Yueotian's words, Li Yueming's face was expressionless. The reason why he let Tian Liang and the others give special treatment in public every day, he naturally had his own plans. Otherwise, if he really didn't want anyone to know, he could have changed to a safer place and turned it into a canteen. There was no need to cause so much trouble. As for the purpose, didn't he achieve it now? His master was a busy person at the moment. His identity was more sensitive at the moment, and it was not suitable for him to walk around. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to use some small tricks. Thus, Li Yueming pretended to think for a while before saying, "Master, this matter is actually like this. Recently, I've improved a new training method. Now, I'm using the scout camp for training, so this special treatment is still necessary. How about this, Master, you come with me to take a look at the training method I've come up with. If you think it's not bad, perhaps you can promote it to the entire army in the future." Li Yueming was tinkering with a new training method. He had heard about this a month ago. However, he had always thought that Li Yueming had only changed some unimportant branches and leaves on the basis of the original training method. Chapter 422, Attention, at ease, the army has just formed. 2. A new official has 3 fires. This was normal. However, when he heard Li Yueming personally tell him, Yueotian realized that something was wrong. What the f***ck? What was this unconventional disciple doing? Don't cripple the 5,000 scouts. As an elite in the army, it was not easy to train a scout. Even though the scouts in Zhenbei City were not elites, they were still reserve troops that could be used after a little reorganization. Those who had basic scout training could still enter the battlefield after a period of assault training. If all of them were created, Yueotian would definitely spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He suppressed the uneasiness and nervousness in the depths of his heart. Yueotian was actually a little anxious, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, "Then let's not talk about it for now. Hurry up and bring me to take a look." Although he had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, he still had a little hope for his precious disciple. Maybe things weren't as bad as he thought. After all, this disciple was able to reach this step because he had fought with real swords and spears. He probably wouldn't do something as ridiculous as pushing the training method to the scout camp. He noticed that Yueotian's expression was a little ugly. Li Yueming nodded. However, he was still calm and not worried at all. It had been almost a month since the first training of the scout camp. In the past month or so, the soldiers of the scout camp had been keeping an eye on the cold weather and the wind and rain. Every morning, they would get up before dawn to train. He stood in a military posture in the morning and did physical training after breakfast. After lunch, they would rest for 2 hours and continue their physical training in the afternoon. If the training in the day did not meet the standard, they would have to work overtime at night to stand in the military posture. Although the whole set of combined punches did not achieve the effect he wanted, it was still a true rebirth. After all, in Li Yueming's opinion, the will of the army could not be scattered among individuals. It had to be condensed into a whole. Only when a group of people turned into one person. The army was the true steel torrent that devoured everything. It was enough to trample everything in the world. And the training he was doing now was to train the scout battalion in this direction. When he was on the battlefield, he would never go west if he told him to go east. He would never run away if he told him to fight to the death. War. In fact, most of the time, it wasn't about strength or weapons. Most of the time, it was about willpower. After all, in a battle where both strength and weapons had the upper hand, even a dog could win as the commander. The purpose of training and the existence of generals was to turn the situation around by relying on tactics and fighting well when they were at a disadvantage in terms of strength and weapons. Of course, Li Yueming hoped that people would understand his opinion. Therefore, he did not explain his thoughts and ideas to anyone from the beginning to the end. He only needed to quietly get things done. Then, he would let others see the results. Now, he only needed to convince Yueotian. Nothing else was important. Point 0. A few minutes later, Li Yueming brought Yueotian to the training ground where the sky had just brightened. In the vast snow, 5,000 scouts stood in a uniform formation. Each of them stood straight like a club in a cornfield. When Yueotian saw this, his eyes widened. In an instant, he felt his vision darken. He immediately closed his eyes and said, "Scouts, pay attention to flexibility on the battlefield. What are you doing? To let them become straw puppets that were shot to death by random arrows." This was a rough evaluation of Yueotian. Li Yueming wasn't too surprised. After all, it was quite unbelievable for a group of people to stand in the snow. It was hard to imagine the true purpose of this if one did not have an understanding of this aspect. Therefore, Li Yueming didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "How is this possible? I'm letting them experience the biting cold of our northlands. Otherwise, how would they know what it means to put themselves in their shoes?" Seeing that Yueotian wanted to say something, he hesitated. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Li Yueming could not help but add, "Don't worry. These days, the commoners still have to work in the fields. These guys are still cultivators. They won't freeze." Hearing this, Yueotian rolled his eyes. To be honest, he had always felt that his temper was not good. However, ever since he had Li Yueming as his disciple, Yueotian realized that his temper could actually be very good. It seemed like he had been forced to do this. He was actually able to hold his breath at this moment. He resisted the urge to curse and took a few deep breaths before saying, "No, that won't do. If you let a group of scouts stand here, who will go to the battlefield to gather intelligence?" Li Yueming knew that teasing him was enough. Yueotian would probably get anxious if he continued teasing her, so he hurriedly explained, standing in a military posture is only one part of the training. There is also physical training at other times. At this moment, the two of them were still discussing. Ding Yi, who was not far away, stood up and said loudly, "Attention!" Immediately, the scouts raised their heads and puffed out their chests in unison. Their eyes were filled with vigor, like unsheathed swords. This sudden turn of events gave Yueotian a fright. He was originally prepared to reason with Li Yueming, but he couldn't care less now. He asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 423, Attention, at ease, the army has just formed. Part 3. As a professional guide, Li Yueming was able to recognize his identity. This is part of the training. As long as the captain shouts attention, the soldiers will receive the order. Everyone has to raise their heads and look forward. As a veteran on the battlefield, he was a very experienced fighter. Yueotian didn't quite understand why Li Yueming had sent a group of scouts to stand guard in this snowy land. However, he could understand the command to stand at attention. After all, the army also needed to give orders and convey information. However, the ones who gave orders in the army were usually the riders. Through some specific signals, they could quickly convey information. Moreover, the sudden burst of aura from the scout camp made him look sideways. One had to know that it was not easy for a troop to have such a murderous aura that could be felt from afar. One had to experience the baptism of war for a long time to forge an army spirit that would not die in 100 battles. However, he knew very well what Dingyuan City's scout camp was like. After all, the entire northern battlefront army was under his command. Yueotian was naturally very clear about the messy things that were going on. However, most of the scouts in the scout camp were the only sons of their families. Some of them might even be orphans of martyrs. Therefore, Yueotian chose to turn a blind eye. Although this group of scouts had not completely rotted, they were still miles away from condensing their army souls. Currently, in the entire Great Zhou, other than the Western Garrison Army at the western border, the only army with the military soul was the Dragon Tiger Army under the Hejing Emperor. There were also some hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the armies of other places. However, they were still a step away from these two armies. However, it was under such circumstances. However, Li Yueming had forcefully made this scout battalion erupt with such an imposing manner. This surprised Yueotian. However, before he could fully understand it, Ding Yi, who was not far away, gave another order. He said, "At ease." It only took a second. The scouts who were originally like wolves and tigers withdrew their feet in unison. The extremely heavy aura on his body instantly dissipated. What was going on? Li Yueming didn't explain, and Yueotian didn't ask. However, Yueotian was clearly no longer as easy to come to a conclusion as he was at the beginning. Instead, he was prepared to observe for a while to see what was wrong. Li Yueming and Yueotian, who were observing from not far away. Ding Yi was naturally well aware of this. Li Yueming had already informed him a few days ago. However, as a mature reincarnator, Ding Yi was also a skilled actor, so he didn't reveal any flaws at all. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming's training method was really effective. Ding Yi only needed to shout out every slogan at the right time. As for how to act, he did not need to worry about it. The soldiers of the scout camp could really do it well. The display was almost done. Ding Yi continued to order, "Turn left and line up to get food from the cafeteria." Hearing the order, a group of scouts immediately turned right in unison. From afar, this action seemed to have been done by a person. He couldn't see any different movements at all. After turning right, the first row of people in the front row began to walk toward the restaurant. The soldiers behind him followed one after another. The ranks were still neat and orderly, without a trace of turmoil. In the absolute silence, the soldiers were like bloodthirsty beasts. He waited until the thousands of people had left. Yueotian had yet to come back to his senses. He had no choice. He was shocked. It could be said that it was no less than a landslide and tsunami. Was this really an army? Why did he feel a little uncomfortable? Yueotian was still in a distracted state. Li Yueming continued to give her a strong dose of medicine and said, "Master, I know that giving special treatment violates the rules of the army, but I also want to give the scout camp and the other military services in the camp a chance." Hearing his words, only then did Yueotian barely recover from his shock. He could understand if the scout camp was given a chance. But what did he mean by giving the other military services a chance? He seemed to have seen through his doubts. Li Yueming chuckled. "Look, the Qin army is currently harassing the northern borders of our Great Zhou. The people are extremely annoyed by this. Last year, because of this incident, the people suffered a severe crop failure. Now that winter was about to pass and spring was about to arrive, it would be a huge matter if they still could not sow the seeds." Speaking of this, it was actually just a foreshadowing. Li Yueming paused. After Yueotian had digested all the information, he continued, "One believe that, Master, you're dedicated to the people. You must have considered these things and might have even formulated several plans. But none of these plans are safe. The Qin army comes and goes like the wind on their spirit horses. It's fine if our Great Zhou has few spirit horses, but they're all hybrids. They're not as agile as the Qin army, so we can't do anything to them. Therefore, I'm thinking of giving the scout camp a special training. During the spring plowing, I'll let the scout camp ride the most elite war horses and teach those arrogant Qin barbarians a harsh lesson. I'll let them know that our Great Zhou also has first-class cavalry." Yueotian listened for a long time. He finally understood Li Yueming's thoughts. It turned out that they wanted to train the scout camp into elite cavalry. This sounded ridiculous, but it was actually not an outrageous operation. After all, there were very few soldiers who were skilled in archery and riding. As for the scout camp, it would not be a problem to reorganize it into cavalry. It turned out that his cheap disciple had been fiddling around here for so long, and in the end, he wanted the people of the north to be able to sow seeds during spring plowing. Look at this, what a good person! One had to know that he had reported this matter to the imperial court many times. However, it was obvious that even a big pit was a headache for the higher UPS. The 3 halls and 6 bureaus shirked their responsibilities back and forth, and in the end, the emperor had to find a way to raise provisions. But so what if they transported a batch of rations? If they couldn't get rid of the soldiers in the north, they wouldn't be able to pull the people out of the chaos. In the end, the Northlands would still face a situation of starving people sooner or later. But now. However, his disciple had really considered it. Although this method was still open to discussion for the time being, perhaps this kind of intention had already touched the heavens. Therefore, Yueotian's originally tense face relaxed slightly. It was rare for his disciple to have such a heart. As his master, he could not attack him. After thinking for a moment, Yueotian chose his words carefully and said, "Yes. Your idea is good, but it might be a little unreliable when it comes to the specifics. The Qin army lived in the extremely cold northwest region all year round. The lack of food and clothing did not wear down the fighting spirit of the Qin country, nor did it wear down the fighting spirit of the Qin army. On the contrary, it gave the Qin people a natural sense of killing intent. After the baptism of war, it was even more unstoppable." Obviously, Li Yueming knew that he couldn't convince his cheap master with just his mouth. They had to fight with real weapons. Therefore, he did not hesitate and took out the trump card he had prepared long ago. He said directly, "Haven't the other soldiers in Zhenbei City always been unhappy with our scout camp? This is indeed our fault. That's why I'm thinking of having a battle between the scout battalion and the other soldiers in Northgard City. If the scout unit wins, this small kitchen will continue to operate and you can see the combat power of our scout unit. If we lose, all the meat in the scout camp will be donated to the winner. Master, what do you think?" Chapter 424, The Battle Formation Appears, Shocking the Army. Part 1. Hearing Li Yueming's suggestion, Yuao Tian was stunned. He understood what Li Yueming meant. But no matter what, it sounded like something was wrong. Originally, he had taken some time out of his busy schedule to come to Zhenbei City just to see what his cheap disciple was up to. Why was he being dragged down now? However, thinking about it carefully, there didn't seem to be anything bad about it. It would be fine if he had not seen the appearance of the scout camp. However, he had just experienced the training of the scout camp with his own eyes. Even though he was just standing there like a wooden statue. However, he could see some clues from their uniform posture. At this moment, his heart had not completely recovered from his shock. He had already successfully aroused Li Yueming's curiosity. In addition, Li Yueming's analysis and judgment of the current situation were all very accurate. Indeed, the Great Zhou did not have many good ideas to take the 50,000 soldiers of the Qin army. After all, their spiritual horses came from the Great Prairie. Not only was its speed much faster than a big, low-grade mixed-breed horse, but it was also much faster. His endurance was also much stronger. Usually, even if the soldiers of the Great Zhou discovered traces of the Qin army, they would not be able to catch up with them because of the spirit horses. In addition, the Qin army still had the 100,000 mountains as a barrier for retreat. After the harassment, they would immediately retreat as quickly as possible. If the Great Zhou chased closely, they would directly run into the 100,000 mountains. Now, the second year of spring plowing was approaching. If the Qin army were to sneak into the towns around the defensive circle again, it would delay the spring plowing of the Northland residents. Then things might really get serious. Li Yueming's suggestion sounded ridiculous. However, there was no harm in giving it a try. At most, it would just waste a little time. What if the training method that Li Yueming had given him was really useful? Wouldn't that be a good deal? After thinking for a moment, Yuao Tian nodded without hesitation and said, "All right, then let me see what bad things you're hiding." Li Yueming smiled but didn't reply. After all, he didn't have any other merits. The only merit he had was that he didn't like to scheme. That's right, what he liked to do the most was a win-win situation. Therefore, there was no need to worry that Yuao Tian would reject this suggestion. He was sure that his cheap master had agreed. Li Yueming quickly called Ding Yi over. Now, this group of reincarnators were all his outstanding employees. It couldn't be helped. Talents came from the masses. Each of these reincarnators had extremely high work ethics, and they directly maxed out the attributes of the tool people. After all, reincarnators had experienced many reincarnations. Even Li Yueming, who was a new reincarnator, often had multiple roles, not to mention a group of senior reincarnators who had reincarnated many times more than him. He would learn all kinds of skills. As the old saying goes, having more skills doesn't weigh down one's body. For example, as a regular chef, the food that Tian Liang cooked was extremely fragrant. Another example was Ding Yi, who seemed to have been a general in the army in the past. Now, Li Yueming didn't need to worry. He could control a few teams. Even the most inconspicuous Huang Li Er was a medical saint with superb medical skills. Li Yueming's underlings only had 12 reincarnators. However, these 12 reincarnators were almost as strong as an enhanced company. Any one of them could crush many practitioners in many industries in the world. Not far away, Ding Yi walked over with a bowl of food. Seeing Yuao Tian not far away, she smiled and bowed. "Master." Yuao Tian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Then, Li Yueming handed over the matter that they had discussed earlier. At the same time, he also had Ding Yi inform the scout camp to make preparations. Point 0. That night, the news of the scout battalion challenging the entire army spread. A storm of public opinion had already swept through the camp. After all, in the past 2 months, because of the special treatment, the scout camp had always been at the forefront of the storm. Who knew how many envious and jealous gazes were staring at the scout camp? The scout camp was really too inappropriate. It was also a high-level soldier. The archers of the archer battalion spent half a month eating steamed buns. Only at the beginning and the end of the month could they taste some meat. As for the ordinary soldiers at the lowest level, they were even worse off. They only ate steamed buns for less than half a month. For the other half of the month, they could not even eat steamed buns. They could only eat bread of a lower grade. But what about the scout camp? 30 days a month, 20 days of eating meat and drinking soup. For the remaining 10 days, people would get tired of eating meat and change their tastes. I don't live like this. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's ruthlessness and the 12 reincarnators under his command, he would have been able to take charge of a region. The soldiers in Zhenbei City had probably already made their move. How could he endure until now? It was not easy for Great General Yu to come and give them justice. The other soldiers in Zhenbei City had long been waiting anxiously. Now that they heard that there was going to be a battle, the soldiers of Zhenbei City were stunned. What was going on? General Yu had personally returned to Zhenbei City for this matter, but the scout camp still refused to give in. Moreover, they were actually preparing for an all-out battle. Was he flustered and exasperated? Did he want to convince others with his strength? After being stunned for a while, instantly, the entire military camp in Zhenbei City was in an uproar. This was a good relationship. They had long disliked the arrogant attitude of the scout battalion. Usually, they did not dare to make any big moves due to military rules and discipline. Most of the time, they could only choose to endure. If they were to engage in an all-out battle now, they would be able to teach those useless things a lesson. After a night of brewing, the 60,000 odd soldiers in Zhenbei City had all heard the news from the scout camp. The all-army tournament was scheduled for 2 days later, at the beginning and end of the season. Every year, the Northern Battlefront Army would gather at this time to hold a training session. It was the most appropriate time to put any grudges at that time. After receiving the accurate news, all the soldiers in Zhenbei City, except for the scouts, were overjoyed. As elites, even if the scouts were not trained enough, their combat strength was definitely stronger than ordinary soldiers. According to the requirements of the scout camp, there were no ordinary soldiers participating in this tournament. They were all elites of their respective troops. This way, the combat strength was almost balanced. The problem was that they had all seen the training of the scout camp. Every day, he would stand guard in the snow, or simply do some strange physical training. How could they possibly defeat their organized military training? Therefore, everyone was full of confidence. It was as if he could already see the scene of the scout battalion being hung up and beaten up. He could also use this opportunity to show his face in front of General Yu. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed quietly. As more and more soldiers discussed. Finally, the end of the season was over. It was still early. Li Yueming, Yu Yushan, and some other generals of the Northern Battlefront Army had already arrived at the city wall. The group of people looked down silently. He saw that there were more than 5,000 people standing on each side of the city. On the left was the scout camp, and on the right were the elite troops carefully selected from the other military services in Zhenbei City. Because it was early, the soldiers fighting below the city wall were not ready yet. They were wearing armor and wrapping protective measures on their weapons. Li Yueming didn't say anything. On the city wall, the general in front of Zhenbei military vehicle was the first to speak. He looked at the expressionless Li Yueming and teased, "General Li, I heard that you've come up with a new military training method? It seems that you are very confident in your method." The general in front of the carriage commanded the entire Northern Battlefront Army. His authority was only below Yuao Tian's. After all, although the infantry was a low-level military service, there were too many of them. At least 70% of the Northern Battlefront Army were infantry. Therefore, he had a lot of power as the general in front of the carriage. Yuao Tian was getting on in years and would probably retire soon. He was also one of the people who the outside world thought was most likely to take over the position of General Yueotian. However, the appearance of Li Yueming's strange figure made the general in front of the carriage feel a great threat. It couldn't be helped. Li Yueming's speed of improvement was too fast. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. He was only 17 years old, not even 18 years old, but he had already become the general of the scout camp of the Northern Battlefront Army, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers like him. Throughout the entire Great Zhou, this was an extremely rare operation. Of course, he also had his own self-knowledge. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with Li Yueming. After all, Li Yueming was not a half-baked person like him. His talent was too good. As long as he did not die prematurely, he would climb up sooner or later. But the problem was that if Li Yueming was willing to make a mistake, he still had a chance. After all, individual strength did not mean that one could command an army. He had been in the army for more than 30 years, and he had been defeated and won. Now that he was able to climb to this position, it proved that he was generally quite successful. If he could go one step further and become the general of the Northern Battlefront Army. Hearing this, Li Yueming glanced at the general in front of the carriage. He naturally knew what the other party was up to. Of course, Li Yueming also knew that he would definitely not be able to take over Yueotian's position before his cheapskate father retired. After all, as long as the emperor's brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't have let the father and son hold military power at the same time, and it was the military power of the Northwest Gateway. Now, he was probably at the peak of being promoted to the position of general of the scout camp. Therefore, Li Yueming didn't have much of a reaction. He only replied indifferently, "You don't have to worry about it. You'll know how my cultivation method is later." The general in front of the carriage also smiled. He did not continue. After all, he didn't know how deep Li Yueming was, so he didn't dare to offend him too much. However, with him taking the lead, the surrounding generals immediately found a topic to talk about. The general of the archer battalion also joked, "You don't have to worry about it. Ha ha ha, I heard that General Li's training method is to let the soldiers of the scout battalion stand in the snow early in the morning as targets. Our archer unit is best at shooting targets. I hope that General Li's soldiers won't just stand there and not move. If they move a little, it will create some difficulty for the archers." For a moment, the generals around him started to tease him. Obviously, they wanted to kill the spirit of this young general. Chapter 426, The Battle Formation Appears, Shocking the Army. 3. Li Yueming was also too lazy to care about this. He was not interested in Yueotian's position, and he was naturally even less interested in this group of people. As long as the plan went smoothly, he would not have to deal with these guys anymore. Therefore, it didn't matter how they reacted. However, in the eyes of others, this was a sign of guilt. After all, if Li Yueming's training was really reliable, wouldn't he jump up to refute the fact that he was being ridiculed like this? Under such circumstances, finally, the soldiers on both sides were ready. This was a war caused by food. It was also a battle to protect their dignity. The soldiers in the scout camp had been provoked and ridiculed all year round, and they were still holding back their anger. The others felt that their daily training was a waste of time. However, only they knew what they had learned and how much they had grown in the past month. The 5,000 soldiers in the scout camp are the most powerful. 800 of them were cavalrymen. It wasn't because the others didn't know how to ride horses, but because there were only so many spiritual horses in the scout camp. There were more than 1,000 shield soldiers. Scouts usually did not carry a shield, but sometimes in a battle, they would still carry a shield to protect themselves. Therefore, they would also use shields, but they were not specialized shield guards. The other 3,000 people could only serve as infantry. They were holding long spears that were wrapped in cloth in their hands, and their expressions were a little nervous. On the other side, The 5,000 soldiers from the other military branches in Zhenbei City were much more professional. The scout camp only had scouts. However, they included several military branches. Therefore, their team consisted of professional shield guards, spearmen, archers, light cavalry, and heavy cavalry. And they were all carefully selected elites. No matter how you looked at it, the game should have been a complete victory for the game. Point 0. A whistle sounded. This slightly strange battle officially began. Including Yueotian, all the generals on the city wall widened their eyes, afraid that they would miss any details. If the army wanted to gain combat strength, it was necessary to form a formation. Otherwise, if there was any chaos on the battlefield, the teams that were not in formation would be easily scattered by the enemy. Moreover, marching forward and backward could easily cause stampede accidents. Therefore, as long as a large-scale army encountered them on flat ground, the first thing they had to do was to form a formation. Only the soldiers in the city formation could cope with the changes without changing and face the danger that would come at any time. If the army was in an orderly formation and had high morale, it was even possible to temporarily condense an army spirit and enhance the entire army in all aspects. Fortunately, the genuine mixed army under the generals did not disappoint them. In less than 5 minutes, they had already formed a battle formation. However, before they could be satisfied, he turned around and saw a terrifying scene. The moment he heard the whistle, the young officer who had nothing to do suddenly shouted, "All troops, gather!" When the word assemble sounded, no matter what the soldiers were doing before, whether they were picking their feet or grinding their teeth, they all took action at once. The group of people standing on the city wall could see it clearly. It took less than 30 seconds. The 5,000 soldiers of the scout battalion who had been scattered around had already gathered. It was so fast that after images appeared. However, no one collided with each other. There was not even a squeeze. After they had assembled, it was as if they had never known what chaos was. Seeing this scene, the group of generals opened their mouths and widened their eyes. Before they could recover from their shock, the young general below the city wall gave another order, "Attention!" Instantly, a unified voice sounded. Swish! The soldiers below the stage, who were originally undisciplined, suddenly raised their heads and puffed out their chests. All the soldiers' eyes seemed to contain a fierce tiger. It could choose to devour someone at any time. At ease, attention, look right. Start from the first row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 56. Captain, all 5,347 members of the Scout Battalion have arrived. Please give your orders. All right, everyone listen up. Shield bearers 3, spearmen 2, cavalrymen on both flanks, surround them from the sides. Reading the instructions sounded slow. However, in reality, his speed was still so fast that it was unbelievable. One had to know that this was a team of 5,000 people. Under normal circumstances, it was common to dawdle for 2 to 3 minutes. However, it only took the Scout Battalion 30 seconds to gather. He took 1 minute to count and another minute to organize the queue. It only took 2 minutes. Under the same circumstances, the opposing mixed army had just finished assembling. He didn't even have the time to give the order, let alone the time. The scouts had already arranged their formation and were charging over. Even the generals on the city wall who had been through hundreds of battles could not slow down the speed at which they gathered and dispatched their troops. Not to mention the group of soldiers below. Even if they were all elites. But he had never seen such an unreasonable play style. It was said that a real man would fight to the death. However, they were not ready to show their weapons. Why did the other party charge over with a saber in his hand and a murderous look on his face? At this moment, looking from afar, he saw the 5,000 soldiers of the Scout Battalion marching forward in an orderly manner. This speed seemed to be fast. But in reality, he was much faster than an average person. This was because the soldiers of the Scout Battalion were perfectly synchronized with each other, even their movements and the arc of their arms. Heavy footsteps landed on the ground at the same time. It was as if a dense drumbeat was hitting one's chest. The mixed army's body, skin, and even bone marrow were drumming. It made them feel cold from head to toe. He could no longer sense the terrifying speed of the other party's movement. Was it really the scout camp that they were familiar with? Why did it give them such a different feeling? Even though they were not on a real battlefield, the soldiers of the mixed army still felt the immense pressure as if they were facing the sea when they looked at the scout battalion, which was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Chapter 427, The Generals Are Numbed. In Zhenbei City, the uniform footsteps of the thunderous, drum-like sound could be heard. Every step he took was a step on the hearts of the people. Countless generals felt their hearts throb when they saw this scene. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the show, while professionals watch the tricks. Only when they were soldiers and generals could they feel the terror of the scout camp. What was the most powerful aspect of an army? It wasn't a powerful individual's strength, nor was it a high-quality weapon. Instead, it was a murderous aura. And now, the scout battalion already had this quality. It was comparable to the elites of the world's soldiers. What kind of training did Li Yueming give them? In less than 2 months, they had actually trained this group of scouts into such a precise super unit. Besides, wasn't the scouts' job to gather intelligence? Just this level of formation was already faster than the Qin army, right? At this moment, the group of generals was shocked. His mind was filled with question marks. What was the basis of this? It was completely unacceptable. However, just as they were still in a daze for a few seconds, a group of scouts under the city wall had already rushed in front of the mixed army. All soldiers, listen up. Raise your shields. Spearmen, prepare to stab. Crossbowmen, aim and shoot. Until Ding Yi's voice rang out. Only then did he pull all the generals who were deep in thought back. The mixed army was still in a mess. However, seeing the scout camp getting closer and closer, he could only grit his teeth and give it his all. All of them unsheathed their weapons and began to attack the scout camp. However, due to the chaotic formation and the fact that the commander did not give the order as quickly as possible, the formation was still in chaos. At this moment, it was obvious that he was at a loss. Although the hundreds of arrows fired in a hurry were quite accurate, this rain of arrows was not enough to threaten the scout camp. The soldiers at the front of the scout camp raised their shields and formed the first line of defense. Most of the arrows landed on the shields. Other than shooting out a white dot, it did not cause much damage to the soldiers of the scout camp behind them. Even if there were still dozens of fish caught in the net that passed through the shield line. But there was still the lancer in the line of defense. Seeing the arrows flying over, he only needed to lift his hand and the remaining fish that had been caught would be picked out. The last few scattered arrows were completely insignificant. This round of attack didn't even cause chaos in the scout camp. Following Ding Yi's order, the archers behind him, who had been ready for a long time, immediately fired a full round of arrows. Even though the scout battalion only had 800 archers, they were all firing at the same time. Nearly 1,000 arrows were fired. But it was useless. Soon, nearly 100 soldiers of the mixed army were hit by the arrows. Although it did not cause fatal injuries. But the pain was certain. Moreover, if it was shot in the arm or thigh, according to the agreement, 2 arrows were allowed. However, if any important part of his body was hit, he would be killed. According to the agreement, he would be considered dead. Several rounds of arrows rained down. More than 100 people from the mixed army immediately died. The remaining 1,000 people were also fighting with injuries. She finally caught her breath. Before the mixed army could react, the scout camp moved again. The shield soldier raised his shield and approached. The commander of the mixed army had no choice but to brace himself and lead his men to fight. If they did not fight now, the 5,000 soldiers under them would be scattered by the scouts. At that time, there would only be defeat and death left. If he could buy some time to organize the army, he would be able to escape. Then the mixed army might have a chance to turn the tables. Within 2 breaths, the soldiers on both sides rushed together. From the perspective of the generals watching the battle on the stage, this was indeed a one-sided massacre. The 5,000 odd scout battalion soldiers clashed with the mixed army. The first to meet were the vanguard troops and the shieldmen at the front. However, the vanguard of the mixed army was completely defeated by the scout battalion. This was because Li Yueming had trained him in the body refining technique. The scouts were all physically strong. Just the shield guard that was charging at the front directly knocked the vanguard of the mixed army flying. Not to mention the spearmen behind him. The moment the 2 counterattacks collided, he struck ruthlessly, directly sending the mixed army flying a few meters away with a stick. If it wasn't for the fact that the weapons didn't have a blade, they would be wrapped in specialized tools and cloth. By now, there would be a huge river of blood. The scout battalion was like a sharp knife, easily tearing through the defense line of the mixed army. The rest of the matter was relatively simple. The vanguard was broken through, and the infantry following behind basically had no strength to fight back. In addition, the cavalrymen on the 2 flanks of the scout camp were still outflanking them. Each cavalryman held a zanmadeo in their hands. They were all carefully selected elites. The mixed army had nowhere to run. After fighting for a while in the chaos, seeing that there was no way to save the situation, the mixed army could only raise their hands and surrender with tears in their eyes. They had to surrender. These scouting bastards were really ruthless. In just a short while, everyone was injured. Fortunately, Ding Yi was quite straightforward. After all, this kind of internal strife would not cause any bloodshed. It was meaningless. Chapter 428, The Generals are numbed. Seeing that this group of cowards no longer needed to be taught a lesson, he quickly ordered, "Everyone, get into formation and retreat." The moment the voice sounded, this farce that involved tens of thousands of people finally came to an end. The soldiers of the scout camp gathered and slowly retreated. If there were any injuries in the group, there would be specialized military doctors to take care of and bandage them. All that was left was the wailing of the mixed soldiers lying on the ground. 0. On the city wall, almost all the high-ranking officers of the Northern Battlefront Army were silent. This time, they were all here with the mentality of watching a good show. After all, the entire Northern Battlefront Army had heard about the scout camp for the past 2 months. Even the soldiers below had already spread the news. Not to mention the generals who were more well-informed, their ears were already covered in calluses. Therefore, when they heard that the scout camp was going to hold an end-of-season competition, almost all the free generals of the Northern Battlefront Army had arrived. They all wanted to see what Li Yueming was thinking about in the rear to cause such a big commotion. Originally, only a few generals who had their rights violated. Most of them just came to watch for fun. However, they never expected to witness an unbelievable one-sided massacre. The well-trained soldiers of the Scout Battalion were able to resist the elite mixed troops of the Northern Battlefront Army on the ground. And he had completed a crushing defeat from the beginning to the end. How could he still be considered a scout? Even an elite infantry wouldn't be this ridiculous. At this moment, he looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away. The eyes of the descenders changed. This kid really didn't know how to be a real person. It was one thing for him to not show his face even once in the past 2 years. He had just appeared, and he had already given them a critical blow to their hearts. He finally came back to his senses. General Che Qian, who had wanted to arm wrestle with Li Yueming earlier, was the first to snap back to his senses. He looked at Li Yueming and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. He smiled and said, "Haha. That, General Li, I have offended you too much just now. Please don't take it to heart." At this moment, there was a large group of generals of the same level listening attentively. However, the general in front of the carriage still chose to admit his mistake in public. One could imagine how much he felt. He had no choice. He was afraid. After all, he knew what the scouts from the scout camp in Zhenbei City were like. Most of them were new recruits who had never been to the battlefield. Only a very small number of them were retired after being injured on the battlefield. It was a second-grade army with mixed good and bad. There was a huge gap between them and true elite scouts. But how long did Li Yueming take? In just 2 short months, they had actually trained such a strong army of tigers and wolves. Such ability was not something a small general like him could afford to offend. In order to make up for the bad impression he had left on Li Yueming, he even threw away his old face and gritted his teeth as he apologized to Li Yueming in public. He only hoped that Li Yueming would not pursue his rudeness in the future. The surrounding generals were also extremely stunned when they heard this. Good Lord, the general in front of the carriage was one of the most powerful generals in the Northern Battlefront Army. But now, he was completely terrified. It was truly an eye-opener. However, after carefully thinking about the cause and effect, the group of generals quickly figured it out. For someone like Li Yueming, his individual strength was peerless. A super genius with a military background was definitely not someone that pure soldiers like them could afford to offend. Golden scales are not things in the pool, once they meet the wind and clouds, they will become dragons. If they offended Li Yueming, they might not be able to retire smoothly once Li Yueming was promoted. After thinking it through, the group of generals couldn't help but smile. They looked at Li Yueming and complimented, "General Li is truly a genius. He was able to develop such an efficient and simple training method." That's right. General Li has achieved so much at such a young age. His future is limitless. I wonder if General Li's training method can be popularized? Compared to the scout camp, this training method seemed to be more suitable for the infantry. General Li, you can come visit me in the future. At this moment, whether it was sincere or not, the group of generals all revealed fawning smiles. They looked at Li Yueming with amazement. Once this training method was announced, it would not be easy for him to train. The entire Hejing would be shaken by this, and countless eyes would be focused on the north. If it could really be promoted on a large scale, the tremors that followed would probably be even more intense. It was a major event that involved the entire country's military and political affairs. Li Yueming was not even 18 years old. If he could really complete the reform of the military training system, he would be able to take charge of an army by the age of 20. Thinking of this, the group of generals were excited. To be in charge of an army at the age of 20 was something that no one in the entire Great Zhou's 10,000 years of history had ever achieved. This is a precedent. And they might become witnesses of history in the future. Li Yueming's smile was very reserved. If this kind of thing happened to an ordinary person, they would indeed be overjoyed. It was no different from saying that when one person attained the Dao, chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. However, it was completely different for Li Yueming. Chapter 429, The Generals are Numbed. The Li family was already a high-ranking official and had the foundation of a noble family. This generation's Li Nanfan was similarly illustrious. The imperial court would never allow Li Yueming and Li Nanfan to command 2 armies at the same time. On this basis, the more Li Yueming contributed, the more he roasted the emperor. Obviously, Li Yueming wasn't that stupid. Would he do such a thing that would boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige? He would never spread the training method. Anyway, as long as the matter was not completely exposed, everything was still in his hands. Not far away, Yue Tian, the general, finally recovered from his shock. He looked at the scout camp that was walking away in an orderly manner. He couldn't help but dismiss the generals who were afraid of flattery. He pulled Li Yueming and asked, "Yueming, is this the scout battalion that you trained with that new training method?" Reporting to the great general, "These are the soldiers who were specially trained by me." Li Yueming nodded. In the entire army, only the soldiers of the scout battalion know how to ride and shoot. Thus, this humble servant wants to use them to fight against the Qin army that keeps invading our northern lands." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. It turned out that Li Yueming had chosen the scout camp because of this idea. But this kind? If it was in the past, it would definitely be very important, but now, it was not important at all. The most important thing was not Li Yueming's training. It was whether the training method could be popularized in the entire army. 5,000 well-trained scouts were already able to display such strong execution and cohesion. What if it was 50,000, 500,000, or even 5 million people? Wouldn't he be able to unify the world? Yuao Tian waved his hand and said anxiously, "Let's talk about the battle with the Qin army later. First, tell us the principle behind your training method." Li Yueming smiled but didn't say anything. After thinking for a moment, he said half-truthfully, "I won't hide this from Great General. I came up with this training method after a year and a half of hard work. It's actually tailor-made for the scout camp, and it's still in the exploration stage. Therefore, if we rashly promote it to other military services, all kinds of problems may arise. I'm thinking of using the scout camp as a reference first. I'll try to promote it in the entire army after I improve it later. In the military camp." Hearing Li Yueming's answer, Yuao Tian, who had been overwhelmed by surprise, calmed down. After thinking about it, he realized that he had lost his composure just now. That was true. The training method of the army was the foundation of the army. Many armies were able to nurture powerful army spirits because of their complete training methods. And now, Li Yueming had just figured out a new training method. It was normal for all kinds of systems to be imperfect. Before he had established a mature system, rashly promoting it to the entire army would probably cause a huge backlash. At that time, every bite of meat would cause a tooth to fall out. If he had reported it to the higher UPS with his excitement just now, the series of chain reactions that followed might really cause a tooth to fall out. Therefore, Yuao Tian, who had calmed down, shivered. After a moment, he revealed a serious expression and said, "Indeed. Then I'll write a secret letter about this matter and send it to His Majesty. You'll be fully responsible for exploring the new training method from now on. I believe you'll definitely succeed." He made his decision. It was impossible to hide such a big matter. He had to report it to the emperor. Otherwise, if the emperor blamed them, the entire northern battlefront army would be beheaded. It was fine to spread some news, as long as he didn't write a memorial to the imperial court. It was just some news and rumors from the northwest border. Even if it was sent back to the capital, no one would believe it. This was the result Li Yueming wanted. After hearing Yuao Tian's decision, he said bluntly, "This humble servant will not disappoint Great General's expectations." The gift of the horse that he mentioned was the prerequisite that he had previously agreed with Yuao Tian. As long as the scout battalion could take the lead in this battle and prove their strength, Yuao Tian gave the scout camp 3,000 spirit horses. In addition, the scout camp had more than 1,000 spirit horses, as well as those mobilized from other cities. He would be able to gather a special training team of 5,000 people. He heard Li Yueming's request. Yuao Tian revealed a pained expression. 3,000 spirit horses. Even in the northern battlefront army, it was a big number. However, since he had already made an agreement with Li Yueming in advance, and he was counting on Li Yueming to produce results as soon as possible, the necessary investment was indispensable. Besides, currently, most of the northern battlefront army troops were holed up in the city. Even if they had spiritual horses, they would not be able to catch up to the Qin army. It was better to simply transfer them to Li Yueming to use first. Therefore, Yuao Tian could only smile and say, "Give me half a month to gather the funds and hand them over to you in the middle of next month." Li Yueming nodded. At this moment, he was not polite at all. After asking for the spiritual horse, he continued, "Great General, these 5,000 scouts are too stifled to train in the city. They can't use their full strength. Moreover, if they encounter an attack from the Qin army, they might not be able to make it in time. Therefore, I want to lead these 5,000 people to wander the northern desert. While training, we will search for the Qin army outside. He heard his second request. Yueotian hesitated. It wasn't that Li Yueming had too many requests. In fact, he couldn't wait for Li Yueming to make a few more requests. After all, as the boss, he wanted to have a sense of participation in such a big matter, right? But the problem was that transferring the army out of the city was not a small matter. The sample army in Li Yueming's hands was even more precious. If they really encountered the Qin army, wouldn't there be an accident? Li Yueming only needed a glance to know that his cheap master was still hesitating. He couldn't help but continue to increase the price and said in a low voice, "Master, look. The original intention of training this army is to attack the Qin army. All the supporting training is also designed to cause the greatest damage to the Qin army. If I can't arm wrestle with Qin Jun under such circumstances, then what's the use of my so-called new training method? After all, our great Zhou's main enemy these years is the Qin country." Of course, Yueotian knew this as well. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he nodded and said, "All right, no matter how much you say, it's not as good as winning a few battles. If there's no way to resist the Qin country, no one will believe your training method even if you brag to the heavens." Li Yueming smiled again. To be honest, Yueo was a pretty good teacher. There was nothing to say about his disciple. All kinds of messy precedents were basically opened for him. If it was someone else, they might not be as easy to talk to as him. Of course, on a deeper level. Yueotian had a deep relationship with the Li family, and Yueotian himself had a personal relationship with Li Nanfan. They were allies and accomplices. If the Li family collapsed, Yueotian would also be at risk of being punished. The relationship between the two sides was one of prosperity and loss. Therefore, Yueotian seemed to be led by the nose by Li Yueming. But from another perspective, wasn't this a form of indulgence? Along the way, Li Yueming looked like an orphan. However, in reality, he still enjoyed many benefits from the Li family's heir. However, under Li Nanfan's arrangements, it didn't seem that eye-catching. After confirming this matter and achieving his goal, Li Yueming did not stay on the city wall. He bid farewell to Yueotian and the other generals who had retreated. Li Yueming quickly returned to the scout camp. He was prepared to start the next step of the plan as soon as possible. There was nothing he could do. The fourth calamity, who was locked in the cage, was already eager to give it a try. If he didn't hurry up, he wouldn't have such a good opportunity in the future. Chapter 430, A New Path, Northern Glacier Town. Part 1. When they returned to the camp, the soldiers of the scout camp were all excited. In the past month or so of training, they had also repeatedly doubted the meaning of gritting their teeth and persisting. After all, they were scouts. What was the point of doing physical training here every day and standing in a military posture in the snow and ice? However, it was not until now that the group of people realized that they had unknowingly broken away from the fatigue and laziness of the past. He looked completely different from before. Not only was his body full, but it could also make people feel excited. His spirit was also restrained enough. And in this battle, he had successfully proved his strength in front of countless high-ranking generals of the Northern Battlefront Army. It also proved that their hard work and sweat over the past month had not been in vain. They were all scouts. However, in just 2 months, he had already learned how to fight in formation. Moreover, their combat strength was enough to defeat the elite mixed army of Zhenbei City. What kind of concept was this? It was a concept that could be written into history. But now, they had truly completed it. When he saw Li Yueming walking over, the soldiers of the scout battalion were all excited. They had no choice. They had defeated their enemies who used to like to mock them at the drop of a hat in this battle. They had no choice but to be excited. A few soldiers even dared to say, "Greetings, General Li." Most of the training during this period was carried out by Ding Yi and the others. However, all the soldiers present knew that General Li Yueming was the real commander behind them. After all, this training method and all the arrangements during the training process were personally made by Li Yueming. The training plan and subsequent food follow-up were all arranged and funded by Li Yueming. They were able to achieve this today. It was all thanks to this new General Li. Therefore, when the soldiers saw Li Yueming, they were extremely grateful. In the past, although he was still quite free in this scout camp, due to various factors, he did not even have to raise his head to spy on information like other scouts. They only needed to patrol and train every day. Other than that, there was basically nothing else. However, the reason why they were like this at that time was because there was no war in the Northlands all year round. They could not see any hope. Protect the country, make contributions, and finally return with a horse's leather and a corpse. For a man with an indomitable spirit, it was actually not a difficult ending to accept. However, they were in the Northern Army, not the Western Army. The Western frontier is proud of the army guarding the West. All the members of the Western Garrison Army were basically residents from the Western frontier. The people standing behind the Western Garrison Army were their parents, wives, and children. Therefore, when they went into battle, they were particularly ferocious, not inferior to the Qin army at all. On the other hand, the residents of the western border were also willing to advance and retreat with the Western Garrison Army. But the Northern Battlefront Army was different. There were no external enemies in the northern part of the Great Zhou. Therefore, the most important role of the Northern Battlefront Army was to defend against and guard the beast tide in the 100,000 mountains in the north. In the past, the residents of the Central Plains had never taken a proper look at the desolate and poor Northland. In the eyes of the world, the Northern Battlefront Army was just a motley crew that had been guarding the barbarian land all this time. They were even once suspected of eating empty pay. The reason why the Northern Battlefront Army was able to attract the attention of the whole world was because the Qin army had opened up the 100,000 mountain road, which led to the emergence of a small Qin army in the north. While the soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army were under great pressure, they also saw an opportunity to make contributions. Since he saw hope and opportunity, the soldiers were naturally willing to work hard. Besides, Li Yueming was only in his teens, and his future was limitless. Under such a young general, they were not afraid of being suppressed because of their lack of qualifications. Moreover, they had not even cared about this training method at the beginning. However, after training for nearly 2 months, many soldiers had already felt its miraculous effects. Especially the body tempering method developed by Li Yueming. It could be said that their physical fitness could be improved by a level every day. This was simply a protective divine art for the troops charging into the battlefield. Therefore, he had no choice. At this moment, all the soldiers of the scout battalion looked at Li Yueming with excitement. Li Yueming didn't seem to have too many emotional fluctuations. Or rather, this kind of situation was already a small problem for him. The real time to show off his skills was still behind. However, at this moment, all the soldiers' gazes fell on him. Li Yueming also extended his hand and gestured for everyone to be quiet. When they realized that Li Yueming was about to speak, the soldiers immediately shut their mouths. There were more than 5,000 soldiers present. However, the silence only lasted for a second. This was the most direct effect of discipline and order. After everyone quieted down, Li Yueming said calmly, "Everyone has been training very hard for the past 2 months. Now, we have achieved remarkable results. Now, the Imperial Court and the Great General attach great importance to our troops, so they have specially given corresponding rewards. I've already discussed this with the Great General. From today onwards, all of you will receive a higher standard of food, and your salary will be changed to 10 taels of silver a month." Chapter 431, A New Path, Northern Glacier Town. Part 2. Originally, all the soldiers were still curious. They thought that Li Yueming would praise them verbally and then encourage them. However, they did not expect Li Yueming to ask for more food and pay. The soldiers were stunned for a moment. Was there something wrong with the script? However, Li Yueming didn't give them time to think and ask questions. He continued, "This general has always pursued the principle of rewarding meritorious deeds and punishing those who have made mistakes. Now that you have performed well and made contributions, I will naturally fight for the most benefits for you." Hearing this, the soldiers who had regained their senses cheered. "General Li is mighty! General Li is mighty! General Li is mighty!" A group of people shouted in unison that they were still in the middle of the river. The expression on his face was incomparably happy. Most of the ordinary soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army only had 5. They thought that Li Yueming would praise them verbally and then encourage them. However, they did not expect Li Yueming to ask for more food and pay. The soldiers were stunned for a moment. Was there something wrong with the script? However, Li Yueming didn't give them time to think and ask questions. He continued, "This general has always pursued the principle of rewarding meritorious deeds and punishing those who have made mistakes. Now that you have performed well and made contributions, I will naturally fight for the most benefits for you." Hearing this, the soldiers who had regained their senses cheered. "General Li is mighty! General Li is mighty! General Li is mighty!" A group of people shouted in unison that they were still in the middle of the river. The expression on his face was incomparably happy. Most of the ordinary soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army only had 5 taels of silver as their monthly salary. As a high-ranking soldier, the salary of a scout was 8 taels a month. Let's not talk about the food standards first. Just the salary of 10 taels of silver was already twice as much as that of other ordinary soldiers. In the past, they had heard all kinds of lies from their superiors. After all, it was the basic operation of the high-ranking military officers and even the officials of the imperial court. Under normal circumstances, it was already very impressive to be able to eat 1 or 2 of the 10 pancakes. However, Li Yueming's actions. He directly fed the flat bread into everyone's mouths. The 3 most urgent things in life were promotion, pay raise, and reaching the peak of life. He had only been with Li Yueming for more than 2 months, and his salary had already been increased. Would the other 2 be far away? "All right, everyone, quiet down." Li Yueming once again stretched out his hand and gestured for all the soldiers to be quiet. After the boiling crowd quieted down, he continued, "The announcement of the reward is over. Next, we will announce the follow-up mission of our scout team." Hearing this, all the soldiers in the scout camp held their breaths. The temptation of a raise was enough to make people lose their rationality. However, the follow-up mission arrangements were what he really needed to pay attention to. After all, there was no free lunch in this world. Increasing the treatment meant taking on more danger. Li Yueming's voice paused. After making sure that everyone's eyes were on him, he continued, "From today onwards, you will be independent from the scout camp. As for the name of the team after you are independent, I have already decided on it. I will do my best to nurture a powerful army that can crush the Qin army in terms of speed and combat strength. From now on, let that group of damned Qin people no longer dare to trample on the fields of our great Zhou, no longer dare to raise their butcher knives to kill the residents of our northern lands, and no longer dare to arrogantly claim to annex the wilderness. I want to make all existences who dare to oppose my army tremble in fear." Li Yueming's words were very long, but every word was very powerful. The contents were even more shocking. At this moment, the Qin army was at its peak, and everyone in the world feared the Qin army like a tiger. Even the 6 dynasties did not dare to fight against them. Li Yueming actually dared to announce in front of so many people that he wanted to create a new army that could completely crush the Qin army in terms of combat strength and speed. If this was said by an ordinary person, they would probably laugh their heads off. After all, the well-trained and fearless reputation of the Qin army had long been etched into the minds of the other 5 countries. Sensing the threat, the 6 dynasties all strengthened their military control, but even so, they were still unable to stop the Qin army from expanding. How could a random army be a match for them? But now that it was said by Li Yueming, the meaning and extent of the words instantly became different. After hearing this, the soldiers felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't help but shout in unison, "Make all the existences who dare to be enemies with the general tremble in fear! Make all the existences who dare to be enemies with the general tremble in fear!" Even the group of reincarnators looked at him with a strange gaze. As a female reincarnator, the way Huang Li looked at Li Yueming was even more different. The way she looked at Li Yueming was like a fangirl looking at her idol. At this moment, Li Yueming was like a natural commander. As long as he stood on the stage and shouted, all the soldiers under his command would charge forward in the direction he pointed out. This was the effect of the title Starlight Preacher on Li Yueming's interface. Starlight Preacher, Red. You are the preacher of the boundless universe. Unique special effect, all attributes increased by 30%, commander's strength increased by 200, personal charm increased by 50. With the addition of this talent and his own charm, Li Yueming's commanding ability and personal charm might be much higher than some guys who specialized in living off women. At this moment, Li Yueming didn't even need to do much. It was almost as if he had completed the control of the army with just a move of his mouth. After the basic training was completed, all they needed to do was to cultivate the sense of honor and cohesiveness of the army. After a series of preparations, the soul of the army would be established. They should soon have enough combat power. After he finished talking about the follow-up arrangements, the scout camp spent a few more days in the camp. Chapter 432, A New Path, Northern Glacier Town. Part 3. Half a month later, the 5,000 spiritual horses that Uaotian had promised were delivered. At the same time, the imperial court also sent a secret letter from the emperor. They were very curious about Li Yueming's method of training the new army and said that they should not make it public. The emperor would do his best to support him in secret. This was both good and bad news for Li Yueming. After all, the emperor was like a knife hanging over Li Yueming and the Li family. It was fine if he didn't fall, but if he did, it was very likely that all of Li Yueming's plans would fail. After receiving the secret order, the 5,000 soldiers in Zhenbei city silently disappeared one night. When he woke up the next day, Uaotian had already changed his army. The news caused a huge discussion in the northern battlefront army. After all, this was a troop of more than 5,000 people. Wouldn't it be shocking if they disappeared so mysteriously under normal circumstances? However, this discussion was quickly suppressed by the higher UPS. Many generals and soldiers had sensed the unfathomable aura and stopped the idea of investigating. Point 0. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming brought the 5,000 scout battalion to a town in the north called the Northern Ice River. As the name suggested, the reason why Northern Ice River Town was named was because of the river that flowed down from the extremely cold snow mountain. Because the rapid flow of water was often mixed with many ice cubes, it was also called the Northern Ice River. Since they were already close to the 100,000 mountains, it was naturally impossible for Northern Glacier Town to be that wealthy. The population of the town was less than 10,000, and most of them were floating people. There were only about 2,000 to 3,000 local people stationed here. The reason why it was so extreme was that a large-scale beast tide would erupt in the 100,000 mountains every few years. As one of the towns closest to the 10,000 mountains, North Glacier Town was affected almost every time. Under such circumstances, it was already considered a very prosperous place to have a few thousand permanent residents. As for the other 8,000 plus floating population, except for a small number of criminals who had been sent by the Central Plains to the cold and bitter lands to be tortured, most of the others were hunters and herb gatherers who had come for money. Although the 100,000 mountains was famous for being a forbidden zone for life. However, the more dangerous the place, the more treasures there would be. Countless spirit herbs and rare animals grew in the mountains. Many of these plants and animals had special requirements for their growing environment and climate. Herbalists only needed to pick some spirit herbs and sell them, and they could earn thousands of times the price difference. Hunters were the same. If they hunted some uncommon animals and brought them to the Central Plains, they could make hundreds of times the profit. It was enough for the family to eat and drink for a few years. Originally, Northern Ice River Town did not have an administrative department. There were only about 300 soldiers in charge of managing taxes. And now, Li Yueming had led more than 5,000 scouts to such a remote town. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion. Seeing the black mass of armored soldiers, the first reaction of the residents was to hide in their houses. He only left a crack in the door or window to secretly observe the situation outside. In this desolate and remote land, it was already at the edge of the Great Zhou's administrative jurisdiction. Naturally, this group of residents did not have much of a sense of identity with the Great Zhou. Therefore, he was now looking at Li Yueming and the others with vigilance. More than 300 Great Zhou soldiers stationed in North Ice River Town came out to welcome him. Although he had already received the transfer order. But now, they saw that Zhenbei City had really mobilized over 5,000 elite soldiers on spiritual horses and wearing armor. The centurion leading the 300 soldiers of Northern Ice River Town couldn't help but rub his eyes. Good fellow! They actually sent troops to this god-forsaken place? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. After confirming that he was not mistaken, the 100 households knelt down from afar. When Li Yueming and the others approached, he kowtowed 3 times and said, 1 MCAIU, the centurion of Dingfeng City in the northern army of my town. I have been ordered to guard North Ice River Town. Caiu was wearing tattered armor and looked to be in her 50s. The 300 soldiers behind him were even more miserable. Her cotton jacket was covered in patches, and her face and hands were covered in frostbite. If they were not soldiers, they would probably be recognized as refugees. Life was tough. At this moment, Li Yueming was riding a tall horse, wearing a special general's armor with a layer of mink fur coat inside. He looked like a young master from a wealthy family. Staring at the figure under his feet, Li Yueming swung his whip and said, "One can't stand to see anyone live a miserable life. Men, give Cai Ting Chang 2 cotton coats." Chapter 433, Young People Don't Care About Martial Arts, What a Trap! Part 1. At this moment, the warhorse under his feet snorted. Li Yueming sat on the tall horse, looking like a person in a painting. He looked down at the figure beneath his feet and said casually, "Someone, change President Cai into a cotton robe. He's wearing tattered clothes, wouldn't it be bad if others saw it? This general can't stand to see a human suffer." Hearing Li Yueming's teasing voice. Especially when he heard the title President Cai. Caiu, who was kneeling at his feet, turned pale. He lay on the ground trembling with fear and kowtowed desperately. "Shangguan, spare my life. This lowly one is really didn't mean to deceive the Shangguan." He looked at Caiu, who had already kowtowed until her head was bleeding. Li Yueming sat on the horse and smiled faintly. "Oh? Court Chief Cai is living such a difficult life, and the 300 soldiers behind him are in tatters and miserable states. Why are you begging me to spare your life?" Hearing this, Caiu's face turned even paler. Kneeling heavily on the ground, he kowtowed several times and said, "Shangguan, your subordinate is in the army. This subordinate deserves to die 10,000 times. Please spare my life." Court Chief Cai was his official position in the Central Plains. A few years ago, he was a tyrant in his hometown. He relied on his distant relative to become an official in the court and got himself a position as a president. However, because he was drunk, he robbed a good family. This was a small matter to him. However, he did not expect this good family to have a strong personality and commit suicide because he could not bear the humiliation. Her husband came to the door with a kitchen knife in anger, but he was killed by his underlings. In the end, he even went all out and directly went to kill his entire family of 12. In the end, because of this incident, he caused a huge mess in the local area. Hundreds of villagers from the village had banded together to block his entrance and wanted to skin him alive. Even his relatives couldn't protect him. Caiu had no choice but to leave her hometown. He used his connections to travel thousands of miles to the sparsely populated north and used his savings to buy a position in the Northern Army. With this position, he spent some time and effort to regroup a group of people. He began to live a life of superiority. Northern Ice River Town was a small town, but it was not even drawn on the map of the Great Zhou. There was no order at all. Therefore, when Caiu learned that the Northern Battlefront Army was sending people to Northern Ice River Town, she was in disbelief. This lousy place didn't have anything he wanted. The higher UPS must be crazy to send troops here. However, the contents of the letter were clearly written. Even the arrival time of the garrison was clearly written on it. Caiu had no choice but to believe it. In order to prevent any accidents, he had made some preparations a few days in advance. Originally, he thought that the higher UPS would not care about a small fry like him. Thus, he still had the mentality of getting lucky. However, he had never expected that the general would know his identity so well. They even knew that he used to be the president of the Central Plains. From this, it could be seen that the other party had done an investigation and was already clear about what he had done all these years. In fact, that was indeed the case. Li Yueming swung his whip and struck Caiu's face. His entire face was swollen. This was a happy voice. "Get up, this general has a lot of people. Take me to the camp and send someone to invite everyone in the town over." Although she had been whipped, Caiu did not dare to show any signs of surprise. He had no choice. This army was too large in number, and each of them was well equipped. It was far from what he could fight against. Now that he was beaten up, it was not a bad thing. As long as he could keep his life, there was still a chance. Therefore, Caiu revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I'll find someone immediately." "Oh, no, I'll do it myself. Please go and rest first. I've prepared a welcoming banquet for you." Li Yueming didn't have much expression on his face. After casually waving his hand to signal him to scram, he followed a group of ragged soldiers to the garrison camp in Northern Ice River Town. After Caiu stood up and left, Huang Li, who was riding on Li Yueming's right, said, "Your Highness, why don't you just capture this guy and behead him?" Li Yueming smiled and replied coldly, "It's not worth it to chop off such a precious head. Later, he could get someone to prepare a pot of oil and heat it." Huang Li suddenly understood. Caiu was not as simple as she looked. After all, he was a newbie gift bag that Li Yueming had personally picked out when he chose the base of the cavalry camp. The northern glacier town that this guy was stationed in was very remote. Even the Great Zhou did not have much information about this mobile town. Even Li Yueming had found it unintentionally when he was flipping through the old documents. However, such a remote place was not as poor as it looked on the surface. North Glacier Town was located at the northwest border. 30 miles to the north, they were already close to the edge of the extremely cold snow mountain. They could enter the western frontier after traveling 50 miles to the west. The geographical location was very unique. Coupled with the nourishment of the spiritual water flowing out of the extremely cold snow mountain, even though the temperature in this area was low, both the spiritual energy and the land were very rich. There was a large amount of fish caught in the northern ice river. Chapter 434, Young People Don't Care About Martial Arts, What a Trap! Part 2. Following the river, he traced back to the edge of the 100,000 mountains and found a mine. In addition to the drug dealers and hunters. If not for the constant beast tides that caused the Great Zhou to not take it seriously, such a treasure land had probably been developed long ago. Caiu spent a huge sum of money to buy a centurion position in the Northern Battlefront Army and sent him to Northern Ice River Town. Now, he was pretending to be pitiful and even brought more than 300 soldiers in tattered clothes to walk in front of Li Yueming. He was trying to fool Li Yueming. In fact, these 300 people were all ordinary residents from various families. The real soldiers were all too rich and had not come out of the city. All these years, Caiu had led a group of soldiers to lord it over Northern Ice River Town, which was a no-man's land. His little life was going well. Fortunately, Li Yueming liked to plan before acting. They would only take action after they had made preparations in advance and investigated clearly. Otherwise, he might really be fooled by this guy. After all, who would have thought that a small town would have so many mysteries? Of course, none of this mattered anymore. The important thing was that Li Yueming had decided to place the new army here. If anything went wrong, he could rely on the little fox's thigh in the north and his cheap father's thigh in the west. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very cost-effective piece of land. Point 0. About 2 hours later. After reading out the order, Caiu led nearly 10,000 people back to the Northern Ice River Town camp. He wanted to run, but Li Yueming was riding a spirit horse. Even if he had 2 more legs, he wouldn't be able to run. At this moment, 95% of the people in Northern Glacier Town had come. Everyone looked at Li Yueming with vigilance and fear. After all, Caiu was the centurion of the Northern Battlefront Army, and he had not left a good impression on them all these years. Even the reputation of the Northern Battlefront Army and the Great Joe was ignored here. Most of the people in this group were dirty people wearing cotton-padded jackets. There were also hunters wearing animal fur and carrying hunting bows on their backs. Because they were gathered together, there seemed to be quite a number of people present. However, as a small town, 10,000 people were too insignificant. It was worth mentioning that there were more than 300 exceptionally strong men in this group. They were Caiu's true soldiers. In order not to be seen through by Li Yueming, they took off their armor and replaced the 300 farmers. Although they were nervous, they could only bite the bullet and blend into the crowd, hoping that Li Yueming did not notice them. He glanced at the crowd in front of him. Li Yueming pulled the spirit horse that was still snorting and said, "Everyone, my name is Li Yueming. I'm the general of the newly established Star Moon Army. The purpose of coming here is to guard Northern Ice River Town and protect you from the attack of the Qin Army and the Beast Tide." After saying that, Li Yueming paused, apparently waiting for the reaction of the residents. As expected, the crowd of people below them burst into an uproar when they heard the sound. Obviously, Li Yueming's words were unbelievable. This Northern Ice River Town was only a little bit big. In the past, the largest number of soldiers stationed there was only 500. There were actually 5,000 troops stationed here? It was simply using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, whether they were willing to believe it or not, they had no choice in this matter. Therefore, the crowd gradually calmed down after a while. The crowd finished digesting the first wave of news. Since everyone already knows, then let me announce the Star Moon Army's Code of Conduct. This is the Star Moon Troops' rule, and it will be the code of conduct for all of you in the future. When he heard Li Yueming's words, the group of people instantly became nervous and could not help but hold their breaths. In their ears, the code of conduct that Li Yueming mentioned was another meaning of collecting protection fees. The 6 nations fought for hegemony every year. In many cases, there was no difference between an army and a bandit. It was just that bandits were not allowed to rob, while the army was just robbers in disguise. There were simply too many people who wanted to take a breather halfway through the march. To be able to live to their age, they were already used to this. The soldiers under Li Yueming were all well equipped. They did not dare to resist. They could only pray in their hearts that Li Yueming would not be too ruthless and leave them a way out. In the silence, Li Yueming's next words were like the first thunder that rang out on the flat ground. The first rule of the Star Moon Troop is to never take a needle or a thread from the masses. The second rule of the Star Moon Troop is to ensure the safety of the people under their command. The third principle of the Star Moon Troop is to restore the production of the people under their command and expand the area of land cultivated. These 3 rules came down. Everyone present was stunned. Not far away, a group of people did not say anything for the time being. After all, most of them could not even read the words. It was difficult for them to understand what Li Yueming meant without some time. At this moment, apart from the cavalry battalion itself, the group of reincarnators who followed Li Yueming were also the most confused. What was going on? This military regulation seemed a little strange. However, before they could ask or discuss, Li Yueming spoke again. Now, you can ask me if you have any questions. If you are dissatisfied, you can tell me. From tomorrow onwards, the Star Moon Army will carry out a comprehensive transformation of Northern Ice River Town. We are not bandits, nor are we bandits. There is no need to be so afraid. Chapter 435, Young People Don't It Care About Martial Arts, What a Trap! Part 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was still in a state of confusion. After a long time, no one said anything. Even if Li Yueming had extremely high charisma and commanding ability. However, he still did not have much influence in front of this group of people. This was normal. After all, this was the first time they had met. Before that, Caiu, as the black sheep of the group, had already destroyed everyone's trust in the Great Zhou dynasty and the Northern Battlefront Army. Even Yueotian himself probably didn't know. He thought that he was the guardian of all the people in the northern borderline. But in reality, the people under his protection were so indifferent to the troops under his command. Of course, Yueotian could not be blamed for this. The nature of the problem was not something that a general like Yueotian could decide. Not far below his feet. Caiu should be the first to come back to her senses. Li Yueming had taken such a big turn. It turned out that he was planning to use him to establish his dominance. However, he was not worried that someone would tell on him. After all, there were still 300 warriors following him in the crowd. If this group of two-legged sheep dared to talk, he would cut off their tongues overnight. Seeing that no one said anything, Li Yueming was not surprised. After some thought, he pointed at a piece of wood not far away and said, "Since everyone doesn't trust me, then I'll put out a reward. There are close to 10,000 people here. If anyone can pick up this piece of wood, I'll reward the person who picks it up with 1,000 taels of silver in the name of the Star Moon Army." The piece of wood he was pointing at was only as thick as an arm. An adult could pick it up easily. But now, the group of people looked at each other, but no one dared to stand out. Li Yueming knew that a verbal promise was not sincere enough. He asked Ding Yi to take out 1,000 taels of silver from the military supply box and placed it on a broken table in the camp. Instantly, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard around them. If it wasn't for Li Yueming who was still pressing down on him, it was estimated that tens of thousands of people would probably fight to snatch it. Nowadays, 3 taels of silver was enough for an ordinary person to live for a month. 1,000 silver taels was an astronomical figure. There must be a brave man under the heavy reward. While everyone was still staring at the silver on the table, a 16 or 17-year-old Vouth had already vioxed all the wave to Dick up the wood when no one was paying attention. He then looked at Li Yueming and said, "General, I've already picked up the piece of wood you specified." The young man had a delicate and pretty face. Although the cloth on his body was tattered and old, it had been washed until it was spotless. Li Yueming nodded. He immediately gestured to Ding Yi behind him. After placing the 1,000 taels of silver at the youth's feet, he said, "Very good, this 1,000 taels is yours." The youth glanced at the silver beneath his feet. He did not reveal too much greed. Instead, he took over the topic and said, "Everyone, this army looks very disciplined. It should be the official army of the imperial court. It won't harm anyone. I'm still young, and I only have a sister and mother at home. I can't use up so much silver, so I'll only take 50 taels. I'll split the remaining 900 taels on behalf of the general. As he spoke, the youth picked up a silver ingot from the pile of silver. Then, he placed the wooden stick in his hand on the ground again and said, "As long as you pick up this wooden stick, you can get a share of the silver that the general has given you." Hearing this, the group of people present glanced at the silver ingot in the youth's hand. He then looked at the few hundred taels of silver left on the ground. All eyes turned red. They began to swarm up and pick up the wooden sticks on the ground. Li Yueming looked at the young man with interest. He didn't expect to meet such an interesting talent in the Horngata. Not only was he able to judge the situation, but he also knew how to borrow strength. The most important thing was that he could still resist his greed in the face of profit. Unfortunately, she was still too young compared to him. Li Yueming gave him a look, and Tian Liang flew off the horse's back. He squeezed through the crowd that was fighting for the wood and took out the wooden stick from inside. He directly threw the wooden stick back into the youth's hand. "Silence!" Li Yueming said lazily. His voice wasn't loud, but it was powerful. All the people who were fighting for the wood stopped. They all shivered. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at him. After a final blow, Li Yueming smiled and looked at the pale-faced youth. This little brother was the first to pick up the wood that this general had designated. This 1,000 taels of silver is his. Without this general's permission, no one is allowed to touch it. At this moment, the young man who was being roasted on the fire was already drenched in sweat. He originally wanted to give this general who didn't know his limits a good impression. In the future, he might even be able to benefit greatly from this operation. However, he did not expect that this general would not be so easy to deal with. Not only did he not let him act obedient, but he even put him on the fire pit. Obviously, she had noticed his little thoughts. The young man's face was pale as he pursed his lips. However, there was no turning back after drawing the bow this time. He could only bite the bullet and say, "This lowly one is called Shui Wang, the descendant of the offending minister Shui's Haiqian." This young man was actually the descendant of a criminal who had been sent to the northern borders. It was normal. Obviously, a youth with such a scholar and courage could not have come from a commoner's family. Li Yueming was expressionless. He wasn't familiar with Shui's Haiqian and had no interest in caring about him. There was still a long way to go. The most important thing today was to establish the most basic trust with the people of Northern Ice River Town. After all, he had gone through a lot of trouble to get the opportunity to create a new army. What they were plotting was not just a little bit of something. He wanted to take over the entire northern region and western region of the Great Zhou. This would require a long struggle. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Yueming looked up again and said, "All right, this general will offer one last reward. As long as everyone is willing to participate, there will be a reward of 1,000 taels of silver." This time, the crowd below the stage became excited. The way he looked at Li Yueming was completely different from his previous apathetic expression. It was filled with all kinds of colors. Li Yueming knew that his plan had already succeeded. He smiled and said calmly, "You guys live in this small town. Have you encountered any unfair things that Tang Zhang has done? Tell this general can make decisions for you." Before he could finish his sentence, not far away, Caiu, who had thought that she had temporarily escaped and was thinking about how to escape, suddenly felt a chill. When Li Yueming first raised this question, the residents of Northern Glacier Town would definitely not dare to say anything because of his prestige. But now, after establishing a certain level of credibility through the bounty, everything would change. In just a short while, he had already seen several residents' expressions flickering with eagerness. If the things he had done in the past were exposed, no matter which country's law it was, dying 100 times was probably not enough. The young man's attacks were really dark. He simply did not care about martial ethics. Chapter 436, The Great Era is Rising, the Stars are Brilliant. 1. After obtaining the initial recognition of the residents of Northern Ice River Town through Jianlixin, he was finally able to obtain the necessary information. Li Yueming then threw out the second bombshell. In the end, he successfully obtained the information he wanted. Caiu had been a centurion in Northern Ice River Town for many years. Together with more than 300 soldiers, they bought the items that the people of Northern Ice River Town hunted and gathered from the mountains at a low price. Who knew how much silver he had embezzled? Not only that, but they also used all kinds of methods to recruit able-bodied men and young women from all over the world. Now, the 300 soldiers had almost expanded to 2,000. After discovering that his past had been exposed, Caiu knew that she was doomed, so she gritted her teeth and prepared to fight back. But this was obviously the stupidest choice. The soldiers behind Li Yueming were not ordinary people. All of them have a certain level of cultivation, elite regular army. In their eyes, the so-called counterattack was just 2 or 3 kittens and puppies. Li Yueming had already asked Tian Liang and the others to heat up a pot of oil. After catching a black sheep and getting the people to identify them, they would be thrown into the frying pan to wash away their sins. 3 whole days. Li Yueming uprooted all of Caiu's forces. Those who should be put into the frying pan should be put into the frying pan, and those who should be beheaded should be beheaded. Most of the less guilty ones were captured and kept to build a new world in the beautiful North Glacier town. After cleaning up all the remnants, Li Yueming quickly ordered the 5,000 new soldiers to start construction. There was no rush for training. Such a tidal city with only a few thousand permanent residents, if they didn't expand to guard against the chaotic beast tide in the north, it was very likely that the army would be wiped out by the beast tide before they could train for long. Therefore, after settling down, the Star Moon Army's first major event was to expand the camp. However, this was not something too difficult. Thousands of well-trained soldiers spent less than a week to build more than 10 military camps made of mud and pine wood. While digging, he also tidied up a large, flat field for future training. Li Yueming was not idle either. When the main force was still building in the camp, he himself led more than 500 elites to patrol Northern Ice River Town and found that this place was really dirty and chaotic. The roads in the village were covered in mud, and all kinds of animal and human feces were everywhere. If it wasn't for the cold weather here, it wouldn't be so easy to breed bacteria. He could probably smell the stench on the road from afar. Moreover, because this place was close to the 100,000 mountains, there was a river not far from the village. Therefore, every household in the village picked up a lot of things that were hunted down upstream during the rainy seasons of spring and summer. They were all piled up at the entrance. The so-called reform, the best and gentlest aspect was to start with small areas. Gradually, step by step. It was only after the reform plan had imperceptibly affected all aspects of the people that they would be heavily reorganized. Therefore, Li Yueming's first order after taking office was to clean up the house. If you don't clean up a family, how can you clean up the world? After discovering the problem, they immediately ordered a group of people to rectify it. The regulations were simple, even trivial. For example, there must be no mud or domestic garbage in front of the door. For example, all kinds of messy sundries could not be piled up at will. They had to be piled up together or stored in a separate storage room. For example, they could not urinate and defecate anywhere, and the feces and urine at home had to be collected and stored uniformly, etc. If it was someone else who was so lenient, the villagers would probably have splashed their faces with manure. But who was Li Yueming? He was a god who could throw people into a pot of oil without any expression. Therefore, despite their reluctance, the group of residents could only pinch their noses and do as they were told. Li Yueming, the new general, was an outsider who had never been to North Glacier Town. However, after eliminating Caiu and the other bullies with lightning speed, they had already gained enough power in the hearts of the people. After all, no one could be sure that if they accidentally angered this old man, they would not be thrown into the boiling oil with an expressionless face. Compared to the torture of being thrown into a pot of oil. After cleaning up the messy yard and his own excrement, it didn't seem so unacceptable. Point 0. Li Yueming gave them 3 days to make changes. He also released a message to the public that there would be a regulation on the cleanliness of the streets in the future. Those who had advanced public and private hygiene on the streets and in front of their homes could receive an additional public hygiene bonus. Initially, Li Yueming thought that there would be some resistance to the initial reform. Therefore, he had even prepared the methods to capture the typical example. He was just waiting for someone to stand up against him or refuse to carry out his orders. However, he never expected that in just 2 days, the entire road hygiene and courtyard hygiene of Northern Glacier Town would be completely renewed. Every household tidied up their courtyards and sent people to level the roads in front of their doors. This made Li Yueming feel as if his fist had hit nothing. After all, he had even prepared a slap and a sweet date. In the end, this group of people was too tactful and did not even let him shout anymore. Of course, when he heard Li Yueming talk about this matter, he was shocked. Whether it was Tian Liang, Huang Li Er, or Ding Yi, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Chapter 437, The Great Era is Rising, the Stars Brilliant. 2. Forget it. A few days ago, he had just thrown Caiu's hundreds of subordinates into the frying pan. Who would still dare to provoke him now? He had cleaned up the village. Li Yueming checked around and confirmed that there was no problem. Coincidentally, the new barracks built by the army had also been completed. At this moment, Li Yueming and his newly established Star Moon Army finally had their own base in this remote and uninhabited land. Of course, this was only the beginning. After the army finished trimming the new barracks, the second thing they did was to widen and extend the streets of North Glacier Town. Northern Ice River Town had a total of over 5,000 households and over 10,000 people. It was neither big nor small. Compared to the cities and towns in the Central Plains, Northern Ice River Town was at most a slightly larger village. However, outside of the snowy mountains that could be in danger at any time, it was already very good for Northern Glacier Town to have such a large population. The reason why Li Yueming wanted to expand the road was to prepare for long-term development in the future. After all, he had connections in the snowy mountains. Even if there was a beast tide in the future, he could use the little fox to carry out some reasonable evasion. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, Northern Ice River Town would become a long-term town in the future. It would no longer be like before, when they heard that a beast tide was coming, they would flee with their families. Hence, the residents of Northern Glacier Town had witnessed the third unbelievable thing in just a month. They saw that the newly arrived 5,000 soldiers were actually digging stones to pave the way in the middle of winter. The 5,000 soldiers had widened the muddy path that had not changed for decades in Northern Ice River Town by several meters. The surrounding villagers were also moved away, and the soldiers even built a brand new residential building for them. This discovery stunned countless residents of Northern Glacier Town. What did they see? The officers and soldiers were actually taking the initiative to help them build roads? Did the sun rise from the west, or did they sleep too late last night, causing them to hallucinate today? But no matter what they think, the road in Northern Ice River Town was still spreading at an astonishing speed. In just 2 months, the entire Northern Ice River Town had been renewed under the efforts of Li Yueming and the soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that those short and shabby houses looked unsightly, it was estimated that the current Northern Glacier Town could compete with the old society. While doing all of this, the entire Star Moon troop was undergoing a baptism from the inside out. After all, in the past, the scouts lived in Zhenbei City. Although most of them were from poor families, they had never been so close to the people. But now, under the leadership of Li Yueming, they not only built their own military camp, but also paved a stone road for the town. The sense of accomplishment was immediately filled. Of course, the reason why they could work so hard was not just because of their trust and admiration for Li Yueming. It was more because they had gained some benefits from following Li Yueming. Not only did he double his monthly salary every year, Li Yueming had never deducted their rations. Moreover, they had been eating and drinking well every day for the past 2 months. With a full stomach, he was naturally full of energy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the other generals to conjure so much grain out of thin air for the army. But Li Yueming was different. After the secret letter was sent to the emperor, the emperor was very concerned about this new army that was said to be able to rival the Qin army in the future. The secret letter sent to Yueotian had already emphasized that all of Li Yueming's requests had to be prioritized. Li Yueming was the one who brought out the rations with the secret letter. Every 3 months, Yueotian would send a supply troop to transport grain and fodder here. Of course, it was definitely not enough to just sit and eat. The army had to be able to train in this place, and at the very least, they had to be self-sufficient. Therefore, after completing the road reconstruction, the third decree issued by Li Yueming was to reclaim land. Although the weather in northern Ice River Town was cold, the land was fertile. During spring plowing, cold-resistant crops such as wheat and millet could generally mature. However, farming was not popular here. After all, as long as the spirit beasts came, the entire town would be severely damaged. The fields that had been painstakingly cultivated for several years would also suffer a major blow. Over time, places like northern Ice River Town were abandoned. It had become an uninhabitable place in everyone's mind. The population had all moved south to the city. Now, Li Yueming was obviously going to do the opposite. The biggest reason why the emperor was able to let the rest of the people stay here and was so magnanimous to let Li Yueming train the new army was because he had made up his mind that Li Yueming would not be able to escape his control in a short period of time. After all, northern Ice River Town did not produce any grain, so the army had to rely on the imperial court for food and drink. As long as the emperor wanted to, he could starve the army at any time. Without food, the army naturally couldn't cause any trouble and could be controlled by the emperor. Li Yueming also knew this. Therefore, he had already taken the lead in clearing the wasteland before the winter had passed and the snow had completely melted. He led a group of people to reclaim wasteland on the plains downstream of the northern Ice River. They also sowed food inside. He did not have to worry about not being able to harvest. After all, there were capable people among the masses. Chapter 438, The Great Era is Rising, The Stars Are Brilliant. Part 3. Huang Li was not only skilled in medicine, but also in farming. He could be considered an expert in agriculture. Under her technical guidance, even many soldiers who had never farmed before were able to get started quickly. It could be said that in just a year, Li Yueming had completed a workload that many people could not complete in a few years. The residents of northern Glacier Town witnessed everything from the beginning to the end. They could understand farming. Many people wanted to farm in northern Ice River Town. However, the final result was often a piece of farmland that was cultivated with great difficulty. In the end, before they could welcome the harvest, they were razed to the ground by the countless spirit beasts in the vast mountains. He would return after the tide passed. The crops planted on the land had already been eaten up by the spirit beasts. Even the land that had been reclaimed was trampled back to its original state by the spirit beasts. Several years of hard work went up in smoke overnight. However, what was the reason for the Star Moon troop to farm with such fanfare? Was it really as General Li Yueming had said, that the Star Moon army would be stationed here permanently in the future? But this can't be done. Facing the millions of spirit beasts at the foot of the Shiwen mountain, humans did not even have a place to stand. Wouldn't it be useless to cultivate? On account of the group of soldiers and Li Yueming's help in repairing the road, there were also many kind-hearted local residents who wanted to remind him. But the result was obvious. Whether it was Li Yueming or the group of soldiers, they still did as they were told. Seeing this situation, the group of people could only sigh and let them be. Point 0. After the spring sowing, the training of the cavalry unit was on track again. No matter what, the essence of a soldier was still to ride on the battlefield with a knife. Nowadays, farming during busy times was only a temporary measure. After the cavalry unit had received the basic commands of standing at attention and standing at ease, the soldiers had already been trained to their bones. Li Yueming began to teach them riding archery, as well as some flexible combat methods while riding archery. Of course, Li Yueming was only responsible for issuing orders and correcting mistakes. The specific implementation still depended on the tools under his command. No, it should be the senior reincarnators under him. Now, according to the direction that each person was good at, Li Yueming had arranged corresponding positions for the 12 generals under him. For example, Huang Li was good at medicine and farming. Li Yueming gave her a position in the medical department and an agricultural guidance specialist. Tian Liang preferred to be in charge of cooking. It was said that this guy had worked as a full-time chef in a restaurant in a war world and a Xiangxia world for a period of time. He had learned a rather good craft. If it wasn't for the fact that the materials in this world didn't allow it, he could even cook some immortal dishes. In fact, Li Yueming was very interested in this, but in order not to expose his identity as a reincarnator, he could only endure it. With this, Li Yueming arranged for him to be the logistics manager. He was mainly in charge of the granary and food. Even though this guy always complained about the things he did that were not presentable. However, whether it was Li Yueming, the other reincarnators, or the group of soldiers under his command, they could all see that this guy was only shouting, but he was actually very happy. He would often say, "Here comes the chicken soup." As for Ding Yi, he was a heaven's chosen general. This fellow had been shuttling back and forth between worlds where dynasties were fighting for hegemony, leading his soldiers on the battlefield and dominating the world. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about Li Yueming's military affairs. As long as the mission was set and sent to Ding Yi, it would be fine. This guy was even able to create some new ideas based on Li Yueming's foundation. Li Yueming couldn't help but sigh at his talent. Of course, Li Yueming was not the one who was most shocked. Instead, it was the dozen or so reincarnators who followed him. Li Yueming's erudition and scheming methods really made them feel what it meant to be the chosen one. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the training method that Li Yueming had developed in his spare time was enough for a group of reincarnators to be amazed. One had to know that they had traveled through more than one world. It was the first time he had heard of a training method like Li Yueming's that could completely transform an army in just a year. Even Ding Yi, who had been in the military for many years, clicked his tongue in wonder. The more he studied, the more he felt that Li Yueming's method was amazing. Point 0. Just as Li Yueming was still busy developing in Thule. In the outside world, the reincarnators from various countries had officially begun to show their talents in the past 2 years. In the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy, there was a youth who had broken through to the true form realm at the age of 18. His name instantly spread throughout the world and he was regarded as a rare genius by the entire Great Zhou. After all, in the past, those 18-year-old youths who were also called geniuses might have just touched the threshold of the Origin Sea realm. Now, they were both 18 years old. The youth from the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy was an entire realm higher than those geniuses from the past. To many cultivators in the world, this was an existence that broke a new record. But it had only been a few days. At the same time, another 17-year-old youth broke through to the true form realm in the Great Zhou Cultivator Academy. The moment he heard the news, everyone was numb. For a moment, he didn't even know if he should believe it. Almost at the same time, the other 6 dynasties also had news of all sorts of geniuses appearing, and each one was younger than the last. For a moment, the earth was filled with young and powerful saint children. The entire 6 nations were in an uproar. The saint children revealed a majestic posture that could swallow the world. It greatly boosted the morale of the various countries. However, it also caused countless problems. After all, it would be understandable if there were only one or two geniuses appearing in various places, but now, geniuses were like bamboo shoots after the rain. If there was no explanation, it would probably cause a ruckus. Amidst the endless quarrels and discussions, the related topics swept through the circle of cultivators in the entire heavenly capital continent. In the midst of all kinds of discussions, many bold guesses appeared. In the end, a famous astrologer stood up and predicted that the era of the 6 states was coming to an end. This group of young people who were comparable to the reincarnation of the stars in the sky would become the terminator of the era of the 6 states. Whoever could obtain the full support of this group of young people would be the winner of this 10,000-year-long run. He would become the second legendary figure to unify the 6 countries and ascend to the outside world after the human emperor Tien Du Clan ascended. As soon as he said this, the entire world was shaken by this. Unknowingly, they realized that the pages of the past era were about to turn, and what would replace it would be an era of stars and flowers. Chapter 439, Star Moon Army's First Battle Shocks the World. 1. Year 7283 of the Great Zhou Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, the Scout Battalion had already stayed in northern Ice River Town for 2 years. At the same time, Li Yueming had grown to 18 years old. After more than 2 years of construction and training, the Star Moon Cavalry Battalion had undergone a lot of changes. Day after day, year after year, the high-intensity training had allowed all the soldiers in the cavalry battalion to grow strong muscles. After all, this was a training method tailored by Li Yueming according to the physical conditions and cultivation environment of the soldiers. He had spent a lot of effort. The effect was many times more terrifying than the soldiers had expected. The strengthening of the physical condition was still put aside. The most terrifying thing was actually the progress in cultivation. 2 years ago, when the cavalry unit had over 5,000 soldiers in Zhenbei City, most of them were still cultivators who had yet to enter the Qi transforming realm. And in the short 2 years of training in northern Glacier Town, most of them had actually broken through an entire major realm. The Qi transforming realm cultivators who had yet to enter the threshold had already officially entered the threshold. A small number of Qi transforming stage cultivators had already touched the threshold of the foundation stage. Don't underestimate this improvement. It might not be worth mentioning for an individual, but it would be a qualitative change for an army of thousands. One had to know that even the most elite Dragon Tiger army under the Emperor's command had ordinary soldiers who were only at the foundation establishment realm. Only a very small number of elite soldiers or generals could break through to the Spirit Pool realm and the Source Sea realm. The reason why he could progress so quickly was naturally because of the cultivation and training methods provided by Li Yueming. In the past, the efficiency of the soldiers absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their own exploration was only 10%. After learning Li Yueming's technique, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth jumped to 100. It was a 10-fold increase. What kind of concept was this? One had to know that powerful cultivation methods were not rare. However, there had never been a cultivation method that could be used by so many ordinary soldiers. Li Yueming sorted out this set of cultivation methods. In a sense, it could be called a miracle in the world. The soldiers could use this opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth every morning when they stood in their military stance. Therefore, the speed of his improvement was extremely shocking. Of course, to be able to obtain such a good effect. Other than cultivation methods, the northern Ice River Town was also a place with good feng shui. In the past, when soldiers stayed in human towns, the spiritual energy was very thin. However, northern Ice River Town was close to the 100,000 mountains, and there was even a northern ice river that flowed out from the core of the extremely cold snow mountain. Therefore, the spiritual energy here was extremely abundant. In addition, there were few people around, and there were no other cultivators to snatch the spiritual energy, so every soldier was able to eat their fill. Although the spirit of the army had yet to be condensed. However, after 2 years of high-intensity training, at least this army had a basic sense of collective honor. They only needed to be put on the battlefield to be tempered by blood and fire. Li Yueming's newly created Star Moon Cavalry might be able to display a powerful combat strength in the future. Of course, the situation of the army was not the most important to Li Yueming. The most important thing was that after 2 years of reorganization, Northern Glacier Town had already begun to show a new atmosphere. The first was the number of houses and population in Northern Glacier Town. A brand new earthen kiln was built in the north of the village. The biggest use of the brick was to make bricks for construction. The old thatched cottages that the residents of Northern Glacier Town lived in had been demolished one after another in the past 2 years. The Star Moon Troop helped the local people build brand new brick houses after training. Li Yueming personally planned the construction, straightening the roads in the residential areas and villages, making the entire village look more standardized. The villagers didn't know what Li Yueming's purpose was. However, the Star Moon Army basically built roads and houses for free. The owner of the house only needed to pay a portion of food or materials to receive military assistance. If there was an advantage, he would take it. Therefore, the group of residents had no reason to object. Through this batch of soldiers and civilians, they were united. It had removed the vigilance of many residents of Northern Glacier Town towards the Star Moon Troop. After all, the Star Moon Troop did not bully the people or commit crimes. They were even willing to build houses for the residents for free. At this moment, it was likely that in the entire world, one might not be able to find such a good thing. Moreover, what made the residents' favorability skyrocket the most was, ever since Li Yueming moved into North Glacier Town 2 years ago, the town's 50% tax on CAIU's bandits had been reduced by more than half. The annual taxes, grain, and taxes of the Star Moon Army were only 1/3 of what they had been under CAIU's rule. Don't underestimate this tax. To the residents of Northern Glacier Town, this was a huge sum of money. After obtaining a better living environment, the people of Northern Ice River Town began to smile, and the number of newborns increased from less than 100 to more than 100. After hearing the news, people from other small villages and towns like Northern Ice River Town began to come over to scout the way. It was true that the 100,000 mountains in the northern part of the Great Joe was a forbidden zone for humans. However, no matter which world it was, the rarer something was, the more people would covet it. The Central Plains had a huge demand for spirit beasts and spirit herbs. Chapter 440, Star Moon Army's first battle shocks the world. 2. Under such circumstances, a large number of herb gatherers and hunters were born to rely on this business to make a living. After all, if only 1 or 2 ordinary humans entered the outer area of the 100,000 mountains, no spirit beasts paid any attention to him. The Dingyuan city that Li Yueming had burned down was the stronghold of these herb gatherers and hunters in the north. And now, it was said that there was an elite garrison in North Glacier Town. Moreover, there was no dragon or tyrant who maliciously collected protection fees. The surrounding herb gatherers and hunters naturally gathered here. Li Yueming was very tolerant towards this group of people. As long as they paid a small entrance fee, they would be recognized and protected. If one wanted to settle down here, it would be even easier. As long as one joined the Star Moon Army, they could even get a house for free. There was nothing he could do about it. This lousy place was good at everything. They just lacked people. There were just over 10,000 people. If they wanted to rely on the natural reproduction of humans to transform into a large town, they would have to rely on the natural reproduction of humans. Wouldn't Li Yueming's hair turn white? Naturally, they had to think of ways to swindle human resources everywhere. Of course, even though the conditions were so good. However, the herb gatherers and hunters who came here were still uninterested. After all, no matter how lenient the policy was, it couldn't change the fact that Northern Glacier Town was a tidal town. No matter how prosperous the town was, it was still a small town. As long as they could not resist the spirit beast tide at the extreme cold snow mountain, the so-called settlement was out of the question. Of course, there were still a small number of people who chose to settle down. After all, it would be a waste not to take the house. As for settling down, they could retreat when the spirit beast tide was about to arrive. He couldn't possibly let them stay here and wait for death, right? Under such circumstances, Northern Glacier Town had a relatively stable development period of 2 years. The small town that was originally closed and dirty now had a new atmosphere. There were many pedestrians on the deserted road. There were even some hawkers who came from thousands of miles away to sell candy. As for the above, Li Yueming still felt that the development of North Glacier Town was relatively slow. However, there was no other way. After all, Northern Ice River Town only had such a big stall. After dinner, they could just take a stroll from the south of the city to the north. The population of the entire town did not exceed 15,000. In addition, it was a tidal town, so there was no tradition of settling down. In the early stages, wanting to develop was simply harder than ascending to the heavens. After all, the walls erected between people's hearts were difficult to remove. It must be proven over a long period of time. On the plains downstream of the Northern Ice River, the farmlands that had been reclaimed 2 years ago could now produce some food. After the first year of sowing, the next year, before they could harvest anything, they were already surrounded by him. Not only did he not make a sound. At the same time, the entire Star Moon troop was forbidden from discussing it. It was so that no one would discover the astonishing yield of the grain that was sown. Ordinary wheat and corn could only produce 500 to 600 caddies per mu. However, in the fertile land downstream of the Northern Ice River, the yield could be increased to about 1,000 caddies. If the weather wasn't too cold, it was estimated that the production could have increased even more. It was simply too terrifying. What did this mean? It was the best if it was not developed by others. Of course, this was also due to the credit of the agricultural expert Huang Li Er. Although Li Yueming's infinite deduction had also played a considerable role in the planting process. However, it was safer to leave professional matters to professionals. As the commander of the entire military camp, Li Yueming only needed to control the direction. The land planted downstream of the Northern Ice River was surrounded by thick walls. Only Huang Li Er and a few core members of the Star Moon Army knew about this. Li Yueming didn't tell anyone. Every season, he still asked for grain from the imperial court. After all, even though the emperor was slightly overwhelmed by the Qin army's attack, the attention he paid to him did not decrease much. What if Li Yueming suddenly doesn't want food? There was no doubt that the emperor would hang his head on a flagpole soon. At the same time, the emperor also asked Li Yueming about the training of the new army. In the past 2 years, Li Yueming's attitude was to delay. When the emperor wrote a letter asking about it, Li Yueming said that the new army was already under construction and had not yet reached the effect of being able to fight. Because it had only been 2 years. The emperor did not suspect anything and only instructed Li Yueming to do his job well. Once the new army's regulations were out, he would be the new army's general. Great general, this can be a first-grade official. A great general in his 20s. If word got out, it would probably shock the world. After all, there had never been such a young man in the entire 6 nations. Even Li Yueming's ancestor had never seen such a terrifying promotion efficiency. If it was an ordinary person, hearing the emperor promise such a generous reward, they would not be able to do anything. At this moment, he was probably so excited that he couldn't find the north. Wouldn't he die for the emperor? However, as a young man who had been influenced by good values, Li Yueming naturally scoffed at this. His cheap father had fought for decades, and now he was still fighting for the country in the western border. But in terms of official position, he was only a second-grade general. As a son, how could he possibly pass his father's test? going against the heavens and becoming a first-rank great general? It could only be said that the emperor's flattery skills were a little lacking. Compared to the unscrupulous bosses of those black-hearted companies in the future, their skills were simply 100,000 miles apart. Chapter 441, Star Moon Army's First Battle Shocks the World. Part 3. Even Li Yueming was considering if he could turn the tables on the emperor. With such a good opportunity, shouldn't she give the emperor a good lesson about the future? Of course, it was still early. It might be better to try it when the emperor didn't believe it in the future. Now, apart from his daily cultivation, he was also very busy. What needed Li Yueming's attention the most was how to develop North Glacier Town quickly. Of course, after 2 years of thinking, Li Yueming had already outlined a rough outline. Now, he was just short of a suitable time to start executing it. In the past 2 years, Northern Ice River Town had been living a good life. But the entire Northlands was in chaos. Originally, the 50,000 Qin soldiers from 2 years ago had not been wiped out in time, but a year later, another 50,000 Qin soldiers had crossed the 100,000 mountains and arrived in the north. This time, the pressure on the Northlands suddenly increased. One had to know that under normal circumstances, the 50,000 Qin soldiers would not be able to pose a threat to the northern cities. However, it was different for an army of 100,000. If the 100,000-man army worked together, they might even be able to take down most of the cities in the north in a short time. After receiving the news, the Great Zhou finally realized the seriousness of the situation. They began to mobilize the entire country's power to suppress the Qin army in the north. However, in the past 2 years, the number of Qin soldiers had doubled again, reaching 150,000. This was because the logistics department could not keep up. Otherwise, based on the rate at which the Qin army increased their troops by 50,000 every 6 months, they would have sent over 200,000 troops in 2 years. The entire Northlands had been turned into a battlefield. These 150,000 Qin soldiers seemed to have already made up their minds not to clash head-on with the Zhou army. They harassed and robbed the supplies of the northern Zhou army every day, trampling on the food planted by the northern people. This directly caused the people of the entire Northland to have no harvest for several years. Fortunately, seeing the situation, the people had already reduced the planting of grain in the 2nd and 3rd years and used it as rations. But even so, by the 3rd year, the group of people was already at the end of their rope. He could only rely on digging wild vegetables and eating tree bark to satisfy his hunger. At the same time, more and more disaster victims began to spread to the northwest and northeast of the Great Zhou dynasty. In this context, Li Yueming's expression was very cold. Of course, this was a good thing for him, as he was also the one controlling the conflict between Great Zhou and Great Qin. Now, the effects were beginning to show. However, with his team of only 5,000 people, when the situation was not chaotic enough, it was not enough to rule the world. Therefore, he had to wait patiently until the time was ripe before he could take advantage of the situation. He had no choice. If he only wanted to obtain an ordinary achievement, he would be able to achieve it. For example, he wanted to get into the top 10 in the exam. Another example was exercising every day. Perhaps he could do it with his own hard work. However, if he wanted to obtain an epic achievement that would shake the world, he would be able to do so. Then it had to be at the right time, place, and people. Nothing less. Now, Yueming had created the right time and place through man-made means. They just had to wait for the last person. Why don't you ride the wind and soar 90,000 miles? Finally, on the 3rd year, famine broke out in the Northlands. The refugees in the Northlands could not hold on any longer and began to flee with their wives and children. In order to prevent the refugees from going to the northwest and disrupt the raging war in the northwest, the government had to send a large number of refugees to the northwest. The imperial court could only pinch their nose and begin to distribute food to the disaster relief. However, the famine in the Northlands was too severe. Millions of households had not been able to harvest anything for several years. This big hole was not so easy to fill. Even though the Great Zhou was considered rich, they had shed a lot of blood for this. But the problem was that mobilizing food from other places to help the Northlands was only a temporary solution. As long as the Qin army in the north was not eliminated, the people would not be able to grow food. The Great Zhou would have to continue to give blood to the northern lands. There were millions of mouths waiting to be fed. The amount of silver and grain spent on disaster relief every day was astronomical. The entire Great Zhou was in a bad state. Left with no choice, the emperor was already prepared to order the Dragon Tiger army to head to the north to suppress the Qin army. The Dragon Tiger army had a total of 300,000 people. They were the most elite troops of the Great Zhou. For the past tens of thousands of years, it had been used by the emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty to protect the capital. It was also the reason why the Zhou dynasty had been able to stand for so many years. Now that the emperor was forced to use the Dragon Tiger army. But at this moment, an army that seemed to have descended from the heavens appeared in the north. They were dressed neatly and had high morale. Their formation was as precise as the precise parts of a siege weapon. They rode tall horses and waved 100-tempered steel knives. Every soldier had strong physical strength and spiritual power. Wherever the blade pointed, even the elite troops of the Qin army, who had always been arrogant and despotic in the north, would be killed. In just a few days, they had defeated 12 smaller Qin armies. For a moment, he was in the limelight. After the news spread, the whole of Zhou was in an uproar. It had to be known that the war that had erupted in the northern lands had replaced the western border. It had become the place that the people of the Great Zhou, the people of the Beyond Heaven, and the great clans paid the most attention to. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were paying attention at all times? At this moment, a mysterious force that had never been heard of before suddenly appeared and actually defeated the Qin army in a head-on battle. The attention it attracted was obvious. At this moment, deep within the royal palace of Hejing, the emperor received a secret letter from the north. He looked at the information on it. The expression on the emperor's face started to waver. Chapter 442, The world was shocked by his victory. Part 1. When they heard the news, the entire Great Zhou dynasty was in an uproar. It had to be said that in the past few years, the Great Zhou Empire had been quite passive against Great Qin's wanton attacks. They could only adopt the strategy of not moving at all, hiding in the city and occupying a certain geographical advantage to be able to contend with the Qin army. But now, an army that could fight head-on with the Qin army had suddenly appeared in the north. It was no wonder that everyone was so shocked. At the same time, Li Yueming, who had been depressed for a long time, finally appeared in front of everyone again. Have you heard? The commander of that mysterious army seems to be the son of the Marquis of South Peak, Li Yueming. F***ck, is that true? If I remember correctly, the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains was only promoted to general last time, right? At that time, he was even called the youngest general in 100 years. I heard that it seems to be true. There has been no news of the son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains for several years. I heard that he was carrying out a secret mission. Oh my god, Li Yueming is not even 20 years old yet, right? Did His Majesty really trust him with the heavy responsibility of building a new army? I don't know if your Majesty is at ease, but in any case, this army has already been established. This is very likely the first 10 feet of the new army that will be fought in public after it is established. The Li family in the western border has really struck it rich. If this continues, it might even be possible for them to take back the real power of the Duke's estate. After the news spread, all the well-informed people in the Great Zhou scrambled to discuss and spread the news. After all, this was the freshest first-hand news. It was related to the national economy and the safety of hundreds of millions of people. Therefore, it was not surprising that so many people cared about him. Moreover, this news was not only spread among the upper circles, but even the peddlers on the streets had heard some rumors. Great Zhou, Wenzhou City. Outside the Cultivator Academy, the two sisters, Li Ruxing and Li Ruyu, were drinking in a private room of a restaurant at the entrance of the academy. They were listening to the storyteller in the hall downstairs talking about the mysterious army in the north. After all, this was the nearest air outlet. Mr. Storyteller, if he wanted to earn more money, he naturally had to talk about topics that everyone was interested in. The Northlands, where hundreds of millions of people gathered, was obviously an excellent choice. Under the storyteller's polishing, the mysterious Northland troops were described as heavenly soldiers descending from the heavens. The leader of this army was even praised as the reincarnation of the martial star in the sky. He was born to sweep the world. Relying on the storyteller's outstanding drama skills, he had attracted many customers to cheer for him. When he heard that the mysterious troop rode on black horses and attacked the Qin army's camp at night, razing the camp to the ground in one fell swoop and killing countless Qin soldiers, he was shocked. Li Yueming, who was the second brother, immediately stood up excitedly. He couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Good, well said. This job is not bad. With that, Li Ruxing threw out several thousand taels of silver without even blinking. The silver not only stunned the storyteller downstairs, but also the customers who were listening to the story. When she finally came back to her senses, she looked at the silver on the ground. The group of people's eyes instantly turned red. They couldn't help but rush forward and start a fierce fight. Mr. Storyteller was indeed a professional player. He actually squeezed through the crowd and fished out hundreds of silver cars. This skill of picking up money was not for show. Knowing that there was a big client upstairs, the storyteller straightened his sleeves and spoke even harder. In the private room of the restaurant upstairs, Li Ruxing was throwing out a lot of money. Li Ruyu rolled her eyes and said, "Second sister, who let you spend so much money?" At this moment, even Li Yueming was almost 18 years old. As the older sisters, the two girls had naturally grown up a lot and had already entered the teenage years. Whether it was Li Ruxing or Li Ruyu, they were born with bright eyes and were extremely beautiful. His sister, Li Ruyu, looked more dignified and gentle, and her every move showed the demeanor of a great family. His younger sister, Li Ruxing, was the complete opposite. She was cute and had a cheerful personality. She always liked to study some strange hobbies. In the early years, the great clans and top-notch forces that wanted to marry the Li family had already broken through the threshold of marriage. However, the two girls were still cultivating in the Cultivator Academy. Marquis South Peak was not at home all year round, so he was still unmarried. Li Ruxing was quite honest in front of her sister. There was nothing she could do. In the entirely family compound, she was neither afraid of her father nor her mother. She even dared to secretly pull open her brother's pants to observe the growth of earthworms. He had the image of a demon king. He could only behave himself in front of this big sister. Li Ruxing was a little unconvinced at being reprimanded at this moment, but she did not dare to refute. She could only pout and say, "This storyteller described our little brother as the reincarnation of the star of martial arts in the sky. This blade killed a Qin army, how impressive! I heard from a prince in the northern Liang that this good job should be rewarded." Li Ruyu naturally liked to hear it too. She was proud of the storyteller praising her underground. Otherwise, Li Ruxing would have thrown out 1,000 taels of silver. At this moment, she did not just roll her eyes. Chapter 443, The world was shocked by his victory. Part 2. Despite this, Li Ruyu still scolded her sister, You. Although our family business is big, this will be my family business in the future. Dad and Grandpa have worked hard to earn it back. You have to be careful as a prodigal. You can't squander all of my family's property." Li Ruxing turned her head and rolled her eyes silently, but she did not talk back. After all, the eldest sister had always been biased towards the younger brother since she was young, so she was used to it. Moreover, as an elder sister, it was not wrong for her to help her younger brother look after the family's assets. But wasn't she happy? Her eldest sister was like a bitter gourd all day long. When the time came, no one would be willing to marry her. She was still better. In the future, she could just stay at home and let her little brother support her. Of course, Li Yueming did not dare to say these words out loud. Otherwise, big sister would definitely skin her alive. At this moment, the storyteller began to tell the story of the mysterious army in the north with all his might. The two sisters immediately quieted down. Have worked hard to earn it back. You have to be careful as a prodigal. You can't squander all of my family's property. Li Yueming turned her head and rolled her eyes silently, but she did not talk back. After all, the eldest sister had always been biased towards the younger brother since she was young, so she was used to it. Moreover, as an elder sister, it was not wrong for her to help her younger brother look after the family's assets. But wasn't she happy? Her eldest sister was like a bitter gourd all day long. When the time came, no one would be willing to marry her. She was still better. In the future, she could just stay at home and let her little brother support her. Of course, Li Yueming did not dare to say these words out loud. Otherwise, big sister would definitely skin her alive. At this moment, the storyteller began to tell the story of the mysterious army in the north with all his might. The two sisters immediately quieted down. After listening for a while, as the sister, Li Ruihui and Shen Lai were the first to speak, this little brother has really grown up this time. He actually quietly created a force that is enough to resist the Qin army. Li Yueming didn't feel much, but she still nodded and said, "If you ask me, there's no need for the other troops of the great Zhou dynasty to exist. As long as my younger brother becomes the great general of the great Zhou dynasty, he would have long unified the world and swept across the world. Where my brother's sword points, no one in the world dares to disobey." Hearing Li Yueming act like an old man at such a young age, he felt a little awkward. He didn't even forget to pretend to give some pointers. It was as if she was the emperor of the Zhou dynasty. Li Ruiyu rolled her eyes again and said unhappily, "Although this little brother is capable, he's still young and hasn't even given birth to any offspring for our Li family. Family was the most important. Why was he in a hurry to go to the battlefield and make contributions?" At this point, Li Ruiyu thought of something bad. He couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. As the eldest daughter of the family, she obviously knew more than the second daughter, Li Yueming. She also had a deeper understanding of the human heart. At this moment, she sighed worriedly. However, the higher UPS are not 100% at ease with our Li family. Now that my younger brother has also made a name for himself, I have to write 2 letters to my father. Li Yueming grabbed a piece of pork trotter from the plate and stuffed it into her mouth. She mumbled, "Don't you know better than a dabbler like you?" Seeing that his second sister hadn't beaten him for 3 days, he once again went to the house to tear off the tiles. Li Ruiyu suddenly felt an inexplicable anger and couldn't help but raise her fist. 0. 15 days later. In the distant western frontier, Li Nanfan, the Marquis of Nanyu, who was still in a stalemate with the nearly 1 million Qin soldiers outside the pass, received a secret letter from his eldest daughter, Li Ruiyu. Although it was a secret letter, there was actually only one. The one outside was just an ordinary letter to deceive people. Li Nanfan quietly put the secret letter into his pocket and then opened the ordinary letter in front of everyone. After reading the contents of Feng Piyu's letter, even though he was still in the tent of the military camp and a large group of generals were still waiting for him for a meeting, Li Nanfan still couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually looked a little silly and happy. The generals who had been waiting for a long time looked at each other. Marquis South Peak was famous for his stern attitude on the battlefield. But now, because of a letter, his character was destroyed in front of everyone. It was even more unbelievable than the sun rising from the west. Some generals saw that he was smiling happily and did not seem to be faking it. Only then did he stand up and ask cautiously, "General, what good news has happened? Can you share it with everyone? The western frontier was almost 100,000 miles away from the central plains. It wasn't easy to send a message. Even a secret letter from the nearest town would take 7 or 8 days to arrive. Similar to the letters from Hejing, even if they were urgent, they would still take 10 days to half a month. It was common for some of the slower roads to take a few months. Therefore, the generals in the western frontier were basically out of touch with the outside world. Now that he finally had the chance to gossip, he was naturally curious about the contents of the envelope in Li Nanfan's hand. Li Nanfan did not hide anything. He tore off a map in the meeting room, spat on it, and pasted the secret letter on it. It was as grand as the release of the results during the cultivator's major examination in the past. Those who did not know better would think that he had been promoted and raised to a third-grade general. At this moment, everyone was not in a hurry to hold a meeting. After all, the battle between the Western Garrison Army and the Qin Army at Hang Pass had not just been a day or two. The meeting could be held at any time. However, watching the show and enjoying the melons was a rare entertainment activity in this bitter and cold place where news was blocked. Therefore, after Li Nanfan pasted the letter on the paper, the group of West Garrison Army commanders swarmed up. He began to read the contents of the envelope. Seeing that the group of people were in high spirits, Li Nanfan couldn't help but cough twice and say, "Everyone, don't be too excited, this is my family's eldest daughter, this is my family's letter, it's not a big deal, just simply mention that my son seems to have created a mysterious army in the Northern Army. This army defeated more than 10 elite Qin troops in one fell swoop on the battlefield some time ago." Chapter 444, The world was shocked by his victory. Part 3. Hearing Li Nanfan's words. Then, he looked at the letter from Li Xingyu. The group of generals could not help but widen their eyes. Good fellow! If he remembered correctly, the son of the Marquis of South Peak had already become a general a few years ago, right? He seemed to be less than 15 or 16 years old at that time. They had originally thought that Marquis South Peak had helped his son through the back door. After knowing that the higher UPS commendation statement and Li Yueming's many achievements had been exposed, they found out that Li Yueming did not rely on the second generation of the family. He was a genius youth. It wasn't easy for him to keep a low profile for a period of time, but how long had it been? The son of the Marquis of Southern Mountains had actually created an elite army? This was simply beyond their imagination and understanding. One had to know that as the enemy of the Qin army. Probably no one in the world understood the combat power of the Qin army better than the Western Garrison Army. The Western Garrison Army was already well experienced. However, when faced with the Qin army that was like a wolf or a tiger, they were no different from mad dogs. However, he still felt powerless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held the city for so many years without retaliating. He was really afraid of the valiant and good at fighting of the Qin army's disciples. That's why, when they saw the new army that Li Yueming had created, they were able to defeat the Qin army head-on. The group of generals gasped, and their voices were particularly ear-piercing. After a long while, the generals finally came back to their senses. Looking at the contents of the envelope, he was in disbelief. F***ck, is that true? How can it be fake? Lord Marquis wouldn't lie to us. Lord Marquis is too powerful. As expected, a tiger father like a dog son. This is a good relationship. Lord Marquis will be fighting the Qin army in the western border, while the young Lord Marquis will be fighting the Qin army in the north. A pair of tiger generals will beat the Qin army until they are scared witless. At that time, the people in the north will be saved. Little Marquis is not even 20 years old yet and already has such achievements. In time, won't the student surpass the master and surpass the master? After a brief daze, the group of generals began to praise him. One had to know that this was a direct defeat of the Qin army. Although the higher UPS might lie about their achievements in order to boost morale. However, it was enough to make the Western Garrison Army members gasp in amazement. When Li Nanfan heard this, he felt as if he was floating on air. There was nothing he could do about it. He could remain calm about everything else. However, he could not calm down when it came to his youngest son. A young child born in his later years was simply too rare. Fortunately, he didn't give up when he was drawing lots. Now, didn't it prove that his judgment was right? At this moment, he was beaming with joy among the group of soldiers, and they could not help but curse in their hearts. The generals present all had families and children. In the past, he might not have thought much of it. However, as the saying went, people would die if they compared people, and goods would be thrown away if they compared goods. After seeing Li Yueming's achievements, he felt that he had a lot of potential. When he thought of his own children who only knew how to rely on their elders, he could not help but feel envious. She even had the thought of asking Li Nanfan for advice on how to educate her. Of course, most of the generals chose to remain silent. As one of the few smart people in the camp with a political mind, this group of generals clearly saw something deeper in this matter. Li Nanfan still had a smile on his face. However, only he knew what he was actually thinking. Point 0. The weather in the northern regions of the Great Zhou this year was exceptionally cold. It had just been the beginning of autumn. The heavens had covered the endless Gobi desert with a thick blanket made of white snow. In just a few days, the entire ground had been decorated into a silver-clad appearance. However, in this pure white world, the sound of hooves suddenly rang out. The sound of horse hooves was very hurried, and it came closer and closer with the galloping north wind. Soon, thousands of densely packed black dots appeared in the snow at the end of his line of sight. Soldiers clad in armor and riding on war horses trampled over the snow. All that was left behind was a clear and pitch-black hoof print. The soldiers of the Star Moon Cavalry Battalion rode their horses and whipped their horses with murderous intent. Their armors were stained with brownish-red blood. From afar, the figures on horseback looked like dancing red torches. In the white snow, it was particularly dazzling. It had just entered autumn, but the weather in northern Glacier Town was already exceptionally cold. Fortunately, the cavalry unit was wearing thick jackets, and the food they ate was plentiful. Moreover, both the spiritual horses and the soldiers had enough exercise. Therefore, even though they were speeding forward, they were still able to move. His body was still steaming hot. The thousands of riders had just returned to northern Glacier Town when all the residents of the town who had yet to leave their homes gathered. They had also heard about the mysterious army of the Northlands. However, due to the lack of information, they could only learn the truth from the outside world. At that time, the citizens of northern Glacier Town had already sensed that the legendary mysterious army was the Star Moon Army stationed in their town. However, even if they had some guesses at that time, they did not have any evidence. No one dared to be sure. Li Yueming and the others were riding tall horses with reddish-brown bloodstains on their waists. Chapter 445, The world was shocked by his victory. Part 4. Only then did the group of residents confirm that it was the newly established Star Moon Army that had been active in the Northlands during this period of time. To be honest, the residents of northern Glacier Town were already numb. What was this? The northern Glacier Town they were in was neither a transportation hub nor a battleground for military strategists. In fact, the population did not even exceed 15,000. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a powerful army to be stationed here. But now, regardless of whether they believed it or not, the truth was right in front of them. The Star Moon Army was the mysterious force that defeated the Qin army, and they had actually hidden themselves in this god-forsaken place for several years. He even helped many residents build their farmhouses. Was there anything more wonderful than this in this world? Of course, this was a great thing for them. After all, they could have an army to protect them. At least, they did not have to worry about being wiped out by the Qin army's small troops. He finally came back to his senses. After a moment of silence, the group of residents could not help but cheer. After all, even though they did not like the Great Zhou, they were still in the Great Zhou Empire. However, Great Qin seemed even more unlikable. After all, although the Great Zhou collected grain and taxes, they would still give them a way out. However, the Qin army was really going to kill them again. Not only did they burn, kill, pillage, but they also trampled on the food that the people had just sown. It directly caused millions of people in the north to have no harvest for several years. Why had the number of hunters and herb gatherers in northern Glacier Town increased so drastically in the past 2 years? It was because a large number of farmers had been harassed by the Qin army and could no longer continue farming. Although the Great Zhou had braced themselves and distributed some relief food. However, that bit of food could only ensure that a portion of the people would not starve to death. How could it be enough for the human body? Therefore, most of the newly joined hunters and herbalists carried the hopes of their families. They wanted to go to the 100,000 mountains to try their luck in this year of great desolation. The famine in the north had left the victims unable to even afford food. However, the price of these spirit herbs and spirit beasts had soared all the way. Even if they only harvested a little, it would be enough to cover their expenses. If he could gain something, wouldn't there be food at home? Therefore, he had no choice. At this moment, many residents of northern Ice River Town hated the Qin army to the point of gnashing their teeth. If they had the chance, they would even want to skin and pull out the tendons of this damn Qin army who was always taking advantage of others. Now, Li Yueming had actually intercepted more than a dozen small Qin troops in just a few days, and obtained several victories through tactical interludes and sneak attacks. However, it was a great revenge for the Northern Battlefront Army and the millions of residents in the north. Naturally, it was warmly welcomed by many people. After approaching northern Glacier Town, there were even commoners who took the initiative to take out woven garlands and some coarse grain to hand over to the travel-worn soldiers. They even kindly signaled for them to eat and drink as much as they wanted. Some hunters who had been harassed and attacked by the Qin army shouted loudly, "Star and Moon Army, triumph! Star Moon Army, triumph! 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 Triumph!" It was also under such circumstances. For the first time, the soldiers of the Star Moon Cavalry Battalion tasted a strange taste. In the past, the glory of the soldiers was the salary and tokens issued by the imperial court. But now, the admiration of the people under their feet seemed to be a symbol of glory. The glory symbolized by the salary and the token was crude and perfunctory. It was so heavy that it made people feel envious. But in the end, he only gained vanity. The people's admiring eyes could not be seen or touched. It sounded even more illusory, but it made them straighten their chests and look proud. There is a saying in the Book of the Sage, "Establish the heart for heaven and earth, establish the life for the people, inherit the great learning for the past saints, and open up peace for all generations." Although they were not that enlightened and could not do all the things that the saints said. But at least at this moment, he could live up to his conscience. After all, if he had a choice, who wouldn't want to be a good soldier with a clear conscience? Being able to be welcomed and praised by the people was 10,000 times better than being looked down upon by the cowardly soldiers in Zhenbei City. At this moment, the soldiers looked at Li Yueming with even more respect. After all, they had not forgotten that it was Li Yueming who rescued them from the scout camp. They could have everything they had today because of this magical man. Chapter 446, Super Political Skills, 2 Sources. 1. Year 7285 of the Great Zhou Royal Calendar. It had been 2 years since Li Yueming sent the Star Moon Cavalry Battalion to fight the Qin army. It was also this year that Li Yueming finally turned 18. He had become a true adult. In the past 2 years, the Star Moon troop had developed at an impressive speed. The biggest reason was that there were simply too many Northlanders whose families had been destroyed by the Qin army. Currently, the residents living in the villages and towns were all gathering in the big towns in the north. There was no other way. The villages and towns did not have the protection of the army. A large number of people could only go to the big towns with city guards and city walls. This was the only way the Qin army would not dare to trample on their lives. However, there were only so many large cities in the north that had garrisons. In the beginning, they might be willing to let some refugees enter the city. However, as the number of residents who entered the city increased, the housing and other facilities in the already slightly bloated city were not enough. The imperial court could only urgently cut off the channels for the residents of other towns to enter the city. The refugees from the north who had nowhere to go did not dare to go to the western frontier. After all, the imperial court had set up checkpoints in several key towns to enter the western frontier when they were distributing relief food. The refugees who did not have a travel pass and local household registration were all prohibited from fleeing to the western frontier. Furthermore, the western border was still at war and was not rich either. Therefore, the refugees had no choice but to flee south or east. The northeast was under the jurisdiction of Prince Yu. Although it was also poor and backward compared to the rich central plains, at least it had not been affected by the flames of war at this moment. Of course, there were even more refugees who had been without food for a long time and had brought their wives and mothers with them. They felt that they could no longer move east and had nowhere to run, so they chose to come to Northern Ice River Town to seek refuge. After all, Northern Ice River Town was the most famous Star and Moon Arts encampment in recent years. If there was still a troop in the north that could defeat the Qin army on the battlefield with their powerful combat strength. In the entire Northlands, the Star Moon Corps was the only force that could do so. As long as they could enter Northern Glacier Town, they might be able to settle down. At least he wouldn't have to be woken up by the ferocious Qin army in the middle of the night. Of course, Li Yueming was in favor of this. After all, what Northern Ice River Town lacked the most was manpower. Only with more people would there be a snowball effect, allowing Northern Glacier Town to develop faster and faster. Soon, the news of Northern Glacier Town accepting refugees spread. The refugees within a few hundred kilometers of North Glacier Town gathered here after hearing the news. In just 2 short years, the number of new residents in Northern Glacier Town had already exceeded 50,000. Most of them were strong laborers in their 20s or 30s. After all, no matter which dynasty or which world, the first to die in a year of disaster would always be the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Only those who were in their prime could survive. However, it was a big problem to properly settle these refugees. In a short period of time, the population without houses and jobs caused the entire Northern Glacier Town to become chaotic again. Fortunately, the imperial court had allocated a lot of food to Li Yueming in the past 2 years. In addition, Yu Aotian would often think of ways to raise a batch for him. Therefore, Northern Ice River Town could still hold on for the time being. The Zhou dynasty was located inland and was considered a poor country in terms of various rare mineral resources. However, in terms of agriculture, the Great Zhou was in a rather good position. The western garrison fortress was a natural barrier that had helped the Great Zhou fend off the ferocious army of Great Qin in the northwest. The 100,000 mountains in the north helped the Great Zhou block the covetous eyes of several other countries. In the northeast, Qi, which bordered it, was a coastal country. The Qi kingdom's energy was basically used to expand the sea. They had no interest in launching a meaningless war of aggression on land. Such a geographical location was undoubtedly very comfortable for an agricultural country. However, years of peace had caused many people in the Great Zhou to lose their sensitivity to war. The Western garrison army at the western border was fighting to the death with the Qin army. However, the people and the imperial court had never been greatly affected by this. In fact, in the eyes of most people, the terror of the Qin army only existed in legends. After all, even a group of poor and destitute scoundrels in the western frontier could block it. How powerful could the so-called Qin army be? Until 5 or 6 years ago, the Qin army bypassed the western border and opened up a path from the 100,000 mountains in the north to the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty. Only then did the people of Great Zhou deeply feel the terror of the Qin army. Unmoving like a mountain, moving like lightning. They were like hundreds of thousands of hungry wolves. In the past few years, the Great Zhou imperial court had sent nearly 500,000 troops to the northern lands. However, the 150,000 Qin soldiers still regarded them as nothing. They galloped unbridled in the north as if they had entered a no-man's land. Therefore, the Great Zhou imperial court, which felt a great threat, had placed their attention on Li Yueming. After all, at this moment in the entire Great Zhou, it seemed that only Li Yueming's Star Moon Army, which was born from the scout camp, had a better performance. In order to obtain Li Yueming's training methods, he had to be careful. Whether it was the imperial court or the emperor, they would grant Li Yueming's every request. If it wasn't for Li Yueming's special status and lack of experience, perhaps the higher UPS would really give Li Yueming the position of a rank 1 general. Chapter 447, Super Political Skills, 2 Sources. 2. In the past 2 years, Li Yueming had painted a cake for the emperor several times. At the beginning, the effect of the flattery was pretty good. The emperor waited for his good news excitedly. However, after some time, the emperor seemed to have reacted. After all, he couldn't do it again and again. This year, Li Yueming didn't dare to continue to paint a picture. In order to appease the emperor and the imperial court, Li Yueming could only take out some real things. Starting from this year, he had already drafted several memorials. They were all things that needed to be taken note of when creating a new army. In addition, in order not to cause any gossip, he also handed over a portion of the new army's training methods. Of course, Li Yueming was not that stupid. What was revealed to the emperor and the imperial court was only superficial. He had left behind the core technique. After all, it was not uncommon for a disciple to starve to death. Li Yueming naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. The reason why he had to be patient and choose to make a big fuss about the form. In fact, it was only because Li Yueming's wings were not strong enough. If his personal strength was strong enough, he would have changed his course and established his own sect. Through various exchanges of interests, Li Yueming was still able to maintain the normal operation of North Glacier Town for the time being. However, this was clearly not a long-term solution. The refugees did not have houses or a place to live. They could only live in temporary houses and simple shacks for rest. The timing was fine. If it took a little longer, the streets of Northern Glacier Town that had been cleaned up with great difficulty would probably become smelly again. In addition, the refugees did not have houses and food. The crime rate in the town would probably soar. If that happened, the disaster victims would become rioters and lose control completely. Therefore, Li Yueming had to find a way to make them settle down quickly. Fortunately, Li Yueming had accumulated enough experience in this aspect in the previous martial arts world. This time, he was doing things simply and efficiently. It could even be said that he was so calm that it made people panic. First, Li Yueming used a group of exiled officials from northern Ice River Town. They were led by Shuez Haiqian, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who had been exiled to this bitter and cold land to be punished because he had chosen the wrong side during the handover between the previous and current emperors. He was also his son, who had first responded to Li Yueming's original letter. There was no other way. There were too few talents in northern Ice River Town. Even the number of scholars who could read and write was very limited. The 12 reincarnators in the cavalry battalion now belonged to the military and political system. Li Yueming didn't want to involve them in the administrative system. From the looks of it, only this group of exiled sinners and their descendants were still of value. No matter what, Shuez Haiqian and the others had been outstanding people in politics in the past, and many of them were even high-ranking scholars who ranked among the best in the literary exam. Even though he had been relegated and ended up in a miserable state. However, his ability had not been wasted. Of course, Li Yueming would not give them any official positions in name. After all, these were the criminals exiled by the emperor. Before they completely fell out with the emperor, Li Yueming couldn't possibly take over their duties and wash their sins. However, not giving them official positions could also let them be responsible for some specific matters. Don't ask. If you ask, it's a temporary job. After seeing Li Yueming, a group of officials, whose edges had been worn away by the cold north wind and the surging waters of the northern ice river, cried bitterly. Ever since Li Yueming came to North Glacier Town, they had been looking forward to the moon and the stars, hoping that Li Yueming would notice them. After all, Northern Glacier Town was a remote place. If Li Yueming wanted to develop here, they would definitely not be able to avoid them. If he was lucky, he might be able to escape from the hard life of farming. Therefore, when they heard that Li Yueming was going to give them some tasks, they were shocked. This group of people was just short of showing Li Yueming their sincerity. Li Yueming was not surprised by this. After all, they had been waiting for him, and he had been observing them. After issuing the order, Li Yueming looked down at the group of officials kneeling at his feet and said, "One don't care how glorious you were in the past, nor do I care how miserable you were in the past. I only care if you can be of use to me, and how much value you can bring to me. If I find out that you have any second thoughts or that you made any mistakes, you can stop planting potatoes here and go swimming in the northern ice river." After saying that, Li Yueming waved his sleeves and let them leave. Huang Li who was the bodyguard beside him, was speechless when she saw this. To be honest, over the years, she had felt that Li Yueming was different. This man was like a deep mountain in the fog. Even though they knew that they were right in front of them, they could only see a blur because of the thick fog. Every time there was a gust of wind, it would blow away the thick mountains hidden in the fog. Just the tip of the iceberg was enough to make people gasp in amazement. After using the talents, Li Yueming immediately ordered the people to investigate all the refugees in Northern Glacier Town. They counted the number of old, weak, sick, and young adults. After registering them in a simple manner, they began to distribute the work. It was early spring. Li Yueming gathered 10,000 strong laborers. Chapter 448, Super Political Skills, 2 Sources. Part 3. 5,000 of them began to grow grain in the wasteland not far from North Glacier Town. That piece of barren land was different from the fertile land in the lower reaches of the northern ice river. The growth rate of food was not as high. The remaining 5,000 would be secretly transported to the fertile soil downstream of North Glacier Town for planting. The reason why they were mixed was that Li Yueming didn't want the specific amount of grain produced in North Glacier Town to be exposed to everyone. The amount of grain planted in the wasteland near North Glacier Town was obvious. It was about 600 to 700 pounds. It was slightly higher than the ordinary land yield of the Northlanders, but it was not too high. At that time, he only needed to block the fertile land downstream of the northern ice river and not let anyone approach it. After the harvest was completed, he would announce the grain production. At least in the short term, there shouldn't be any problem of being exposed. Among the remaining 40,000 refugees, 10,000 were old, weak, sick, and disabled. In other words, there was still 30,000 left. Li Yueming once again dispatched 20,000 young adults to the northern ice river to harvest. The ancients were most particular about relying on the mountain to eat the mountain and the sea to eat the sea. Don't underestimate this river. Because it was close to the Shiwen Mountains, the fishing resources in it were extremely rich. Every September, a large number of salmon would swim back. When there were the most salamanders, there was no water in the entire river. The surface of the river was filled with fish. As long as the fishing industry was mature enough, it would not be a problem for this river to feed 300,000 people. The reason why they sent out 20,000 strong laborers to harvest was because they were not afraid of being caught. Naturally, it was because the amount of food in northern ice river town could no longer support it. Farming and transporting grain required time. However, he didn't need to fish. He just needed to weave some hemp rope into a net. The caught fish were directly thrown into a ceramic pot and boiled into fish soup. The refugees who had jobs lined up to drink first. It could solve an urgent problem. Finally, there were 10,000 people who were selected by Li Yueming. It was directly expanded to become the 1st Battalion of the 1st Infantry Division of the Star Moon Troop. The first mission he received was to follow the cavalry unit and repair houses for the people who had no place to live. As for the remaining 10,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled people, they were responsible for doing some chores. For example, the hemp rope used to weave fishing nets. For example, cooking for the strong laborers. A year and a half ago, Li Yueming announced that he would accept refugees to take refuge in northern Glacier Town. The population of the entire northern Ice River rose in a straight line. Originally, everyone in northern Ice River Town, including the Star Moon Troop, thought that there would be a huge commotion. However, they did not expect Li Yueming to have more political experience than they had imagined. No matter how many people came at the same time, he could digest them in the shortest time possible and immediately put them into production. This made many people dumbfounded. Was General Li really a full-time expert? Was there anything in this world that he didn't know? Of course, no matter what happens, it was beneficial for them to have more people in North Glacier Town. After all, the Star Moon Army was currently stationed here. The bigger North Glacier Town was, the more successful the Star Moon Army would be. For a time, the entire northern Ice River Town was bustling with activity. There were shouts everywhere, completely different from the cold and quiet in the past. This was the power of population. No matter which world it was, people who were as lowly as ants were often the most inconspicuous. But in the end, no matter how powerful those experts were, they would still be able to fight back. However, he still could not ignore their existence. Li Yueming was taking in refugees in North Glacier Town, while the Qin army was taking advantage of the situation in other places in the north. Occasionally, there would be conflicts between the two sides. However, most of the time, there was a subtle tacit understanding. The leader of the 150,000 Qin soldiers was the great general of the Qin army, Meng Tian. There were two princes with the army, the first prince and the ninth prince. The ninth prince had been in charge of the invasion of the northern lands from beginning to end. But now, the first prince had suddenly appeared and taken away a portion of the ninth prince's power. It was obvious that the ninth prince had been affected by this. However, this was normal. After all, Li Yueming had interfered with the ninth prince's mission in the extreme cold snow mountain. As a result, the Qin army's original plan of a full-scale invasion failed, and they could only send a small group of troops to harass them. Under such circumstances, it was normal for the first prince to seize a portion of power. Of course, this was not important to Li Yueming. Li Yueming would occasionally lead the Star Moon Troop out to fight the Qin army. However, most of the time, they could only intercept a small number of units. After flashing the Star Moon Army's flag, they casually attacked and then let the Qin army ride away. This was what Li Yueming and the ninth prince had agreed upon on the extremely cold snow mountain. Li Yueming would think of a way to help the ninth prince seize the throne of the state of Oin. And the ninth prince would also need to cooperate with Li Yueming. The ninth prince was already at a disadvantage in the battle for the crown prince. Therefore, even though he didn't have much hope for Li Yueming's explanation, he didn't reject it directly. After all, what if? He had coveted that supreme throne for a long time. As long as he could climb up to that position, it was worth it no matter how many sacrifices he had to make. Therefore, after following the army into the north, the ninth prince contacted Li Yueming using the secret code. The purpose was to make Li Yueming attack his half-brother, the first prince, so as to weaken the first prince's influence in the army. The 150,000 Qin troops that invaded the Great Zhou were divided into two factions. As a general, Meng Tian did not participate in the battle for the crown prince. Standing in the middle and not helping anyone, he was like a referee. The ninth prince's faction was the left forward strike battalion, while the first prince's faction was the right forward strike battalion. Currently, the 9th prince's faction was weak in the army. After all, the first prince was older and had more prestige in the army. 70% of the 150,000 troops were supporters of the first prince. The number of supporters of the 9th prince was less than 30%, including some who were wavering. If they followed the normal procedure, the 9th prince would definitely lose this battle. The 9th prince, who was unwilling to accept failure, naturally had to think of ways to go through some abnormal procedures. Li Yueming naturally had no reason to refuse. He had played so many chess pieces between the Great Zhou and Great Qin in order to be sandwiched between the Great Zhou and Great Qin. Chapter 449, Little Fox reappears, Qi Fan's face turns green. 1. Year 7286 of the Great Zhou royal calendar. Li Yueming had been in North Glacier Town for 3 years. After the initial discomfort, the Star Moon troop had already gained a firm foothold in this cold land. After 3 years of expansion, the population of Northern Ice River Town, which originally had more than 10,000 households, had already approached 100,000. With such a large number of disaster victims, even if they came to Northern Ice River Town, they would not be able to eat their fill for the time being. However, compared to the famine in the other cities and towns in the north, the famine was not a big deal. There was at least one Northern Ice River in Northern Ice River Town that could be used for fishing. With the many wild vegetables and fish soup that grew in the early spring, although the commoners were still not full, they did not have to worry too much about starving to death. As for how long it would take for the disaster year to pass, the Great Zhou did not know, and neither did the Northlands. Years of cruel wars were always cold. Human lives are as cheap as grass. To be able to struggle at death's door and keep one's life, one could already burn incense and pray to Buddha. However, just as the citizens were working hard to take root in Northern Ice River Town. However, something unexpected happened. It was midsummer in the north, and the temperature should be able to reach a dozen degrees Celsius for a short period of time. Most of the snow that had been silent for a long time in the past would melt. But this year, there was a rare anomaly. During the midsummer season, the Northlands did not warm up. Instead, it suddenly became even colder than winter. After discovering this phenomenon, the natives who lived in Northern Ice River Town all year round were all on guard. Everyone packed their luggage while burying the treasures and tools that were inconvenient to carry in the caves that each family had dug in advance. He hurriedly finished all of this and prepared to leave with his bag. After seeing Li Yueming, a native hurriedly said, "General Li, there's a phenomenon in the world. I reckon that the spirit beast tide will arrive in less than 2 days. Quickly organize our men to retreat." Li Yueming also felt this abnormal phenomenon. From the information he had, every time the weather was abnormal, there would be a huge wave of spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. At that time, tens of millions of spirit beasts would rush out from the 100,000 mountains. He had to avoid the extreme weather in the 100,000 mountains. The spirit beast tide usually came once every 10 years or so, so it was probably about time now. However, Li Yueming was obviously not prepared to leave, so he rejected the suggestion of the Aborigines and replied, "The Star Moon Army is stationed here not only to defend against the Qin army, but also to suppress the spirit beast tide. Now that the tide is coming, we naturally have no reason to retreat." Hearing Li Yueming's strong and righteous words, the native of Northern Ice River Town was dumbfounded. He looked at Li Yueming from head to toe, as if he had gotten to know this young general in front of him again. Initially, they thought that Li Yueming was joking when he said that he would be a permanent resident. After all, the spirit beast tide was vast and mighty, and no one knew what kind of trouble it would cause. Northern Ice River Town did not have a city wall to defend itself. If the number of spirit beasts exceeded the army's ability to defend, the entire town would be at risk of being trampled by the spirit beasts at any time. Who knew that Li Yueming wasn't joking? Were they really prepared to lead by example and resist the spirit beast tide? Although this sounded a bit absurd, in general, this local citizen had to give Li Yueming a thumbs up in his heart. After all, when the spirit beast tide opened, the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains were endless. As long as one's brain was still normal, anyone would probably choose to avoid it. No one would want to have a conflict with a group of crazy beasts. In this day and age, there were many soldiers who bullied the people. However, it was extremely rare to see an army like Li Yueming and his Star Moon troop that could truly help ordinary people. Regardless of whether this decision was wise or not, at least Li Yueming's initial intentions were good. The news of the upcoming Spirit Beast Wave and the Star Moon troop not preparing to retreat and staying behind to guard Northern Ice River Town had just spread. Everyone in Northern Ice River Town was boiling with excitement. When everyone heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. However, when Li Yueming's instructions and the subsequent arrangements were written in black and white in the decree notice room, the group of people could only believe it no matter how hard they could not believe it. For a moment, many people felt that their horizons had been broadened today. The Star Moon army was still acceptable to them. Even if the soldiers were short on food, they had never mistreated them. Therefore, a group of people wanted to go to Li Yueming and explain the situation. After all, in their opinion, Li Yueming's move was not a good one. However, no matter how much they persuaded him, he would not be able to escape. Li Yueming's determination to lead the army to defend this place had never wavered. The group of residents could only sigh helplessly when they saw that they could not move. As they discussed, the residents quickly began to feel anxious. After all, the spirit beast tide was no small matter. If he didn't handle it well, it would be a light punishment for his family to be destroyed. He had to pack his luggage and go somewhere in the south to hide as soon as possible. Many residents decided to pack up and flee south overnight. After a period of time, the beast tide in Northern Ice River Town would end before returning to Northern Ice River Town. Li Yueming didn't stop them from leaving. In fact, he couldn't stop it. After all, these matters concerned the life and death of many people's families. As long as Li Yueming didn't put a knife on the necks of the residents of Northern Glacier Town, it was impossible to stop them from escaping in large numbers. Chapter 450, Little Fox reappears, QJ fan's face turns green. 2. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Yueming didn't have any intention of stopping them from escaping North Glacier Town. The reason why Northern Ice River Town had never been able to develop was because of the fact that it was a small town. The most fundamental reason was not because of its geographical location or the lack of resources. Ims was because it was often attacked by spirit beasts and was a tidal city that could not be settled. The residents could not cultivate and grow food on the land in peace. They had to constantly guard against the spirit beasts in the 100,000 mountains. That was why Northern Ice River Town was in a half-dead state. To completely dispel the residents' sense of crisis, the Star Moon army had to prove that Northern Ice River Town could hold on under the attack of the beast tide. It was no longer like before, where they had to immediately pack up and run away at the slightest sign of trouble. Just like that, the 100,000 people that Li Yueming had gathered with great difficulty had all fled in just 2 days. Only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people who had physical problems and could not run remained in the city. Uaotian also received the message. That afternoon, he was given a military order to lead the 15,000 Star Moon troops to Ding Bay City to lay low. However, Li Yueming naturally refused and chose not to move. In the past few days, the wild beasts in the extremely cold snow mountain had been restless, so much so that some traces of wild beasts could be seen in the distance of Northern Glacier Town. This made the soldiers of the Star Moon troop nervous. After all, most of them were natives and had lived in the northern lands since they were young. They had long heard of the spirit beast tide in the 100,000 mountains. Now, it was their turn to face this calamity-grade disaster. It would be impossible to say that he wasn't nervous at all. Fortunately, after several years of intermittent training, although the Star Moon army still had a bit of childishness, they had already condensed a strong willpower. Even if they did not dare to face the collapse of Mount Tai, they could at least be considered organized and disciplined. As long as Li Yueming did not run away, the core of the army did not run away either. No matter how flustered the soldiers were, their morale was still very stable. As for Li Yueming and the core members of the army, would they run away? There was no need to worry about this at all. Li Yueming didn't say anything. The 12 reincarnators, who were the core members, did not even blink. This was because more than 95% of the residents of northern Glacier Town had moved away. At this moment, the originally busy Glacier Town became a rare leisure. The reincarnators were so bored that they even had the time to play chess and cards. They did not care when the spirit beasts would arrive. As sinners, Xueqian and the others did not run. They were exiled prisoners. In the past, when no one was watching over them, it would not be a problem for them to sneak out and avoid the spirit beast tide. But now, they were all working under Li Yueming. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to run away before Li Yueming and the others left. At this moment, he saw Li Yueming and the group of reincarnators with relaxed expressions. They even had the leisure to discuss whether they should eat hot pot or barbecue for supper. They did not seem to be worried about the upcoming spirit beast tide at all. They couldn't help but feel stunned. Good fellow! When did the spirit beast tide become so oppressive? The Star Moon army only had 15,000 soldiers, and 10,000 of them were new recruits. To put it bluntly, he didn't even have the qualifications to stop a chariot. Where did they get their confidence from? They weren't the only ones who couldn't figure this out. Even Yue Tian, who was far away in the imperial court, couldn't figure it out. In this suffocating atmosphere. 2 days later, the spirit beast tide arrived as scheduled. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, everyone could still hear the sounds coming from the horizon. Half an hour later, lines that looked like swarms of locusts appeared on the desolate Gobi Desert. Countless spirit beasts were densely packed everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The sound of their stampede was like muffled thunder. Even from afar, one could feel the earth shaking. In northern Ice River Town, all the members of the Star Moon army were in high spirits. Even so, when they saw the tide of spirit beasts at the end of the horizon, they couldn't help but tremble. It was too terrifying. With so many spirit beasts, there must be at least a few million of them, right? Even though most of them were charging in all directions, not all of them were charging towards northern Glacier Town. However, even if only 1,000th of the monster horde's shockwave passed through northern Ice River Town, it was not something that their army, which had yet to form an army spirit, could easily face. The leading herald took a glance through the binoculars. He was so frightened that he immediately sat on the ground. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly got up and ran towards the Star Moon army camp. He had no choice. With so many spirit beasts, anyone would panic. At this moment, the herald could only feel a little safe when he saw Li Yueming with his own eyes. However, when they arrived at the camp, Li Yueming was actually instructing the horse officer named Qi Fan to prepare a barbecue. After making sure that he was not hallucinating, the herald felt numb. For a moment, he was so stunned that he even forgot why he had rushed over. In the end, Li Yueming found him and asked, "What's the matter?" He heard a voice. Only then did the herald wake up from his dream. He looked at the group of higher UPS who were focused on the barbecue.